Hello guys. So now we shall be discussing regarding the high yield concepts in neuroanatomy. Okay. So these high yield concepts will cover most of your MCQs from your exams. Okay. So regarding this high yield content, let us start from the complete basic. Okay. Let us start with a little bit basic for let us say 10-15 minutes, and after that directly we'll dive into the important topics. So the basics are little bit confusing. It means most of you don't know what is called as gray matter, what is called as white matter. Actually, color is gray, so gray matter, white, so white matter, fine. But gray matter is made up of what? White matter is made up of what? What is called as a ganglion? What is called as a nucleus? What is called as a nerve? What is called as a tract? So these are some basic disturbances regarding the neuroanatomy which keep on coming in your mind. So let us clear all these important things now. Okay, so coming to this important thing, the first important thing we shall come across is this one. See, let us say these are cell bodies. All of you know, right? These are your cell bodies like this, and this is an axon terminal, axon and axon terminal. Okay, you know these important things, right? Now if I divide these regions into two important parts, for example, let us say this entire part which I am highlighting with the yellow over here. Okay, see, tell me, all these group, what are these group? These are the group of cell bodies, yes or no? These are the group of cell bodies. Okay, so these group of cell bodies together you call it as gray matter. Okay, so if you find any lag in the video, I prefer you to put it at 1.1 or 1.2 or 1.5x. Okay, so that would be better for you. So gray matter, so group of cell bodies together is called as a gray matter. Okay, in the same way, let me highlight another important part. This one, what are these are a group of axons. Okay, so group of cell bodies are called as gray matter. Then what do you call group of axons? See, all these are axons, right? So these are group of axons. What are these group of axons called? They form the white matter. Group of axons form the white matter. Now you might get a doubt, how are the axons looking white? Actually, surrounding this axon, you very well know that we have got a specific sheath. What is this sheath called as? Myelin sheath, right? So because of this myelin sheath, the group of axons, they look white in color, so that is why they comprise of white matter, right? Now coming to the gray matter. Now gray matter is different in different locations. What do you mean is that, for example, gray matter you find in the central nervous system, gray matter you see in the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. For example, the gray matter which is located in the central nervous system is called as nucleus. Okay, the gray matter which is located in the peripheral nervous system is called as ganglion. For example, group of cell bodies in the central nervous system is called nuclei. Group of cell bodies in the peripheral nervous system is called as ganglion. Okay. Now, in the same way, if you look at the white matter, so group of axons form the white matter, right? Now, group of axons in the central nervous system and in the peripheral nervous system. Group of axons in the central nervous system are called as tracts. Okay, they are called as tracts, or they are called as lemnisci, or they are called as fasciculi. In the same way, group of axons in the peripheral nervous system, you call this as nerve. Okay, so these are the important basics which you have to know here. Okay, and by the way, you know very importantly that we have got two different types of neurons. One are called as myelinated neurons and the other one are called as unmyelinated neurons. Okay, so the electric conduction, right, the depolarization, right, or the electrical impulses, they are very fast in which one, myelinated or unmyelinated? They are very fast in the myelinated neurons, and in unmyelinated neurons they are very slow. Okay, now second important thing I want to highlight here is that let us say that this is your central nervous system. Okay, we'll go in detail about this. This is your central nervous system. You know very well that we have got neurons in the central nervous system, right? You know we have also got neurons in the peripheral nervous system. So this is a neuron here. Okay, this is a neuron of central nervous system and this is a neuron of a peripheral nervous system. Okay, now the neurons of central nervous system, okay, listen carefully, the neurons of central nervous system on both the sides, they are covered by myelin. Okay, both the sides they are covered by myelin. In the same way, the neurons of peripheral nervous system on both the sides here also, they are covered by myelin like this. So both the sides, central nervous system and peripheral nervous system, the neurons are covered by myelin. So this is your CNS and this is your PNS. Now the important point I want to highlight over here is that what are the cells that are forming the myelin in the central nervous system? These are oligodendrocytes. Oligodendrocytes. Okay, these are oligodendrocytes. Oligodendrocytes, they form the myelin sheath of the neurons in the central nervous system. Okay, so they form myelin sheath of neurons in CNS. Okay, they form the myelin sheath of neurons in CNS. Now coming to the PNS, peripheral nervous system. Okay, so what cells form the myelin sheath in the peripheral nervous system? That is the Schwann cells. That is your Schwann cells. Okay, Schwann cells form the myelin of the neurons of the peripheral nervous system. Clear? So these are some of the basics which you have to know, and next important thing is that we shall directly discuss about the brain vesicles. Okay, so we shall start our discussion with the brain vesicles. Now coming to these brain vesicles, what do you know about these brain vesicles, guys? So first of all, these brain vesicles are mainly three. Okay, so from these brain vesicles itself, the brain development starts. Okay, the central nervous system development starts. So first thing you have to know is that these brain vesicles, they start developing at 4th week. Okay, the development of brain vesicles, they start their development at 4th week. They start their development at 4th week. Okay, now coming to this brain vesicles, how many brain vesicles do we have? See, for example, this is one brain vesicle. Okay, now coming to this is another brain vesicle over here. This is a third brain vesicle over here. Okay, how many brain vesicles are there? These are the three important brain vesicles. Now what is this particular first brain vesicle over here called as? This first brain vesicle over here is called as your prosencephalon. Okay, so this is called as prosencephalon. In the same way, what is the next brain vesicle over here is called as? This is called as mesencephalon. Mesencephalon. And finally, what is this particular brain vesicle over here is called as? This is called as rhombencephalon. Rhombencephalon. So how many brain vesicles we have got? We have got prosencephalon, we have got mesencephalon, we have got rhombencephalon. Okay, now next important thing is that how these brain vesicles in future they are going to develop into. For example, if you look at prosencephalon, okay, if you look at prosencephalon, this is how it is going to develop. This is your prosencephalon. Okay, after that this part is your mesencephalon, and after that this part over here is your rhombencephalon. Okay, so when I color these things you will understand. For example, prosencephalon is this one. You see this entire part including this one, so completely these three parts together is called as prosencephalon. It means prosencephalon is developing into these three parts. Okay, in the same way, if you look at mesencephalon, mesencephalon is alone. I mean, it is not developing into anything. And when it comes to rhombencephalon, again here rhombencephalon develops into two important things. Okay, rhombencephalon develops into two important things. Clear, all of you? Right. So now what are the names of these important things over here? For example, these two important, this one is called as your telencephalon. This part is called as telencephalon. The lower part is called as diencephalon. Telencephalon, and the lower part is called as diencephalon. The middle part is alone, and this is called as your mesencephalon. No change. And the lower part, if you see, this is called as metencephalon and myelencephalon. Myelencephalon. So what did I tell you guys? What did I tell you here is that we just talked that prosencephalon is going to develop into these two important things, that is your telencephalon and diencephalon. Mesencephalon will not develop into anything, it remains alone. Whereas romancephalon will develop into metencephalon and myelencephalon. These are the important things which I want you to remember. Now within these brain vesicles, slowly what will happen? Slowly ventricles are formed, okay? Within these brain vesicles, you see, this is one ventricle that is connecting with another ventricle over here. See how many ventricles have drawn so far? Two ventricles, right? So there are two ventricles that are formed. Where are they formed? In the telencephalon. Next, there is a small connecting duct, and there is a small connecting duct. Again, there is another ventricle here. Can I tell this is as a third ventricle? Right? In the same way, there is a small connecting duct again, and again you have got another ventricle over here. Can I tell that this is a fourth ventricle? Right? And fourth ventricle is in continuous downward in this way. Okay? Fourth ventricle is continuous in this way. So how many ventricles do we have? So basically we have actually got these two are your first two ventricles. First two ventricles are connected to the third ventricle like this, and third ventricle is finally connected to your fourth ventricle. Actually we have got five ventricles. I will tell you where is the fifth ventricle later on, not now, right? But just remember we have got five ventricles, okay? So this is first and second ventricle. This is your third, this is your fourth ventricle. And remember right now here itself that the first two ventricles are connected to the third ventricle with the help of this small opening here. This opening is called as foramen of Monro. Foramen of Monro. Okay. In the same way, the third ventricle is connected to the fourth ventricle with the help of this particular duct here. This is called as aqueduct of Sylvius. Aqueduct of Sylvius, or you can also call it as cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct. Aqueduct of Sylvius, or you can call it as cerebral aqueduct. Okay. So these are the important things which I want you to focus. Okay. Now, if I ask you telencephalon, will in future what it will develop? You told me that prosencephalon in future it will develop into telencephalon and diencephalon. Now I am telling you, asking you, the telencephalon in the future what it will develop into. In the same way, diencephalon in the future what it will develop. In the same way, in each one of the point we will discuss right now. Okay. So first let us discuss about the telencephalon. Telencephalon. So what will telencephalon develop in the future? You can see here these two are called as two cerebral hemispheres. Okay, how many cerebral hemispheres we have got? Two cerebral hemispheres. One is called as the right, another one is called as the left. So telencephalon will develop into the first important thing, that is your cerebral hemispheres. It would develop into cerebral hemispheres. Next, it would also develop into lateral ventricles. I told you, right, first and second ventricle. So it would develop into those two lateral ventricles. Okay. Now after telencephalon, the next part what do we have here? Diencephalon, right? So what will diencephalon develop into? Diencephalon. What will diencephalon develop into? So this part over here was your telencephalon like this. Down here you have got another part. This is called as diencephalon. Right. Now within the cavity of diencephalon, which ventricle do you have? Ventricle number 3. Okay. So diencephalon will first develop into third ventricle. So cavity of third ventricle, where is it? It is the diencephalon. Diencephalon, the third ventricle cavity, cavity of diencephalon is your third ventricle. Okay. Second important thing. What is the second important thing which you see? See, second important thing is that here you have got this particular part over here called as hypothalamus. Okay. So along with the hypothalamus you have got a pituitary stalk. What is this? Pituitary stalk. And here you have got anterior pituitary, you have got posterior pituitary. Okay. So what should I write here? You even have got hypothalamus over here. Hypothalamus. Okay. You have got this pituitary stalk. pituitary stalk. And remember one thing, attached to the when I tell hypothalamus, it means this entire thing is called as a hypothalamus. Okay, so attached to the hypothalamus we have got pituitary gland. Pituitary gland. Okay, so and fifth important thing we also have, this is the thalamus. Thalamus. Okay, thalamus, hypothalamus, pituitary stalk, pituitary gland. These are the structures that are present within the diencephalon along with the third ventricle. Okay, along with the third ventricle. Next, fourth important thing. What is the fourth important thing over here? Fourth important thing over here is that mesencephalon. Okay, let us discuss about mesencephalon now. Mesencephalon. So let us see how does this mesencephalon develop into. So you must be particular about this, that you can see here that these two are called as cerebral hemispheres. Okay, let me put up this picture so that you will understand here. Now, all of you see here, so this is your cerebral hemisphere. Okay, after the cerebral hemisphere, here we have got what is this? This is called as a midbrain. Next, after that we have got pons. After that we have got medulla. What is this? Medulla oblongata. And then we have got spinal cord. I hope you know this, right? Now, we are already done with the telencephalon and diencephalon. Okay, that means the cerebral hemispheres part as well as the diencephalon third ventricle part. Okay, now what we will do is that we shall see how it is mesencephalon developing into. See here. Mesencephalon is exactly the middle part. Okay, so mesencephalon will develop into midbrain. Along with midbrain, in the center you have got a duct. What is that? Aqueduct of Sylvius or cerebral aqueduct. Okay, so mesencephalon will develop into midbrain plus aqueduct of Sylvius or cerebral aqueduct. Okay, after mesencephalon we have got what? Metencephalon. After mesencephalon we have got metencephalon. Where is metencephalon? See, this is metencephalon. So what will metencephalon develop into? After midbrain. Midbrain was developed by what? Midbrain was developed by mesencephalon, right? After this midbrain you have got what? Pons. After pons, what do you have? Medulla oblongata. Now tell me, mesencephalon is developing into midbrain, then metencephalon, can I tell it will develop into pons? Right? Yes, so metencephalon will develop into pons and cerebellum. It develops into pons and cerebellum. And what is the only part that is left? That is your medulla oblongata as well as the spinal cord and your myelencephalon. Your myelencephalon will develop into medulla oblongata. Myelencephalon will develop into medulla oblongata. Okay, so these are the structures over here, guys. So what are the different structures which you can see here? Telencephalon, diencephalon, mesencephalon, metencephalon as well as myelencephalon. So this will cover up the introductory part, okay, of the neuroanatomy here. And one clinical point I just wanted to share with you, just keep that thing in mind, that from where is the eighth nerve. So one very important clinical point I just wanted to share with you, that all of you just look here, that we have got this is your midbrain, right? Midbrain. Here we have got pons. Here we have got medulla oblongata, and down over here we have got spinal cord. Okay, so here we have got midbrain, and this is your pons, this is your medulla oblongata. Now one very important thing is that from the pons and medulla oblongata you have got a nerve that is passing here, right? So can I tell that this nerve is passing through the pontomedullary junction, and this nerve is called as your eighth pair of cranial nerve. And remember one thing, this eighth pair of cranial nerve, once if it is damaged, right, basically the name of this nerve is vestibulocochlear nerve. Right, so if this vestibulocochlear nerve is damaged, you should remember one thing, that the vestibular part is responsible for balance and the cochlear part is responsible for hearing. Both of them will be lost. So if there is any injury to the pontomedullary junction, or if there is any kind of tumor that is formed in the pontomedullary junction, right? What can happen? There can be damage to your 8th pair of cranial nerve, where your vestibular nerve and cochlear nerve, both of them will be damaged, leading to loss of balance as well as hearing. So now we shall be discussing, after this important topic which we have discussed regarding the basics and all, now we shall discuss some of the basics of a nervous tissue. Okay, basics of your nervous tissue. Now coming to the basics of nervous tissue, first of all you have to know that your nervous tissue is divided into 3 important parts. Okay, one is called as neuronal tissue proper, another one is called as specialized connective tissue, another one is called as ordinary connective tissue. So your nervous tissue is in turn divided into how many parts? 3 parts. So what are these 3 parts over here? What are these 3 parts over here? One is called as neuronal tissue proper. One is called as neuronal tissue proper. Another one is called as specialized connective tissue. Specialized connective tissue, and the third one is called as ordinary connective tissue. Ordinary connective tissue. Okay. So what is this neuronal tissue proper? What is this specialized connective tissue? And what is this ordinary connective tissue? We'll discuss. For example, all your neurons, okay, all your neurons or nerve cells, whatever are there, all those come under neuronal tissue proper. So the neurons which you have in your body, okay, they come under this neuronal tissue proper. What is specialized connective tissue? Specialized connective tissue is a type of nervous tissue. Okay, what is the specialized connective tissue? Is that, for example, you know, you've got glial cells, right? So these glial cells, they come under this specialized connective tissue. Ordinary connective tissue in the sense the meninges. Ordinary connective tissue in the sense the meninges. What are the 3 different layers of meninges you have got? You have got the outer dura mater, middle you have got arachnoid matter, okay, and inner you have got what? Pia mater. Inner you have got pia mater. So dura mater, arachnoid matter and pia mater together you call it as ordinary connective tissue. Now first we shall discuss about the neurons, then we'll go to glial cells and finally the meninges. Okay, so coming to the neurons, what are the important things you can see? This is one type of classification, guys. Okay, this is one type of classification. There are multiple classifications based upon function, based upon the length of the neuron. Also there are classifications. Okay, we'll discuss about that. So first of all, let us put the heading neuron over here. So when it comes to neuron, what are the 2 important things you can see in a neuron? There are 2 important parts within a neuron. Okay, what is the first important part? All of you know, we have got cell body. Okay, what is the other name for cell body? That is your perikaryon. Other name for cell body is your perikaryon. Okay, now attached to the cell body, you know, we have got axons. Attached to the cell body, you know, we have got dendrites. So what are dendrites and axons called? These are called processes of a cell body. Okay, these are called processes, or you can also call them as neurites. Processes or neurites of a cell body. So what are the 2 different types of processes? You know, one is called as your axons. Okay, other name is called as what? Nerve fiber. Axon is also called as your nerve fiber. Another one is called as your dendrites. Let us start from complete basics. Okay, so some are called as axons or nerve fibers and the other one are called as dendrites. Now let us look at the structure of a neuron and let us see what are the structures that are located within it in detail. Okay, so what did I tell you? It will have a cell body. See, this is your cell body. Okay, now after cell body, attached to the cell body, what do you have? You have got processes, I told you. See, attached to the cell body, you have got processes like this. So these processes which you have over here are called as dendrites. Okay, these processes over here are called as your dendrites. Next, down to the cell body, what do you have? You have got, what is this? This is called as your axon. Okay, next, attached to the axon, here you have got what? Here you have got structures like this. These are called as terminal buttons. What are these called? These are called terminal buttons. Okay, now in the center you have got a very important thing. What is this important thing in the center? This is called as nucleus. Okay, now surrounding the nucleus you have got a green color substance like this. You know what is this? This substance is called Nissl substance. What is this substance called? Nissl substance. So let us write down one by one. So the first important structure which we have got over here, this is called as dendrites. This is called as your dendrite, and this one over here is called as your cell body. Okay, in the center of the cell body, what is this? This is called as your nucleus. And what is this particular substance over here? This is called as your Nissl substance. Nissl substance. Nissl substance. So this is the Nissl substance which you have over here. Okay, next important thing is that you see this particular location which I'll be highlighting right now. See this particular location which I'm highlighting with the green. You see, can I call this as the neck region of the neuron, right? So this neck is called as axon hillock. What is this called? This neck portion is called as axon hillock. And one very important thing I want to tell you about this is that this is the place from where the action potentials are generated. Axon hillock is the one which generates your action potentials. Is the one which generates your action potentials. Now, if I ask you that within the cell body, okay, within this entire cell body, what are the organelles you have got? What are the organelles you have got within the cell body? The first important organelle which you have over here is Nissl substance. What is Nissl substance? What is Nissl substance? Nissl substance is nothing but your rough endoplasmic reticulum. You know rough endoplasmic reticulum and smooth endoplasmic reticulum. You also know that rough endoplasmic reticulum synthesizes protein, smooth endoplasmic reticulum for lipids, right? In the same way, the second important substance is neuronal filaments. Neuronal filaments. So these are the two important organelles that are present within this particular cell body. Okay, so this is a typical structure of a neuron. Now we are done discussing about the neuron. The next topic we shall be discussing is your glial cells. Okay, now what are the different kinds of glial cells you have got? Now glial cells are located, where are these glial cells located? These glial cells are located in the central nervous system. Glial cells are also located in the peripheral nervous system. Okay, so what are those glial cells in the central nervous system, peripheral nervous system? What is the name of them? What is the name of those glial cells? For example, you know the name oligodendrocytes, which I have discussed already. Oligodendrocytes are what? These are the glial cells in the central nervous system. If I ask you the function, what will be the function? The function of these oligodendrocytes is they will cause what? Myelination. They will form the myelin around the neurons of central nervous system. Now, second important cells we have got is astrocytes. Star-shaped cells are called as astrocytes. Third important cells we have got is microglia. What are they? They are called as microglia. And fourth important cells are your ependymal cells. Fourth important cells you have got is ependymal cells. Next important thing is peripheral nervous system. In peripheral nervous system, what are the two important things we have got over here? One, you call it as a Schwann cells. One, you have the Schwann cells. Second one you have is the satellite cells. Okay, one you have got what? Schwann cells, and the second one you have got is the satellite cells. So these are the two different types of cells that are located in the peripheral nervous system. Okay, so these are some of the important things which you have regarding this glial cells. Okay, so now tell me, what is the function of your oligodendrocytes? Oligodendrocytes, they form the myelin sheath of central or peripheral nervous system, central nervous system. Schwann cells, they form the myelin sheath of your peripheral nervous system. Now, what are the different types of neurons? What are the different types of neurons based on poles? Based on poles. What are the different types of neurons based upon poles? What do you mean by this? By this, we mean that we have got neurons called as unipolar neuron, bipolar neuron, pseudo-unipolar neuron, multipolar neuron, right? So what are the different types of neurons based upon poles? For example, let us discuss the first important thing. See here, I am drawing a nucleus and a cell body or perikaryon. Now, for example, if I am telling you that there are multiple poles over here. Okay. Now, through these multiple poles, what structures are coming? See, through one pole, we come across a dendrite like this. Okay. So, here also there is one more dendrite. Here also there is another dendrite. Now, through another pole, we see an axon that is coming like this. Okay. So, here how many poles are there? So, how many poles are there here? We have got, okay, let me rub this out. So, how many poles, from how many poles these structures are coming? 1, 2, 3, 4, more than 2 poles. So, can I call this as a multipolar neuron? Yes. So, this neuron is called as a multipolar neuron. This neuron over here is called multipolar neuron. Where are these multipolar neurons present? The first important thing is these multipolar neurons are present in your cerebral cortex. Now, when I cut down the cerebral cortex, you have got gray matter, you have got white matter. Yes or no? Now, what is gray matter? First of all, tell me. Gray matter is collection of cell bodies, or gray matter is collection of axons? Gray matter is collection of cell bodies. Right? Now, we are talking about poles. Where are poles attached to? Attached to the axon or attached to the cell body? Cell body. So, where do you find these multipolar neurons? You would see in the cerebral cortex, especially in the gray matter or white matter. That is the gray matter. Gray matter. Okay. In the same way, coming to the second important thing. Second important thing is that where do you find other than this? Cerebellar cortex. You even see in cerebellar cortex. Okay. Cerebellar cortex. Okay. Again the same. The gray matter of cerebellar cortex. Gray matter of cerebellar cortex. And third most important thing is that you will find multipolar neurons in the anterior horn of spinal cord. Anterior horn of spinal cord. Okay, so don't confuse here regarding the anterior and posterior horns. Let us say this is your spinal cord over here. This is your spinal cord over here, right? Now, if I divide this spinal cord into two halves, what are the things I'm going to get? This is called as the anterior region. This is called as a posterior region. Okay, or you can call this as a dorsal region, or this is called as a ventral region. All the neurons that are present here, you see all the neurons, every neuron that is present in the dorsal region, these neurons together you call it as what? Sensory neurons. And all the neurons that are present down over here, all the neurons that are present down over here, which I am highlighting with the blue, all these neurons are what? Motor neurons, which will innervate your muscles. Okay, so above all these neurons are called as sensory, all these neurons are called as sensory neurons, and here all of them are called as your motor neurons. Sensory neurons as well as the motor neurons. Okay, now what I'm telling you is that anterior horn of spinal cord, in the sense, so the neurons that are present in the anterior horn of spinal cord, all these neurons here, all of them are multipolar neurons. Okay, all of them are multipolar neurons. So after this first point, multipolar neuron discussion is done, coming to the second important thing. Now second important thing, you will tell me this. Let us say this is the nucleus and this is a cell body. Okay, now let us say that from here dendrites are coming, and down here we have got an axon dividing into two parts. Now tell me how many poles have been used here. So this is one pole and this is one pole for axon, one pole for these dendrites. So can I call such neurons as bipolar neurons? Bipolar neurons. Such neurons are called as what? Bipolar neurons. Now where are these bipolar neurons present? In two separate locations. For example, your olfactory neurons are bipolar neurons. You know your olfactory neurons which you have, these neurons are bipolar neurons. And your retina of the eyeball also, retina of eyeball, right? Retina of eyeball also is a bipolar neuron. And olfactory neurons are also bipolar neurons. Now coming to the third important type of neuron, that is this one. See here, this is called as pseudo unipolar neuron. Pseudo unipolar neuron. Okay, so why it is basically called as a pseudo unipolar neuron? Actually, it is not a pseudo unipolar, it is a bipolar neuron only. But look here what has happened. This is a neuron here. Okay, so to this neuron we have got two important things. See, there are two structures that are passing out, okay, from two separate poles. Now tell me, what is this neuron, unipolar or bipolar? This is a bipolar neuron. So what has happened is that there is a small depression that is developed over here. Now into this depression, what has happened is that the nucleus will invaginate into this depression. Okay, and not only this, you see there are two poles over here, pole number 1 and pole number 2. These two poles, they will come towards each other. These two poles are pulled towards each other. Okay, when these two poles are pulled towards each other, see, one pole is coming from here, one pole is coming, both the poles join together. So what will happen here is that, look at the next picture over here. So both the poles from here and here, they are coming towards each other, and this is how it looks. This is a single pole, and from this single pole, you see there are two processes here. So this is one and this is two. There are two processes. Now in the later on stage of development, this is how it looks. This is a neuron. It looks as if it is a single pole, but actually it is not a single pole. Two poles fused together, and there are two processes in this way. You see? Now tell me, how many poles have been used here? This is a unipolar. So I have to call this as a unipolar neuron. But once you know this entire history, then you will tell that this is not a true unipolar neuron. Actually, it was a bipolar neuron which converted into a unipolar neuron, right? So that is why you call it as pseudo unipolar neuron. So where do you see these pseudo unipolar neurons? The first important location where do you see this is your spinal ganglia. So where are these neurons that are basically present? The first important place is your spinal ganglia. Spinal ganglia is a place where these neurons are present. Second important thing is your sensory ganglia. Sensory ganglia. Sensory ganglia is the second place where these neurons are basically present. Okay, so basically sensory ganglia of your fifth nerve, right, seventh nerve, ninth nerve, as well as the 10th cranial nerve. Okay, so 5th, 7th, 9th and 10th cranial nerves. Okay, now we are done with multipolar neuron, bipolar neuron, pseudo unipolar neuron, and now we shall come across another important neuron here. Look here. So let us say this is a cell body, right? I mean, this is a nucleus and this is a cell body. Okay, so here we have got what are these? These structures are called as dendrites, right? Now do we have any axons over here? We don't have any axons over here. So such neurons where only dendrites are present, no axon is present, is called as an axonic neuron. Anaxonic neuron. So what is anaxonic neuron? Anaxonic neuron is consisting of only axons. Sorry, only dendrites. Only dendrites and there are no axons. Only dendrites and there are no axons over here. So the best example is amacrine cells of your retina. Okay, amacrine cells of retina. Amacrine cells of retina. Okay. Next, after this, the next important thing is that, so these are another different kinds of neurons, but these neurons are like this. Only cell bodies are present. There is no axon, there is no pole, there is no dendrites. Okay, so what are present over here? There are no poles, no axons, and no dendrites. Okay, so such type of neurons are called as apolar neurons. Neurons with no poles are called as apolar neurons. So when I tell apolar neurons are those neurons which have got only what? They have got only cell bodies. They have got only cell bodies. Okay, such neurons are called apolar neuron. And where are these apolar neurons present? They are present in the adrenal medulla. Okay, so all of you know adrenal gland, right? Adrenal gland has got adrenal medulla. So they are present in your adrenal medulla. adrenal medulla. Okay. Now, coming to the next important classification, based upon the function of a neuron, how are they classified? Based on function of a neuron, how are these neurons classified? So based upon the function, these neurons are classified into 4 different types of neurons. What are those 4 different types of neurons? Some are called as sensory neurons, right, or sensory fibers, sensory neurons, right. Second one is called as motor neurons, motor neurons. Third different kind is called as intermediate neurons, intermediate neurons, and fourth important type is called as autonomic neurons, autonomic neurons. So what are the 4 different types? Sensory neurons, motor neurons, interneurons, as well as autonomic neurons. So these neurons here, you can either call them as intermediate neurons or interneurons or internuncial neurons, internuncial neurons. Okay, these can also be called as internuncial neurons. Okay, now what are these sensory neurons over here? So as I have already told this important thing, that all the neurons that are located in the dorsal root of your spinal cord, this is your spinal cord. Okay, so let us say, let me rub this part. Now here these are called as dorsal horns. Now in this dorsal horns, whatever neuron you have got over here, right, so this is called as dorsal root ganglia. What is this? This is called as DRG, dorsal root ganglia. Okay, so the neuron which you have over here, if you see here, it is having a peripheral process, it is also having a central process. So such kind of neuron is called as pseudo-unipolar neuron. I also told you there that pseudo-unipolar neurons example is dorsal root ganglia, that is your spinal ganglia. Okay, so this is a central process. Next, in the center here, you have got one more neuron like this. There is one more neuron, and after that you have got a red color neuron. This is your motor neuron. So all of you know this basic thing. What is the basic thing over here? This neuron is called as your sensory neuron. This neuron is called as your motor neuron, and in between the neuron which you have here is called as what? Internuncial neuron. Internuncial neuron. Internuncial neuron. So sensory neuron, you know the function, sensations, right? It brings the sensations to the spinal cord, and after that these sensations are relayed on the internuncial neurons, and internuncial neurons will send the message to the motor neurons, and these motor neurons will innervate your muscles and start contracting your muscles. Now when it comes to autonomic neurons, you know this basic thing, autonomic neurons. There are 2 different types, right? What are these 2 different types? We have got sympathetic neurons in this, sympathetic neurons. We have also got parasympathetic, parasympathetic. So sympathetic and parasympathetic neurons together, you call them as what? Autonomic neurons. Okay, sympathetic, parasympathetic together you call as autonomic neurons. So this is based upon the function. Okay, now based upon the length also we classify the neurons into short axons, long axons. Okay, so based upon the length, based on the length also we classify these into 2 types. One are called as long axons and the other one are called as short axons. Long axons and short axons. So what are these long axons? Golgi type 1, Golgi type 1 neurons, whatever are there, Golgi type 1 neurons are your long axons. Next, Golgi type 2 neurons, Golgi type 2 neurons, whatever are there, they are called as short axons. So Golgi type 1 neurons are long axons, Golgi type 2 neurons are short axons. Okay, now one important thing you need to understand is that usually the neurons, whatever mature neuron we have got, mature neurons, these neurons, they do not have centrioles. Okay, if there are no centrioles, then the neuron cannot divide. Why is the neuron not dividing? Well, let us say my radial nerve is cut off. Why is my radial nerve not dividing? Because the radial nerve is not having centriole. So when centrioles are present, only then the neurons will divide. So out of all neurons in your body, right, olfactory neurons are those neurons which have centrioles. That is the reason why olfactory nerves can regenerate again. Okay, so this important thing is that normally centrioles are needed for division of a neuron. Okay, so in our body, all the neurons what we have, mature neurons what we have, these mature neurons, they lack what? They lack centrioles. And that is the reason why what? There is no division. But olfactory neurons, they have centrioles. Centrioles are present, and that is the reason why they regenerate. That is the reason why they regenerate. Okay, so this is one of the important thing you have to know. So this completes the complete basics of neuroanatomy, and now on we can start directly with the topics of neuroanatomy. So guys, these are the important things which covered up your entire basics of neuroanatomy. So these were the basic things which we discussed, that a group of cell bodies together you called as a grey matter. In the CNS you called as nucleus. In the PNS you called as ganglia. Group of axons together you called as a white matter. In the CNF you call them as tracts. A group of axons in the CNS are called tracts, lemniscate fasciculi. In the PNS you call it as a nerve. Okay, like for example you have got radial nerve, ulnar nerve, all these are peripheral. They are coming out of the central nervous system, right? Let us say you have got median nerve, right? Common peroneal nerve. All these nerves are what? They are nothing but axons, right? So central nervous system may, how is the myelin formed? With the help of which cells? Oligodendrocytes. Peripheral nervous system, it is because of Schwann cells. We discussed that oligodendrocytes and Schwann cells, they are a specialized connective tissue, right? Specialized neuronal connective tissue, which means the glial cells, right? And here we discussed about the brain vesicles. If you remember, three types of brain vesicle: prosencephalon, mesencephalon and rhombencephalon. Prosencephalon dividing into three structures: telencephalon and diencephalon, right? So, two telencephalon and diencephalon. So, telencephalon is having what? Cerebral hemispheres and first and second ventricle. Now, diencephalon is having what? Diencephalon will develop into your hypothalamus, thalamus, right? The pituitary gland and all, okay? And also third ventricle over here. Now, mesencephalon is having what? Midbrain will develop into midbrain, and a duct in the center, what is this? Aqueduct of Sylvius. Metencephalon over here will develop into what? Pons as well as cerebellum, and finally medulla oblongata by myelencephalon. And next important thing I told you is the nervous tissue is of three types: neuronal tissue proper, specialized connective tissue and ordinary connective tissue. Neuronal tissue proper is your neurons, right? Neurons are having two processes. One is called as a cell body or perikaryon. Other one are the processes. Process in the sense, this axon is one process. In the same way, you have got, what is this? This is called as your dendrites. And this part, the neck part is called as an axon hillock, which generates your action potentials. Okay, what are the organelles? Nissl substance and neuronal filaments. Nissl substance are nothing but your rough endoplasmic reticulum. Glial cells, as I just told you, right? Oligodendrocytes, astrocytes, microglia and ependymal. Here it is Schwann cells and satellite cells. So types of neurons based upon the poles. So how many poles we have got? Multiple poles. So multipolar neuron. Cerebral cortex, cerebellar cortex, anterior horn of spinal cord, they have these neurons. Okay. Next, bipolar neurons are located in OR. What is this? Olfactory neurons and retina of eyeball. Pseudo-unipolar neurons are located in spinal ganglia, which I already told you, that is your dorsal root ganglia, right? And they are also present where? In the sensory ganglia of 5th, 7th, 9th and 10th cranial nerves. Where are apolar neurons located? No poles, no axons, no dendrites, only cell bodies are located. That is your adrenal medulla. Based upon the functions, sensory neurons are always on the top, motor neurons are always on the bottom. In between them, you have got interneurons. Okay. So these are some of the important things which you need to understand over here regarding this important topic, right? So after this, we shall discuss right now. As I already told you, we shall enter into the real topics over here, real important topics. That the first topic which we shall cover is white matter. Now tell me, what is white matter? Grey matter is collection of cell bodies. Then what is white matter? White matter is a bundle of unmyelinated axons or myelinated axons. Myelinated. So it is nothing but a bundle of myelinated axons. Bundle of myelinated axons is called as your white matter. Okay, so actually within the cortex, cerebral cortex, when you cut down the cerebral cortex, within the cerebral cortex there are some fibers running from one end to other end, running from right side to left side. Okay, so these fibers running from one end to other end, these fibers together you call them as what? These fibers are called as, repeat. Now when you cut down the cerebral cortex, in the cerebral cortex you will see fibers running from one end to other end. Okay, you will see fibers running from one cortex to other cortex. So all these fibers are myelinated fibers. So how they are running, how they are moving from one side to other side, right? So based upon their movement they are divided into three types, right? Even if you're not understanding right now whatever I'm telling, when I draw the picture you will completely understand it. Okay, so white matter ke andar jo fibers hai, right, the white matter is compressed of myelinated axons, and these myelinated axons, they start at one point and they project to another location, right? So this kind of projection over here are given three names. There are three different types of projection, or there are three different types of fibers. What are these three different types of fibers? Some fibers are called as association fibers. Some fibers are called as association fibers. Some fibers are called as projection fibers. Okay, some fibers are called projection fibers, and third type of fibers are called as commissural fibers. Commissural fibers. Okay, now let us see what are these association fibers, what are these projection, and what are these commissural fibers. For example, let us say, let me draw the cerebral cortex here. This is the cerebral cortex. Okay, and remember one thing, this particular sulcus which you can see over here, this is called as Sylvian fissure. This is called as Sylvian fissure. Sylvian fissure, or you can call it as lateral sulcus. We will discuss about this in detail. Okay, Sylvian fissure, or you can call it as lateral sulcus. Now what about the fibers? Yeah, about the fibers. Now some fibers are running from one part of the cortex to another part. You see how these fibers are running? You see, these fibers are running from one part of the cortex to another part. It means these fibers, are they crossing to the opposite side? See, if this is your right cerebral hemisphere, this is your left cerebral hemisphere, are these fibers crossing from one cerebral hemisphere to another? No. These fibers, they are present in a single, in each cerebral cortex. They are not crossing to the opposite side. Okay, so in one cerebral cortex they start at one point and end at one point. They do not cross to the other side. So such fibers over here, these fibers over here are called as association fibers. Okay, so if I have to write about association fibers, what is the important point will I write over here, guys? Tell me, what is the important point I will write over here near association fibers? They connect, association fibers, they connect the cortical regions. They connect the cortical regions in the same cerebral hemisphere. Regions in the same cerebral hemisphere. They connect the cortical regions in the same cerebral hemisphere of the brain. Next, after this, we have got a next group of fibers. So why do we need this is that information from one point has to be taken to another point. So that is the only reason. And what are these fibers? These fibers are nothing but your myelinated fibers, right? Right. The next important fibers which we will discuss right now is your commissural fibers. Okay. What is the next here? Projection, right? What are these projection fibers? Projection fibers are those fibers which take the information from one part of the cortex all the way from the higher centers. You see, they are taking the information from the higher centers down to the lower centers. They take the information down to the lower centers like this. It means, let us say that from the cortex, the information is taken down to the lower center. Lower center in the sense your midbrains, right? So what is the next center you have over here? यहाँ पे what is this? This is your midbrain. After that you have got your pons, you have got your medulla oblongata, you have got your spinal cord. So if the fibers are coming all the way taking information from the sensory cortex, right? From the cortex, this is the motor cortex basically, from the cortex, and these fibers are going to the lower centers like this, either to the midbrain or let us say complete brainstem or to the spinal cord like this, right? So these fibers are called as projection fibers, right? So if I have to write about this, what will I write? Projection fibers are those fibers, they run from the higher to lower, what? Higher to lower centers, vice versa in the sense from lower to higher also, right? For example, from the cortex, if a group of fibers are coming to my spinal cord, this is called corticospinal tract. Yes or no? Corticospinal tract. So can I tell this in this corticospinal tract, all these fibers are called projection fibers because they are taking the information from higher center to the lower center, right? Next important thing is that from the spinal cord, if the fibers are going from the spinal cord to the higher centers, this is called as, what is this? Spinothalamic tract or spinocortical tract, right? From the spinal cord to the cortex. So from the lower centers to the higher centers. So these fibers are called as projection fibers. Next fibers are interesting fibers here. These fibers connect one half to the other half. It means it is connecting the right cerebral hemisphere with the left like this. You see, these fibers are connecting the right cerebral hemisphere with the left cerebral hemisphere. In the same way, these fibers connect right cerebellar hemisphere with the left cerebellar hemisphere. Not only this, these fibers also connect one half of the spinal cord to the other half of the spinal cord. Okay, so these fibers which are connecting the two identical structures, right, like right and left, right and left cerebral hemispheres, right and left cerebellum, right and left brainstem, right? So if they are connecting the two identical structures on either side, this is called as commissural fibers. Okay, so what are commissural fibers? Commissural fibers, they interconnect parts of CNS. For example, they connect the cerebral hemispheres. Okay, they connect the two halves of cerebellum. They connect the spinal cord. Not only that, brainstem, right? Brainstem. So when they are interconnecting like this, when they are interconnecting the two halves like this, these fibers are called as commissural fibers. So what are the fibers which we have over here, guys? These fibers are called as association fibers. These red color fibers are called as commissural fibers, and these blue color fibers are called as projection fibers. Okay, so these are the important fibers which we have over here. Okay, now first we shall discuss about association fibers. Okay, first we shall discuss about association fibers. Let us see what are the names of these association fibers. Okay, so another very important simple example I wanted to just share with all of you, that what did I tell you regarding association fibers? Within the same cerebral hemisphere, from one location to other location, these fibers are going, and these are called association fibers. Okay, see, let us say this is my right cerebral hemisphere. My right cerebral hemisphere is having frontal lobe. My right cerebral hemisphere is having temporal lobe, parietal lobe, and occipital lobe. My left side is also having the same. Now, if fiber is going from frontal lobe to occipital lobe on the same side, not onto the opposite side like this, on the same side, these are called association. From frontal lobe to temporal lobe, let us say from parietal lobe to temporal lobe, from parietal lobe to occipital lobe, these fibers are called as association fibers. So let us say, what are the names of these association fibers? There are different kinds of association fibers. So let us look at the names of each and every association fiber one by one. So before I discuss about the association fibers, you have to know one very important thing, that these are two halves of cerebral hemispheres. Now whatever you can see, this part and this part, right? This on the top, this is called as a superolateral surface, superior and lateral surfaces. Okay, superolateral surface of cerebral hemisphere. Now when I am dividing the two cerebral hemispheres and when I am showing it to you the inner part, this is called as a medial side of the cerebral hemisphere. What is this? Medial side. In the medial side of cerebral hemisphere, you see a circle, half moon shaped circle. This half moon shaped circle is called as corpus callosum. What is this called? This is called as corpus callosum. Okay, so just look at the picture now. I'm drawing directly the medial surface now. Okay, this is the medial surface. Where is corpus callosum? Exactly here. This is your corpus callosum. You know what is corpus callosum? That is a type of commissural fiber connecting the right cerebral hemisphere with the left cerebral hemisphere. Okay, so you will understand in the later on lectures. It is not necessary that you have to understand everything right now. Slowly, as I'll be discussing, you will understand each and everything. Okay, now first important thing. What is the first important thing? First important thing is that we have got one association fiber. Okay, we have got one association fiber, and this association fiber starts all the way in the front. And by the way, guys, you know this, that what are the lobes here? I hope you know this. This is your frontal lobe, right? And this is your temporal lobe. This is your occipital lobe. This is your parietal lobe. I hope you know this, right? Now, if there are a group of fibers, from frontal lobe to temporal lobe like this, group of fibers from frontal lobe to temporal lobe, right? Now, these group of fibers are called association fibers, but the name that is given to them is uncinate fasciculus. Okay, so what is this uncinate fasciculus? I'm just writing it as A, right? What is A over here? A is uncinate fasciculus. Okay, uncinate fasciculus, and also write from and to, from where it is starting and to where it is going. Uncinate fasciculus starts from the frontal lobe. These are the association fibers starting from the frontal lobe. All the way they go to your temporal lobe. Easy? They go to your temporal lobe. This is the thing I want you to remember. Okay? Second important thing is that what is this thing? Corpus callosum. What is this thing? Corpus callosum, right? Now, surrounding corpus callosum, we have got a gyrus. Okay, surrounding corpus callosum, see here, surrounding corpus callosum, we have got a gyrus like this. So this, let me highlight this part like with the green over here, you will understand it better. See, surrounding corpus callosum, we have got a gyrus. This particular gyrus is called as cingulate gyrus. What is this gyrus? Cingulate gyrus. I hope you heard this name before, right? This gyrus is called cingulate gyrus. Okay, in the same way, let me highlight another important location. See, this particular location which I am highlighting to you right now, this is called as rhinal cortex. What is this cortex? Rhinal cortex. Okay. Now, what is this green one? Cingulate gyrus, and this is what? Rhinal cortex. Now, look at the next group of fibers. Now, these next group of fibers, they start all the way from your cingulate gyrus like this, you see. These fibers are starting all the way from cingulate gyrus, and finally where are they ending? They are ending in your rhinal cortex like this. Cingulate gyrus all the way till the rhinal cortex. You see, all these fibers are going and ending in your rhinal cortex. So let us name these fibers as B. Okay, fibers B. So what is B? Okay, so these fibers are called as cingulum. Cingulum. What is cingulum? Cingulum are the association fibers. They are starting from cingulate gyrus all the way till the rhinal cortex. Rhinal cortex, you basically call it as entorhinal cortex. Okay, rhinal cortex. Next important fibers. These fibers, now look here, these fibers, they are starting from here. Okay, let me use another color. Yeah, these fibers, they start at the frontal lobe, and these fibers are going all the way back from the frontal lobe all the way back to the occipital lobe like this. Okay, these are the fibers like this. You see, these are the fibers which are starting in the frontal lobe, and all the way they go back and they enter into your occipital lobe. Now tell me, what are these fibers here? These fibers are called as superior longitudinal fasciculus. When I tell superior longitudinal fasciculus, there will also be inferior longitudinal fasciculus, right? Let us say fiber C. So let us write down what are these fibers. C. C are superior longitudinal fasciculus. So these superior longitudinal fasciculus, they start from frontal lobe. They start from where? They start from frontal lobe all the way they end at the occipital lobe. Frontal lobe till the occipital lobe. This is called as superior longitudinal fasciculus. Now when I tell superior longitudinal, D will be inferior longitudinal. Inferior longitudinal fasciculus. So from where these inferior longitudinal fasciculus start, see, all of you just look at the picture now. Now these inferior longitudinal fasciculus fibers, they start all the way from the occipital lobe and they come like this to which lobe now? What is this lobe? Temporal lobe. You see, these are your fibers. So let us write it down. Fibers D over here, they are starting from the occipital lobe and all the way they go to your temporal lobe. Okay, from occipital till the temporal lobe. So these are what? So they start all the way from your occipital lobe. Occipital lobe all the way till the temporal lobe. Temporal lobe. So these fibers over here are called as what? These fibers over here are called as your association fibers. So these are the association fibers, guys. And there is one last association fiber which you have to know. So what is that last association fiber is? I cannot show it to you here. So let me draw the picture over here and right. Now I am not drawing corpus callosum here. If I don't draw corpus callosum, it means what surface is this? This is a supralateral surface. What is this? Supralateral surface. Okay. Now in this supralateral surface, this is what I was telling you, that you have got a fissure in the sulcus like this. This is called lateral sulcus or sylvian fissure. Okay. And next important thing is that here, exactly here, you have got an area. What is this area called? This area is called as your Broca's area. In the same way, in the temporal region here, you have got another area. What is this? We will discuss in detail. What is this area called? This is called as Wernicke's area. So what are these two areas? What are these two areas? This is called as Broca's area. And this area is called as Wernicke's area. Wernicke's area. Okay. Now, coming to this Broca's area and Wernicke's area, there are fibers that are going all the way like this, making an arch and connecting here. Going all the way like this, making an arch and connecting. You see, these fibers are making an arch here, right? These fibers which are making an arch connecting the Broca's area to Wernicke's area, these fibers are called as your E. What is E here? Arcuate fasciculus. Arcuate fasciculus. What are these fibers? These fibers are your arcuate fasciculus. Now, where is your Broca's area located? Can I tell Broca's area is located in your frontal lobe? Yes, Broca's area is located in your frontal lobe. And where is Wernicke's area located? In the temporal lobe. Temporal lobe. So these are the areas which you have to remember here, guys. So there are 5 important fibers, 5 important association fibers. So fibers A, right? They are starting in the frontal lobe till the temporal lobe. This is called as uncinate fasciculus. Next, all the way from the frontal till occipital, superior longitudinal fasciculus. Occipital till temporal, inferior longitudinal fasciculus. Next, all the way from the cingulate gyrus to the entorhinal cortex. This is called as, what fibers are these? These are called as cingulum. These fibers together you called as cingulum. Okay. And the last fibers which are arc shaped connecting the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe, especially speaking Broca's area to the Wernicke's area, these fibers are called as your arcuate fasciculus. Now we are done discussing regarding what? Regarding your association fibers. Now let us move on to what are projection fibers. Okay, I'll just write down the names. You just have to memorize them. Projection fibers. What did I tell about projection fibers? From higher centers to lower centers or lower centers to higher centers. Okay, for example, corona radiata. Corona radiata. Okay, next important example is internal capsule. Internal capsule. Third important thing is fimbriae. Fimbria. So projection fibers are corona radiata, internal capsule and fimbria. All these 3 together you called as projection fibers. Coming to commissural fibers, the last one we are discussing is the commissural fibers. So what are these commissural fibers? So there are 4 important commissural fibers. What are these 4 important? What did I tell you? See, let us say this is one cerebral hemisphere, this is another cerebral hemisphere. This is your midbrain, pons, like this. Okay. So if one cerebral hemisphere is connected to the other, so in this manner like this, right? So what is this called? These are called commissural fibers, and the name of this particular fiber is corpus callosum. This fiber is corpus callosum. Okay. In the same way, we have got the next important commissure called as hippocampal commissure. Hippocampal commissure. What do you mean by hippocampal commissure? It means it is connecting hippocampus on one side to the hippocampus on the other side. In the same way, we have got 2 important commissures. One is called as anterior commissure. Another one is called as posterior commissure. Opposite of anterior is posterior. Fifth important thing is, here we have got a nucleus called habenular nuclei. Here also we have got a nucleus called habenular nuclei. Connecting both the habenular nuclei, you have got a commissure called as habenular commissure. So the last one is your habenular commissure. Okay. So wherever, see, what are all these? Corpus callosum, hippocampal commissure, anterior commissure, posterior commissure, habenular commissure, all these are your commissural fibers. All these are your what? Commissural fibers. Okay. Now, if you look at corpus callosum, especially, this is very important, guys. Okay. If you look at corpus callosum, I'm just drawing a small picture over here. See, this part over here is your corpus callosum. When I am drawing corpus callosum, it means which surface is this? Medial surface. Okay. Now, this corpus callosum is having few important parts. For example, in the starting of corpus callosum, you see a pink color body. In the end of corpus callosum, you see a green color body over here. Right. So, this part of corpus callosum is called as genu, G-E-N-U, genu of corpus callosum. And this part is called as body of corpus callosum, and the last part is called as splenium of corpus callosum. The corpus callosum is having how many parts? 3 parts. One is called as genu, body, and splenium. And remember one more important thing, that attached to the genu, you have got a very stalk like thing here. This will also be included in the part of corpus callosum, and this part over here is called as rostrum. So if I ask you what are the different parts of corpus callosum, what will you tell? First rostrum, then genu, then body, then splenium. Okay. So you are able to look at these structures in this way. Genu, see here the hanging part is, for example, if I am hanging something here, what is this? This hanging part is called as rostrum. What is this? Genu. And what is all this? Body. And finally you have got the splenium. Now if you wanted to see all these structures, which angle is better? You will see from front. If you see from the anterior view, can you see the splenium on the back? If you see from the back, can you see the rostrum and the genu from the front? From the side also you cannot see. What will I do is that I will stretch this corpus callosum like this, and I will show it to you like this. When I show it to you like this, every part you can see. Okay. So this is the corpus callosum here. You see? Ignore the fibers. Okay. Look, concentrate on the center part. You see the center part which we have over here? The center part is corpus callosum. I have just stretched it out. Okay. I have completely stretched it. So corpus callosum is having, what did I tell you? The first part, rostrum. R stands for what? Rostrum. After that, what did I tell you? Genu. After that, what did I tell you? Body. Body is larger. And lastly, we have got splenium. Yes or no? Now you can see some fibers coming out of rostrum on both the sides. In the same way from the genu on both the sides, right? So let us look at what are the different names of these fibers. These were also asked once in the exam. Okay. So these fibers over here, this is called as your corpus callosum. This is called as what? Corpus callosum. Now in this corpus callosum, what are the important things? See here. The fibers on either sides coming out of genu, the fibers, these pink color fibers which you can see coming on either side, these pink color fibers are called forceps minor. Forceps minor. So from now onwards, if anyone is asking you what is forceps minor, these are the commissural fibers that are coming on either side of the genu of corpus callosum. Next, when I tell forceps minor, there will be forceps major. See, these red color fibers which are coming out of splenium is called as forceps major. One is called forceps minor, other one is called forceps major. Next one in the center, which are coming out from the body, this is called as tapetum. These fibers together are called as tapetum. Okay, so I just want to remember these fibers. What is forceps minor you should know, what is forceps major you should know, what is tapetum also you should know. Okay, so these are some of the important things, right? These are some of the important things regarding the white matter. So what did we discuss? What did we discuss in the white matter, guys? White matter is nothing but bundle of myelinated axons, association, projection, commissural. Okay, so two cortexes. So within the same cortex from one place to other place, these are called association fibers. From higher centers to lower centers, and from lower centers to higher centers, that is projection fibers. From one half to other half, like this. What are these white color fibers here? Commissural fibers. Okay, so these are the fibers here. Coming to association fibers from the frontal lobe till the temporal lobe, this is called as uncinate fasciculus. From the frontal lobe till the occipital lobe, these fibers are called as superior longitudinal fasciculus. Next, from the occipital lobe till the temporal lobe, these are called as inferior longitudinal fasciculus. Next, these fibers is called as cingulum, right? And finally, connecting the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe, that is the Broca's area to the Wernicke's area, is your arcuate fasciculus. Coming to the projection, corona radiata, internal capsule and fimbriae. Commissural fibers, I told you, corpus callosum, hippocampal commissure, anterior posterior and habenullar commissure. So these are the important things which you should know. So this is all you need to know, the important things about your white matter. So now we shall be discussing what are the different kinds of neural tube defects we have got. Okay, so neural tube defects. Neural tube defects, they are one of the very important part in the neuroanatomy which you have to know. So if you can look at this picture here, actually there are three germ layers which we have got. So this germ layer which you can see over here is called as ectoderm. This is called as ectoderm. This part in the center is called as mesoderm, and this part down over here is called as endoderm. So how many parts we have got? We have got ectoderm, we have got mesoderm, we have got endoderm. Okay, and NTC here stands for notochord. Okay, now what is this part over here? This part is nothing but the precursor of neural tube. What is this? This is a precursor of neural tube. This is a precursor of neural tube. In the same way, we have got cells on either side. You see, these cells are called as neural crest cells. These are called as neural crest cells. So this is called as a precursor of neural tube, and these are called as a neural crest cells. Now, what will happen at the next stage of development is that within the precursors of the neural tube, there is a small depression you can see. Right? So this invagination or this depression you can see here, a small groove is formed. This groove is called as neural groove. This groove is called neural groove. And what is exactly happening here is that the neural crest cells on the right side and the neural crest cells on the left side, they are pulling against each other like magnets. Okay, so when they both come towards each other, a complete circle is formed, which you can see in the next picture like this. Right? So what is this particular thing over here? This is nothing but called as a neural tube. Okay, whatever is formed right now over here is your neural tube. You know, whatever is formed right now over here is called as neural tube. You know, this neural tube is formed, when it is formed? It is formed on day 20. Neural tube is formed on day 20. Okay, now next important thing is that, see, the first CSF is formed by, you see the fluid within this neural tube. So this fluid, whatever is there within the neural tube here, this is your CSF. What is this? This is your CSF. And this CSF is formed by what? Who is forming the first CSF? See, normally right now in my body, in my brain, the CSF is formed by choroid plexus. Right? But during day 20, right? The CSF, who is forming the CSF? The amniotic fluid itself is forming the CSF there. Okay, so the first CSF is formed by the amniotic fluid. So the first CSF is nothing but your amniotic fluid. Later choroid plexus forms the CSF, but during the embryonic time the amniotic fluid is the one which is considered as the first CSF. Okay, right. So what did I tell you here? These are the important things over here: neural tube, neural notochord, and yeah, by the way, here you have got your notochord down and you have got neural tube over here. Now we will see what is this neural tube actually forming. See, this is a neural tube. So what will this neural tube develop in future, and what these neural crest cells will develop in future? So if you look at the neural tube, in the future, neural tube will be developed as CNS, central nervous system. In the same way, neural crest cells will be formed as PNS, that is your peripheral nervous system. Okay, so your neural tube will be formed as your central nervous system, and neural crest cells, they form as peripheral nervous system. Okay, now one very before we discuss neural tube defects, let me finish up one small point regarding these neural crest cells. So there are some specific type of neural crest cells, right? So when these neural crest cells, they fail to migrate caudally to the distal colon. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that is that, see, here you have got your ascending colon like this. This is your transverse colon. This is your descending colon over here. This is your descending colon like this. Okay. Now, distal colon, in the sense the descending part. The descending part of the colon is called as a distal colon. Okay. Now, what is happening over here is that, see, normally neural crest cells, whatever are there, these neural crest cells, they start migrating down till the colon. Now, once these neural crest cells start migrating to the colon, what are they doing? They are forming the nervous system in the colon. What is this nervous system? I'm not going in detail. I'm just telling you that the enteric nervous system is what? Orbax plexus, right? Meyners as well as Orbax plexus. So this enteric nervous system is formed by these neural crest cells. So normally neural crest cells are migrating down, and these neural crest cells here, they are forming what? Enteric nervous system here. They are forming enteric nervous system. But sometimes it might happen like this. So sometimes what can happen is that, so all the neural crest cells here are forming your enteric nervous system. Why do we need enteric nervous system? Then without this nervous system, how do you think your muscles of the colon will contract? How there will be peristalsis? If there is no peristalsis, the fecal matter will not go forward. Yes or no? So you need peristalsis, it means you need nervous system. If you want nervous system, then it means the neural crest cell should migrate here. So what will happen is that usually this problem usually happens during 4th to 7th week of development. During 4th to 7th week of development, what usually happens is that these neural crest cells during 4th to 7th week of development, they stop migrating. When they stop migrating, see, here there are no neural crest cells all over. When there are no neural crest cells here, do you think the distal part of the colon, okay, do you think the distal colon mainly, do you think here there is any nervous system that is formed? No. If nervous system is not formed, don't you think the distal part of the colon cannot undergo peristalsis? When it cannot undergo peristalsis, what will happen? The fecal matter, whatever is there, it gets accumulated within the distal colon. And once the fecal matter gets accumulated within the distal colon, and this entire distal colon will swell out like a balloon. You see, this entire distal colon is swelling out like a balloon like this. Okay. So what is this entire content consisting of? It is consisting of all the fecal matter. And this condition, you call it as toxic megacolon. Toxic megacolon. You call this condition as toxic megacolon. Okay. Now, because of this toxic megacolon, what is happening? What is happening is that the abdomen will be distended. Right. Now, another important thing is that this condition, in this condition, what is happening? There is failure of what? There is failure of neural crest cells to migrate caudally. Neural crest cells to migrate caudally. Failure of neural crest cells to migrate caudally. Where? To your distal colon. Okay. So this condition you call it as Hirschsprung disease. Hirschsprung disease. So what is this Hirschsprung disease? Hirschsprung disease is nothing but failure of the neural crest cells, to migrate caudally during 4th to 7th week to the distal colon. This would lead to the formation of a toxic megacolon. So this is about the toxic megacolon which you have to know, right, regarding this Hirschsprung disease, right. Second important thing I want to highlight here is that we shall right now discuss about this thing. See, we right now discussed about what will happen if the neural crest cells do not migrate caudally. That would lead to Hirschsprung disease, which would eventually lead to toxic megacolon. Now we will discuss what will happen in the neural tube. I mean, what are the defects that you see basically in the neural tube, okay. So basically we in the neural tube we have got two defects. If you see the neural tube, see this is a neural tube, yes or no, right? In the longitudinal section this is how the neural tube looks, yes or no, this is your neural tube, okay. So roughly let me draw this part, that let us say this is the neck region, this is your head, which is not looking like a head. Let us say this is the head like this, okay, and shoulder, right. This is just a rough picture, okay, rough picture. Now in this picture this is the neural tube, okay, the neural tube is more thicker, right. So this is your neural tube here, okay. Now this particular neural tube is having two openings, you see, right. What are the two openings? See, this particular opening over here is called as anterior neuropore. What is this? Anterior neuropore. This opening over here you call it as posterior neuropore. What is this? Anterior neuropore and posterior neuropore. Normally in you and me, anterior neuropore should close by day 25. Should close by day 25. Posterior neuropore normally it should close by day 28, okay. Normally it should close by day 28, okay. So this neuropore which usually should close by day 25, which is not closing, right, if it will not close by day 25, that would lead to a condition called as anencephaly. That would lead to a condition called as anencephaly. Anencephaly. What is anencephaly? Anencephaly is nothing but if the anterior neuropore is not closing by day 25, that would lead to a condition called anencephaly. In the same way, if posterior neuropore is not closing by day 28, that would lead to a condition called as spina bifida. That would lead to a condition called as what? Spina bifida. So we have got two important things over here. One is called as anencephaly, another one is called as spina bifida, right. Now why these neural tube defects are happening? It is because insufficient, during the pregnancy there should be sufficient intake of folic acid. If there is insufficient intake of folic acid, that would lead to neural tube defects. So normally the amount of folic acid a pregnant female should consume per day should be somewhere around 300 to 400 micrograms per day. 300 to 400 micrograms per day, okay. If this is not consumed, then this would lead to a condition called NTD, that is your neural tube defects. So what are the neural tube defects? I told you anencephaly and spina bifida. So this is how anencephaly looks. This is anencephaly. You see, absence of the part of the cortex here, right, part of the brain is absent here. This condition over here is called as anencephaly. Okay. After this, we have got what? The posterior neuropore, if it is not closing, you call this as spina bifida. So let us discuss about spina bifida in detail. Spina bifida in detail over here. Coming to spina bifida, there are four different types of spina bifida. Okay. How many types of spina bifida we have got? Four different types of spina bifida. One is called as spina bifida occulta. One is called as spina bifida occulta, Another one is called as spina bifida with meningocele. Another one is spina bifida with mylomeningocele or meningomyelocele. Both of them are the same. Mylomeningocele. And finally we have got rachis kisses. Okay, out of all, you know, rachis kisses is the most common one. Okay, now when I tell meningocele, only meninges are present here. Just write it down. I know you can't understand what is meninges here, what is meningocele. Just listen to my words here. Meningocele matlab only meninges. Mylo and meningocele in the sense, mylo in the sense spinal cord, meningo in the sense meninges. So both spinal cord and meninges. Spinal cord and meninges. Okay, so two important things, meninges over here, and here you have got mylomeningocele. Okay, and here you have got this rachis kisses. Clear? So this is one very important thing you have to know. Now, what are the risk factors over here? Risk factors are very important. What are the risk factors over here? So, as I already told you, if there is folic acid deficiency, that is your folate deficiency. Folate deficiency. What is your folic acid? Vitamin B9. Okay. Next, second important thing is that, for example, if mother is taking anticonvulsants during pregnancy, that is also a risk factor. Anticonvulsants during pregnancy. Anticonvulsants during pregnancy, that is also a risk factor. And third important thing is diabetes mellitus. Right? Mother having diabetes mellitus is also a risk factor. So first we shall discuss about this rachis kisses. Okay, so what is this rachis kisses? Basically is that, if you can look at this particular picture, in this particular picture, you know that these are called as transverse process, this is called as spinous process, and this arch which you can see is called as dorsal arch. Actually, how is this dorsal arch formed? Let's see. Dorsal arch closes on the top like this and it continues as spinous process here. Okay, it forms like this and it continues as spinous process. If dorsal arch is not formed, will the spinous process be there? No, right? It won't be there. And next important thing is that here you have got spinal cord. Say this is your spinal cord. Okay, and tell me, surrounding the spinal cord, what do you have? You have got meninges. Surrounding the spinal cord, you have got meninges. Okay, so what will happen when the dorsal arch is open? When the dorsal arch is open is that this spinal cord, whatever is there, will herniate outside in this way. It will herniate outside. And surrounding the spinal cord, even you have seen the meninges are also herniating outside in this way. Both the spinal cord and the meninges are herniating outside. So can I tell, and by the way, what do you have in between? Here you have got your CSF. This is a CSF. So here both the meninges and the spinal cord are herniating outside. Why? It is because the vertebra is open, everything is open. So look at this condition now. So this is how that condition looks exactly. You see here that these vertebra, you see the vertebra over here, these vertebra are not fused. Actually, this vertebra has to fuse like this, right? So the vertebra are not fused. So what can I write over here? I can write that these are open vertebra. Okay, what are these? These are open vertebra, and spinal cord is also exposed, right? So open spinal cord, open vertebra, open spinal cord, and third important thing is there is leakage of CSF. You see all this glitteriness here, right? So this is all the leaked CSF, leakage of CSF. So whenever you see open vertebra, open spinal cord and leakage of CSF, that gives you a diagnosis of rachis kisses. Rachis kisses, and this is a very important thing. Very important question. Okay, rachis kisses is a very important question. So once after rachis kisses is done, the next important thing, what is the next important thing once after this rachis kisses is done? We will discuss about spina bifida occulta. You can see this particular picture here. In the lumbosacral region, you see a tuft of hair, right? So you see a tuft of hair. Where do you see this tuft of hair? In the lumbosacral region. tuft of hair in the lumbosacral region is what is called as spina bifida with occulta. Okay, this is what is called as your spina bifida with occulta. Now look at this particular picture. In this particular picture, what is the first picture about? The first picture you can see in the lumbosacral region a tuft of hair here. So this, what is this called as? This is called as spina bifida occulta, spina bifida with occulta. Okay, now coming to patient number 2 and patient number 3. Now in patient number 2, what will happen is that you can see the green color layer is the meninges. The meninges herniating outside, not the spinal cord. Okay, and obviously you see the CSF that is present within the meninges. Look at the third picture. In the third picture, the spinal cord is herniating outside. Attached to the spinal cord, the meninges is also herniating outside like this. Okay, and by the way, this is all the CSF over here. So now tell me which is only meningocele, which is myelomeningocele. So patient number 2, here we have got meningocele. Why meningocele? Because only meninges is herniating outside. Why myelomeningocele? Because meningocele, because both the meninges as well as the spinal cord is herniating outside. Okay, how do you identify? See, here you can see that in the lumbosacral region you see a cyst. You see a cyst here also. But look at, compare both the cysts. Can I tell that this cyst is shiny? Yes or no? This cyst is shiny and this cyst is glowing. This cyst is shiny and glowing. But tell me, is this cyst shiny or glowing? No. So why? Because there is spinal cord also here, right? So the cyst which is shiny and glowing, right? This is called as only meningocele, right? This is called as meningocele and this is called as myelomeningocele, which is not glowing, is called myelomeningocele. So once the meninges are herniating outside, within the meninges, what do we have? You have got only CSF. So if the CSF is increasing, what will happen? The cyst will enlarge and at one time the cyst will rupture, right? So this is a ruptured cyst over here. Okay, this is a ruptured cyst over here. Clear? So this is one very important thing. Now once the patient is having meningocele, right, here spinal cord is not involved, so there won't be any kind of paralysis. But here spinal cord is involved. So what do you think? Once spinal cord is herniating outside, don't you think there will be compression of nerves? So compression of nerves in which region? Thoracic region, cervical region or lumbosacral region? Lumbosacral region. So when the nerves get compressed in lumbosacral region, in case of myelomeningocele, what will happen is that the lower part, the lower limbs, the lower part of the region, the lower part of the bowel where your bladder is there and the lower part of the bowel, so there will be incontinence, no control. Okay, next patient will have paralysis also. Apart from paralysis, patient will have flaccidity, patient will have paresthesia. And if you look at the paralysis, what kind of paralysis patient will have? Flaccid paralysis. You know, there are two different kinds of paralysis. One is called spastic paralysis, another one is called flaccid paralysis. If a patient is, let us say, a patient is affected with, a patient has inhaled spores of Clostridium tetani. Let us say when there is a open cut wound, into that open cut wound, spores of Clostridium tetani went inside. So patient will have what kind of tetanus there? So that kind of tetanus is called spastic tetanus, or that kind of paralysis is called spastic paralysis, where the muscles are contracted too much, right? Opposite to that, for example, if patient has consumed raw honey, right, or let us say contaminated food, whatever it is, so because of this Clostridium botulinum went into his body, right? So this time the patient will have a paralysis called as flaccid paralysis. So spastic paralysis means the body is contracted like this. Flaccid paralysis means the body is very weak, he can't even raise his hand. Okay, so that is called as flaccid paralysis. So here in this case, in myelomeningocele, what do you see? You see flaccid paralysis. So how do you diagnose this? Before the delivery itself, you can diagnose the mother by doing ultrasonography. Okay, so apart from, if you don't find anything in ultrasonography, you can do amniotic fluid analysis. Amniotic fluid analysis. You can do amniotic fluid analysis. Now, in the amniotic fluid analysis, what are you searching for? You are searching for alpha fetoprotein. Okay, usually the alpha fetoprotein level will be too high. Okay, so because of this increased alpha fetoprotein, you can diagnose that this might be some kind of neural tube defect. Okay, so this is one of the very important thing which you have to keep in your mind. Now we shall discuss how the CSF is formed, the cerebrospinal fluid is formed. At the same time, how does it move within the subarachnoid space? Okay, and finally, where does it go? We'll look at the pathway of the cerebrospinal fluid flow. Okay, so first of all, look at this particular picture which I have drawn over here. Now, in this particular picture, what are the important things you can see? So, the first important thing which you can see over here is that, see this outermost layer, whatever is there, this outermost layer, whatever is there, this is called as your dura mater. Okay, the outermost layer is called as your dura mater. Now, after this dura mater, the next important thing, just beneath the dura mater, whatever this yellow color space you have got, this is called as subdural space. Subdural space. Next, beneath that, this pink color layer what you have here is called as your arachnoid matter. Okay, this is your arachnoid matter. Now, beneath that arachnoid matter, whatever this blue color space you have got, this is called as subarachnoid space. Subarachnoid space. And finally, this red color layer over here is called as your pia mater. So, all of you know that we have got dura mater, subdural space, arachnoid matter, subarachnoid space, and finally pia mater. Outside the dura mater also we have got a space called extradural space. Okay, extradural space or epidural space. Right, whatever it is, if you look at subarachnoid space over here, this blue color thing whatever is there which I have drawn here, this is your subarachnoid space. And with this subarachnoid space is having some projections, finger-like projections, right? These finger-like projections are called as subarachnoid granulations. Okay, what are these finger-like projections called? These are called as subarachnoid granulations. Subarachnoid granulations. And where are these subarachnoid granulations projecting into? These subarachnoid granulations are projecting into this particular sinus over here. This is called as dural venous sinus. Dural venous sinus. So this sinus over here is called as dural venous sinus. Okay, so let me highlight this particular sinus over here. Yeah, you see this particular sinus, right? So this sinus over here is called as your dural venous sinus. Yeah, this sinus over here is called dural venous sinus. Now, and these are your ventricles. All of you know that we have already discussed in the starting that this is your first ventricle, this is your second ventricle. Okay, now both the ventricles with the help of foramen of Monro, right? You should know that this part is called as foramen of Monro. Foramen of Monro. So with the help of foramen of Monro, they are entering into your third ventricle. From the third ventricle, with the help of aqueduct of Sylvius. So this is called as cerebral aqueduct or aqueduct of Sylvius. Cerebral aqueduct or aqueduct of Sylvius. It is entering into your fourth ventricle. Okay, and fourth ventricle continues down into the spinal canal. So whatever you have got with the green here, okay, is all CSF. So this is all CSF over here. So what is all this? This is all CSF. Then what is with the blue over here? The blue color thing over here in the subarachnoid space is also CSF. Okay, then how do both these CSFs usually meet? First of all, we should know from where is CSF produced. Okay, now before I tell you the detailed things, you have to know one thing, that here lining your ventricles, these are your ventricles, lining your ventricles you have got some epithelium like this. You see, lining the ventricles you have got some epithelium. Now these epithelium is having cilia here, and these cells over here which I have drawn just now are called as what? Ependymal cells. So these cells which I have drawn over here are called as ependymal cells. These cells over here are called as ependymal cells. Now next important thing is that Within these ventricles over here, you have got such projections here. These projections over here are called as granulations, right? These are called as choroid plexus. So we have got finger-like projections inside the ventricles. These finger-like projections are called as choroid plexus over here. So here also you have got choroid plexus like this. Here also you have got choroid plexus like this, right? So even choroid plexus is also located in the roof of the fourth ventricle like this. This is a choroid plexus that is located like this. Now, what is the use of this choroid plexus? What is the use of this choroid plexus is that it is with the help of this choroid plexus your CSF is secreted. Who is releasing your CSF? Choroid plexus is the one which is forming and releasing the CSF into the ventricles. So this CSF is completely spreading over in the first ventricle and the second ventricle. Now from here the CSF from both the sides, they meet and they enter into foramen of Monro. From here the CSF enters down all the way into the third ventricle. Okay. In the third ventricle, some additional CSF is released by this choroid plexus. So all this CSF through the cerebral aqueduct, it is entering into the fourth ventricle. Now, in the fourth ventricle also some more additional CSF is released, and overall all this CSF is traveling down all the way to the spinal canal. Now within this fourth ventricle you have got a foramen here, right? So what is the name of this particular foramen over here? This is called as foramen of Lashka. Foramen of Lashka. There is one more foramen on the top called as foramen of Magenta. Okay, we have got foramen of Lashka, foramen of Magenta. So what is happening over here is that through this foramen of Lashka, the CSF whatever is there, slowly it will enter into a subarachnoid space. You see, through the foramen of Lashka, the CSF is entering into a subarachnoid space. Once it enters into the subarachnoid space, and this CSF flows all the way in the subarachnoid space like this. Okay, it flows all the way in the subarachnoid space, and finally with the help of these arachnoid granulations, right, subarachnoid granulations, the CSF enters into a dural venous sinus. So this is the CSF that is present in the dural venous sinus. Now from here where it is going, from here where it is going, from the dural venous sinus, the CSF will now enter into a last sinus called as superior sagittal sinus. Now we shall write down how the CSF flow is happening over here. So the CSF flow, first of all, it starts where? It starts in the choroid plexus. It starts in the choroid plexus. Now from the choroid plexus, the CSF whatever is released, it will now enter into your lateral ventricles. Lateral ventricles are 1 and 2 ventricles. Okay, from there through foramen of Monro, by crossing foramen of Monro, the CSF now it will enter into your third ventricle. Now from the third ventricle with aqueduct of Sylvius or cerebral aqueduct aqueduct, now it will enter into your fourth ventricle. CSF will enter into your fourth ventricle. Okay. Now what is going to happen? Is that from the fourth ventricle, right now the CSF will enter into the subarachnoid space. Okay, CSF is going to enter into subarachnoid space. How? By the foramen of Lashka and Magendie. Foramen Lashka and Magendie. Foramen of Lashka and Magendie, this CSF will enter into the subarachnoid space. Now from the subarachnoid space, what did I tell you? The CSF will enter into subarachnoid granulations. Okay. From the subarachnoid granulations, finally the CSF will be drained into a dural venous sinus. And from there, finally it will enter into a superior sagittal sinus. So it means this is how your CSF is flowing. Okay. Now if there is any kind of obstruction in any of this pathway, that would lead to increase in buildup of pressure. For example, For example, let us say there is excess amount of CSF that is accumulated within the ventricles. By chance, within the ventricles, the level of CSF is too much increased. If the level of CSF is too much increased, this condition you call it as what? Hydrocephalus. Okay, so what is this condition called as hydrocephalus? What do you mean by hydrocephalus? Hydrocephalus is nothing but accumulation of excess CSF in the ventricles. Okay, accumulation. I will tell you how it is accumulated. Accumulation of excess CSF in ventricles. Okay, accumulation of excess CSF in ventricles is called hydrocephalus. Now, remember one thing. For example, let us say there is a tumor. Let us say that here we have got your these cells. What are these cells? Ependymal cells. What are these cells? Ependymal cells. Let us say there is a tumor of ependymal cells. Tumor of ependymal cells is called ependymoma. Now, because of this tumor, the tumor cells are increasing in number like this. So, because of this tumor, what has happened? The lumen, the foramen of Monro, whatever is there, the duct, whatever is there, it has become much narrow. So, when it has become much narrow, now tell me, can the CSF in the first and second ventricle properly drain into the third ventricle? No. So, what will happen? There is buildup of CSF here within the first two ventricles. Now, when there is buildup of CSF within the first two ventricles, can I call this condition as excess accumulation of CSF in the ventricles called hydrocephalus? This is called hydrocephalus. Now, in this hydrocephalus, is the first two ventricles communicating with the third ventricle? No. There is no communication because of a tumor over here. So, first two ventricles are behaving as a separate chamber, and now the next third and fourth are behaving as a separate chamber, right? So, this kind of hydrocephalus is called communicating hydrocephalus or non-communicating hydrocephalus. It is called non-communicating hydrocephalus. So, this hydrocephalus is called as non-communicating hydrocephalus. Okay, so what is non-communicating hydrocephalus? Non-communicating hydrocephalus is a condition where there is obstruction to ventricles. Either it might be because of a tumor, obstruction of ventricles, and this problem is a congenital problem. Okay, this problem is a congenital problem. In the same way, there is another important kind. What is that? Another important thing is that let us say there is no tumor here. There is no tumor, but what is happening is that these choroid plexus, whatever is there, let me write it down. The name of this is your choroid plexus. This choroid plexus, whatever is it, this choroid plexus started releasing excess amount of CSF. Okay, this choroid plexus started releasing excess amount of CSF. Now, when this choroid plexus started releasing excess amount of CSF, obviously within all the ventricles the CSF level will be high, right? And as there is no tumor, you see all the ventricles are communicating with each other, and adding upon that, what is happening? Because of excess work of this choroid plexus, excess CSF is secreted. So, overall the volume of CSF within the ventricles is increased. So, that will also lead to hydrocephalus, right? But this time in this hydrocephalus there is no obstruction, right? There is no obstruction. So, that is why you call it as communicating hydrocephalus. Communicating hydrocephalus. In this communicating hydrocephalus, the main reason is simply because of excess CSF production. By whom? By your choroid plexus. Okay, and by the way, this problem is not congenital, this problem is acquired problem. This problem is what? Acquired problem. So, if you can see at this, these are your normal ventricles 1 and 2, right? Once these ventricles are enlarged, this is how it looks. You see the ventricles from all the sides, they are completely enlarged. Okay, so what is this condition over here? This condition over here is called as hydrocephalus. Now, there is one more condition. Okay, what is that condition? Is that you already know that this is your fourth ventricle, right? So, this is your fourth ventricle. Now, what did I tell you? Fourth ventricle is having some. This is from the inner coronal section. I repeat. So, this is your fourth ventricle, right? Now, if you look at the fourth ventricle, guys, if you look at the fourth ventricle from the side, okay, Okay, not from the side. First let me show it to you like this. So this is your fourth ventricle. Okay, a diamond shaped structure like this. This is your fourth ventricle. Now you know you have got some foramens here. Two foramens. These are called as foramen of Medulla. Okay, the foramen down here is called as foramen of Lashka. Okay, we have got two foramens here, foramen of Medulla as well as your foramen of Lashka like this. Medulla as well as Lashka. Now, what if these foramens are closed? Let us say these foramens are completely closed. Now, if these foramens are closed, within this fourth ventricle, don't you think there is excess CSF? Because right now you cannot drain this CSF into the subarachnoid space. If you cannot drain it, what will happen? There is excess amount of CSF within the fourth ventricle. Now because of this increased pressure within the fourth ventricle, you know what happens? What will happen is that there is a small pouch that is developed. Okay, so let me show it to you from the lateral aspect. Okay, so in the lateral aspect, let us say that this is your central nervous system, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, and down here is your spinal cord. Okay, and here you have got your what? This is your cerebellum over here. Okay, now here I am drawing a ventricle like this. See this particular ventricle which I have drawn just now, right? See this particular ventricle is your fourth ventricle. Let us say all the foramens of the fourth ventricle are closed. If all the foramens of fourth ventricle are closed, what will happen? Just now I told you that there will be increased pressure within the fourth ventricle. Because of this increased pressure, what is going to happen? What is going to happen is that you would actually see a pouch that will be developed like this. You see, there is an out pouch. There is a pouch that will be developed. Obviously, because of excess pressure, the fourth ventricle, some part of the wall will be weakened, and that wall will outpouch like this. Same like in the lower limb we discussed about popliteal fossa, right? You see, because of excess pressure within the synovial cavity, what will happen? The synovial cavity, the layers are outpouched, which would lead to popliteal cyst or Baker's cyst, right? So here also there is outpouching of this. Now because of this outpouch, what will happen is that the developing cerebellum, this cerebellum, it stops developing further. There will be aplasia of the cerebellum or hypoplasia of the cerebellum. Okay, so this outpouch of fourth ventricle, because of this outpouching of fourth ventricle, because of excess pressure within this, within the fourth ventricle, because of closure of all the foramens, right? This cyst or this outpouch, whatever is there, this is called as Blake's pouch. What is this called as? This is called as Blake's pouch. So once again, for the notes purpose, just tell me how is the Blake's pouch formed? Yes, for example, if there is closure of foramen, of fourth ventricle, foramens of fourth ventricle, what are these foramens of fourth ventricle called? One is called as Lashka, another one is called as Medulla. Lashka and Medulla. Because of this closure, what is going to happen? What is going to happen is that there is increased pressure in the fourth ventricle. There is increased pressure in the fourth ventricle. Because of this, there is pouch or cyst that is formed. And that is what is called as your Blake's pouch. So if you can look at this particular picture, this green color highlighted part, whatever is there, this is your fourth ventricle. Okay, this is your fourth ventricle. Now look at this. This is the zoomed in picture of fourth ventricle. Okay, so here actually we have those foramens. If these foramens are closed, what will happen? This fourth ventricle will outpouch in this way. You're getting it? Now look at this. This is a normal MRI scan. In this normal MRI scan, what are the important things you can figure out over here? See here. First important thing is that, see, you see this small cavity here, right? This small cavity over here is called as your fourth ventricle. And by the way, not to forget, this is your midbrain, this is your pons, this is your medulla oblongata. Right? Now look at the same picture down when it will outpouch. You see this? Exactly, there is a complete outpouch, and this is all the CSF over here. Right? Here also you see this. This is a complete outpouch here. Right? And this is all the CSF. Now, can I tell that this particular structure, whichever has been outpouched over here, is called as Blake's pouch? This is called as Blake's pouch. And this deformity which I told you just now, is called as Dandy Walker malformation. What is this? This is called as Dandy Walker So this deformity over here is called as Dandy Walker malformation. Very, very important thing you have to know. Right? Right. After this, the next important thing I want to discuss over here. Next important thing, and very, very important in your radiology point of view, medicine point of view, surgery point of view, very, very important is your hemorrhages. Hemorrhages in the brain. There are different kinds of hemorrhages in your brain. Okay, let us say extradural hemorrhage, right? Subarachnoid hemorrhage, subdural hemorrhage. So these are the different kinds of hemorrhages. So what are these hemorrhages? What arteries or veins damage will lead to these hemorrhages? We will discuss now. Okay, but before that, what I will do is that I'll just draw down the surface of your brain like this. This is only one half of one surface, one half of the brain I have drawn over here, right? So you have to know few important things over here. What are these few important things? See, the first important thing over here is that this particular layer which I am drawing right now over here is called as pia mater. Okay. Now after this pia mater, the next important layer over here is called as your arachnoid matter. What is this? This is called as your arachnoid matter. Right now, next important thing, another layer here you have got over here is called as a dura mater. Okay. Now after this, here you have got this particular cap over here called as skull cap. So this is called as your skull cap. Okay. This particular part over here is called as your skull cap. Okay. Now, what is the outermost layer here? This blue color layer. This outermost layer which you can see over here is called as dura mater. This is called as dura mater. After dura mater, the next important layer which you have over here. The next important layer which you have over here is called as arachnoid mater. Dura mater, and the next layer is called as your arachnoid mater. After that, the innermost layer over here is called as your pia mater. Dura mater, arachnoid mater, as well as pia mater. Okay. Now, important thing is that, what did I tell you? I told you that outside the dura mater, whatever space you have. Okay. So this particular space, whatever you have outside the dura mater is called as extradural space. So this is your extradural space. Next, the space that is located inside over here, inside the dura mater over here is called as what? This is called as your subdural space. What is this space? Subdural space. So we have got extradural space and subdural space. And the last important space which we have, very, very important potential space, is subarachnoid space. Okay, so this one is your subarachnoid space. Now, one by one, very, very important thing you have to know. That, for example, let us say, I am drawing an artery within the extradural space. So you see in the extradural space there is an artery which I have drawn. This artery is called middle meningeal artery. So what is this space over here? This space over here is called as extradural space. Okay. Within this extradural space, the artery which I have over here is middle meningeal artery. Middle meningeal artery. Okay. Now, what will happen whenever there is a trauma to the head? Okay. Whenever there is a head trauma, what can happen is that this middle meningeal artery will rupture. When this middle meningeal artery will rupture, the blood starts leaking in the extradural space. Now, this condition you call it as extradural hematoma. What do you call this as? Extradural hemorrhage or extradural hematoma. Extradural hemorrhage. You simply called as EDH, extradural hemorrhage. Now, because of this EDH, what will happen is that patient will go unconscious for a transient amount of time. Again, he'll get up, he'll start doing his works. Again, immediately he'll go unconscious again. Again, he'll get up, again he'll start doing his works. Again, he'll go unconscious. So, it means patient is going into loss of consciousness for a brief amount of time, and again he is having his own conscious states, right? So this way of getting unconscious, becoming unconscious and again conscious, again unconscious, so this thing is called as lucid interval. This is called as lucid interval. So where do you see lucid interval? You would see in case of extradural hemorrhage. Okay. Next, this is all about your extradural hemorrhage. Next, after that, let us speak here about the subdural space. So this space is subdural space. Now, within the subdural spaces, what do you have? Within this subdural space, you have got very important structures like this. These structures are called as bridging veins. What are these structures located here? These are bridging veins. Bridging veins. And if there is rupture of this bridging veins, that would lead to a condition called SDH, subdural hematoma, subdural hemorrhage. Okay, so mostly this subdural hemorrhage or subdural hematoma is mostly seen in elderly people. Okay, mostly you come across the cases of elderly people, and elderly people, those who are on anticoagulants like varafin. Anticoagulants like varafin. So elderly people, those are on anticoagulants like varafin. Now, for example, if they get a chance to fall down, right, not intentionally, obviously. So if they fall down, right, if they hit their head to the floor or whatever it is, so these bridging veins are more likely to develop as they are using anticoagulants. So obviously there will be no coagulation, so there will be bleeding. So this kind of bleeding over here is called as subdural hematoma. Okay. Now, out of all, the important and the most important bleeding over here is this one, that is your subarachnoid space. So first of all, you have to know subarachnoid space is having CSF. Subarachnoid space is having what? CSF. Okay. Next, you should also know the subarachnoid space is having curve. What is this? Circle of Willis. What is present within the subarachnoid space? There is circle of Willis. That is the blood supply to the base of your brain, right? Now, there are some risk factors. What are these risk factors? Is that, for example, if the patient is having uncontrolled hypertension, or if there is a congenital problem like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or if there is a chromosomal abnormality like Turner's syndrome. Now, in these three cases, these three are the risk factors. In these three cases, what can most commonly happen is that there can be rupture of circle of Willis. When there will be rupture of circle of Willis, what will happen? There will be a lot of blood. There will be a lot of blood that will be drained into this or pooled into this CSF. So right now, normally CSF is not having any RBC. But in this condition, when you do a lumbar puncture, when you puncture L3, L4 segment, right? When you take the lumbar puncture sample, inside the CSF, you will see RBC. There is gross amount of RBC. The CSF is not transparent. It is completely red in color. Okay, why? Because there is sufficient amount of RBC that are located within the CSF. Okay, so a next important thing is that the patient will have a very, very severe headache. Very intense severe headache. Okay, very severe headache. So patient will complain that this is the first time he had such headache in his life, and this headache he will complain it as thunderclap headache. He will complain this headache as a thunderclap headache, very severe headache, right? So he will tell that such headache has never ever occurred in his life, right? So as if someone is banging his head with a rod, with a stick or whatever it is. So he will complain of that severe intensity. Now, why am I telling all these words? Is that these are the words that will be asked in the exams. Okay, like severe headache, thunderclap headache, and yeah, by the way, patient will have very severe vomiting also. Very severe vomiting. Okay, very severe vomiting also. So in that case, you need to think of subarachnoid hemorrhage. Subarachnoid hemorrhage, or simply SAH, subarachnoid hemorrhage or SAH. So the MCQs which will be asked are, they will ask you in extradural, okay, they will ask you that in extradural hemorrhage, right? What artery is damaged over here? They will ask you, you have to mention it as middle meningeal artery. Next in case of, let us say, subdural space, subdural hemorrhage, which veins or which vessels are damaged? That are the bridging veins. Okay, and next important thing is in subarachnoid. Okay, subarachnoid, what is damaged? That is your circle of Willis. So this is the important thing that is damaged over here. So these are the three important MCQs that will be most commonly that will be asked in your exam. Okay, now apart from this, what you need to know is that how do you differentiate EDH? Okay, how do you differentiate EDH from SDH? For example, if I get a CT scan of a patient, right, how will you say this is EDH or this is SDH? Now, what does E stand for? E stand for egg. Okay, so even E stands for egg, E stands for egg, and even the lesion looks like this. What is this? This is what? This is your biconcave or biconvex. This is biconvex shape. Okay, now in the same way, whenever you see a patient of SDH, so you can write S as C. So what you will see is that the shape will be like this, semi-lunar shape. Okay, semi-lunar or banana shape. So that is your SDH. So let us just practice these things. Now tell me, what is this, EDH or SDH? What would be this? Yes, this is what? EDH, extradural hemorrhage. This is also EDH. Okay, and down here what will be this? This is your SDH. Again, this is also your SDH. Okay, you see this? You see this shape? This is your SDH, and this is your egg shape over here, right? Egg shape over here. So this is your EDH. Now again, what are all these? This is all your EDH. This is all your EDH. This is also your EDH. Okay, and let us look at this. Yeah, again, this is your EDH, right? You see this? And again, this is semi-lunar shape. This is your SDH. Clear? So, and some more examples. Again, this is SDH. This is also SDH. So, these are few important examples which you need to know. So, now we shall be discussing regarding the cerebral hemispheres. Okay, a topic of discussion would be regarding cerebral hemispheres. Now, regarding these cerebral hemispheres, what are the important things you can figure it out over here? So, regarding these cerebral hemispheres, so let me draw it here. Let us start from the basics of the cerebral hemisphere. Now, this is your cortex, okay? And by the way, again I am telling you, so that you have got two different parts of the cortex, right? So, let us say this is your cerebral cortex. Now, whatever surface you can see on the top, left and right, this is called as the superolateral surface, okay? Now, if I am dividing the two cerebral hemispheres, if I am turning the medial side to you, this is your medial surface. We have got what? Superolateral surface and we have got medial surface, okay? So, this surface over here is called superolateral surface. Now, on the superolateral surface here, you have got a sulcus like this. This sulcus over here you can see here, this is called as your lateral sulcus, okay? Lateral sulcus, or you can call it as Sylvian fissure, okay? You can call this as lateral sulcus or Sylvian fissure. Now, let us say that if I am drawing a line over here, okay, I'll explain you in detail about each and everything later on, but till here, right? So let me draw one more line over here, right? So now I have entirely divided the cerebral cortex into few layers, okay? So for example, this particular lobe over here which you can see is called as frontal lobe. This is called as your frontal lobe, okay? And this entire lobe over here is called as your parietal lobe, okay? This is your frontal and this is your parietal lobe. And this lobe over here is called as your temporal lobe, okay? This is called as temporal lobe. Temporal lobe, and this is called as occipital lobe. So one you have got is a frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe as well as occipital lobe. Now you see a sulcus here. You see this particular sulcus which is dividing the parietal lobe from the occipital lobe. This sulcus is called as parieto-occipital sulcus. Parieto-occipital sulcus. This sulcus over here is called parieto-occipital sulcus. Now, What is this lobe here? This is called as pre-occipital lobe. Now just in front of the occipital lobe, you see a notch over here, this notch in front of occipital lobe. This notch is called as pre-occipital notch. This notch is called as pre-occipital notch. So we have got occipital lobe, and in front of the occipital lobe you see a notch, a depression, that is called as pre-occipital notch. Now what is our plan of discussion here is that first we will draw and discuss all the gyri and sulci. Okay, we have got gyri and sulci, right? We will first draw and discuss all the gyri and sulci located on the supralateral surface. Then we shall discuss the gyri and sulci located on the medial surface. Then gyri and sulci located on the base of the brain. Okay, so we are covering the complete supralateral surface and medial surface gyri as well as sulci. Now, first of all, these gyri and sulci are really easy to understand, but you need to pay little bit attention to make these things clear over here. So look here, again I am drawing the same picture. Let us say this is your lobe over here, right? So again, what is this notch over here? This notch is called as pre-occipital notch. Okay, and now what I am telling you is that you see this stem over here, this black color stem. This is called as stem of lateral sulcus. What is this? This is called stem of lateral sulcus. Now this stem of lateral sulcus gives three branches. See here, one branch going on to the back. This is called as posterior ramus. Okay. Now another branch that is in the front. This is called anterior ramus. So lateral sulcus is having how many rami? Posterior rami and anterior rami. Anterior rami is again divided into two. One going horizontally forward and one ascending upward like this. What are these two? See here once again. What are these two? See once again here. This part is called as a stem of the lateral sulcus. Okay, stem of the lateral sulcus is divided into three parts. One is called as a posterior sulcus. Okay, this is called as your posterior rami. What is this called? Posterior rami. Next, after that, you have got this entire part as anterior ramus. In anterior ramus, what do you have? You have got this anterior horizontal ramus, anterior ascending ramus. Okay, posterior, anterior ascending, anterior horizontal. All these rami together form the lateral sulcus. Okay, right, whatever it is, we'll discuss about this in much more detail. But for now, what you need to know is that if I am drawing a line exactly in the center, if I am drawing a line exactly in the center, this is called as central sulcus. What kind of sulcus you call this as? This is called as central sulcus. Okay, in front of the central sulcus, if I am drawing one more line like this, this is called pre-central sulcus. Next, I am drawing one more line back of the central sulcus. This is called post-central sulcus. So, how many central sulcus we have got? One central sulcus, one pre-central sulcus, one post-central sulcus. Okay. So, what is this one called as? This is called as pre-central sulcus. This is called as post-central sulcus. Pre-central sulcus and post-central sulcus. Next important thing is that here we have got some more sulci. You have to understand here what are these sulci here. See here, let me use another color. Yeah, see and by the way, just tell me the lobes here. This is called as your frontal lobe, right? This is called as your temporal parietal lobe. This is called as your temporal lobe, and this is called as your occipital lobe, right? All these lobes, you know it, right? Now let me draw the sulcus in the front over here. See, there is one sulcus which I am drawing in the front, and there is another sulcus which I am drawing over here. One sulcus in the front and another sulcus down here. So this sulcus which I am drawing over here is called superior frontal sulcus. Below that, that is called as inferior frontal sulcus. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. So this is called as superior frontal sulcus, right? And this one over here is called as inferior frontal sulcus. Superior frontal sulcus and inferior frontal sulcus. In the same way, we have got two more sulci. Okay, we have got two more sulci in the temporal region. See here, this is one sulcus up, this is one sulcus down. Now tell me what will be the names of these sulcus. This sulcus is called as superior temporal sulcus, and this one over here is called as inferior temporal sulcus. Inferior temporal sulcus, superior temporal and inferior temporal sulcus. Okay, now I'm drawing one more sulcus over here exactly in the parietal region like this. So this is one sulcus which I'm drawing here. All of you know that this is your parietal region. In the parietal region I have drawn only one sulcus, that is entering into the parietal region, crossing the parietal region like this. So this is called intraparietal sulcus. So what sulcus this would be called as? This would be called as intraparietal sulcus. Intraparietal sulcus. Okay, that is called as intraparietal sulcus. And lastly, not to forget that you see a sulcus here, right? You see a sulcus over here that is separating your what? Separating your parietal from the occipital like this. So this particular sulcus over here is called parieto-occipital sulcus. What is this sulcus called? Parieto-occipital sulcus. What is this sulcus called? This is called as parieto-occipital sulcus, right? Now, because of this sulci, what are formed? Gyri are formed. Okay, what are the different gyrus we have got? See, here there is one important gyrus you can see, right? So this gyrus is located in front of the central sulcus. So can I call it as precentral gyrus? Now what will be this particular gyrus which is located back of the central sulcus? This is called post-central gyrus. So we have got two gyri over here. One is called as precentral gyrus, and this one is called as post-central gyrus. So we have got two gyrus over here. One is called precentral gyrus, another one is called post-central gyrus. Next important thing is that here I am drawing one gyrus. Tell me what is the name of this gyrus. See, completely I am drawing three gyruses over here. Okay, so tell me what is the name of these three important gyruses over here. Yeah, so what will be the name here? See here, this is a frontal region. In the frontal region we have got, this is called as superior frontal gyrus, this is called as middle frontal gyrus, this is called as inferior frontal gyrus. Superior frontal, middle frontal and inferior frontal gyrus. Okay, now when it comes to the temporal lobe, I told you two sulci, superior temporal sulcus, inferior temporal sulcus. But how many gyri? Three gyri are over here. So what are these gyri? See, this is one gyrus over here, right? So what will be the name of this gyrus? And what will be the name of the second gyrus over here? And tell me what will be the name of third gyrus over here. Yeah, so this gyrus over here which you can see is called as superior temporal gyrus. Okay, here we have got middle temporal gyrus and this is called as inferior temporal gyrus. So three gyrus: superior temporal, middle temporal and inferior temporal. Now next what we are focusing on? We are focusing on the intraparietal sulcus. In this intraparietal sulcus also we have got two important gyri. See, one gyrus on the top here, okay, one gyrus on the bottom. So how many gyri totally? We have got two gyri here. One gyri on the top, one gyri on the bottom. So what will be on the top? Superior. What is this lobe? Parietal lobe. So superior parietal gyrus. Superior parietal gyrus, and this will be inferior parietal gyrus. Superior parietal and inferior parietal gyrus. So these are the most important gyri and sulci which you need to know. Apart from that, there is one more gyri and sulci which I will tell you. But before that, remember the mnemonic ASAP. What is ASAP? Why do we use this ASAP in our day-to-day language? ASAP in the sense as soon as possible, right? So what I am trying to tell you is that there is an very important gyrus, okay? There is a very important gyrus surrounding this central sulcus. This is central sulcus, right? Surrounding this central sulcus, there is a very important gyrus by name A. In ASAP, the first letter is A. Next, there is a very important gyrus that is, let us say, that is surrounding this lateral sulcus. You see this lateral sulcus? Surrounding this lateral sulcus, there is a very important gyrus like this. Now this gyrus starts with the name S, AS, AS, and next there is one more gyrus over here, that is surrounding what? Superior temporal sulcus, and this is called as name ASA, and finally we have got the last one ASAP. Okay, so these gyri and sulci are very important. So right now I will write down the names of these gyri and sulci. Okay, let us remember them. Right. So what are these gyri and what are these gyri over here? So first important thing, that this particular gyrus is, okay, let me use a short ink. Yeah, so this particular gyrus over here is by the name A, this is by the name S, this is by the name again A, and this is by the name ASAP. What does A stand for? A stands for arched gyrus. What is this? This is arched gyrus. S stands for supramarginal gyrus. Supramarginal gyrus. A stands for angular gyrus. A stands for angular gyrus, and P stands for posterior parietal gyrus. Posterior parietal gyrus. So what is the mnemonic over here? ASAP. Okay, you should know where is arched gyrus present. It is arching what? It is arching your central sulcus. Where is supramarginal gyrus present? That is present around your lateral sulcus. And by the way, not to forget that this is your lateral sulcus. And where is angular gyrus present? That is arching what? Your superior temporal sulcus. And where is posterior parietal gyrus present? That is arching your inferior temporal sulcus. Okay, so these are the important things. Apart from this, if you come to the okay, let us go back to the occipital region later on. So apart from this, here you have got three important things. What did I tell you? This one is called as posterior rami. This is called as anterior ascending, anterior horizontal. Right? So here there are three important things. So here there is a yellow color gyrus, which I am drawing over here. You see, there is an yellow color gyrus over here. In the same way, there is, let us say, there is a blue color gyrus over here. Okay, there is a blue color gyrus, and finally there is a green color gyrus over here. Now let us look at the names of these gyrus. Okay, so first yellow color, blue color gyrus, and finally we have got the green color gyrus over here. Now what is the name of this yellow color gyrus? This is called as pars orbitalis. What is this called? Pars orbitalis. This is called as pars orbitalis. Next we have got another one called as pars triangularis. This is called pars triangularis. Okay, pars triangularis. Third one is called pars opercularis. What is this? Pars opercularis. So pars triangularis and pars opercularis. And you know what is the importance of this? All these three together are called as opercula. All these three important things are called as opercula, and this forms your Broca's area. This is your Broca's area. And what is your Broca's area? It is a sensory area or a motor area? It is a motor speech area. Motor speech area. So Broca's area is having how many gyri? Three important gyrus, right? What are they? Pars orbitalis, pars triangularis, and pars opercularis. Okay, so you can remember by the mnemonic OTP. Okay, so O, T and P, OTP. Okay, right. So these are the important things which you can see. Now lastly we will discuss about the occipital lobe. In this occipital lobe I want to draw one sulcus over here. You see, this particular sulcus which I am drawing over here is called calcarine sulcus. What is this? Calcarine sulcus. Okay, I will write these names later on. This is called calcarine sulcus. Above the calcarine sulcus, I have got a semi-lunar shaped sulcus, half moon shaped sulcus called as a lunate sulcus. What is this? Lunate sulcus. Okay. Next, on one end of lunate sulcus there is a cap. On the other end of lunate sulcus also there is a cap. What are these two caps? One is called as upper polar sulcus, another lower one is called lower polar sulcus. Upper polar and lower polar. In the occipital region, there is a sulcus transversely located. This is called as transverse occipital sulcus. So the names are very, very easy over here. So what are these names? So this one over here is called as calcarine sulcus. Calcarine sulcus. And this one over here is called as lunate sulcus. Okay. And this is called as upper polar sulcus. Then this will be called as lower polar sulcus, upper polar sulcus, lower polar sulcus, and this one over here is called as transverse sulcus, occipital sulcus, transverse occipital sulcus, transverse occipital sulcus. Okay, so these are the important sulcus and gyri. So guys, once again, just let's fastly recap over here. We discussed the gyrus, that is located, sulcus located in the center, central sulcus. Before that, precentral. After that, post-central. Okay, frontal lobe, two sulci are there. What are they? Superior frontal, inferior frontal. Temporal lobe, two sulci, superior temporal, inferior temporal. Parietal lobe, only one sulcus, so intraparietal. Okay, coming to gyri. So in front of the central sulcus, pre. Back of the central sulcus, post. Coming to the frontal here, three. Superior frontal gyrus, middle frontal gyrus, and inferior frontal gyrus. Coming to the temporal here, superior temporal gyrus, middle temporal gyrus, and inferior temporal gyrus. Okay. Coming to the parietal here, superior parietal gyrus and inferior parietal gyrus. Okay. These are the important things. Next, we have got four important gyrus over here. So what is this? ASAP, ASAP, right? A stands for what? This is your arched gyrus. S stands for what? Supramarginal gyrus. A stands for angular. P stands for posterior parietal gyrus. So these are the important things, right? So let us look about the motor area. What did I tell you? The motor area, the motor speech area is your Broca's area, right? Where is it located? Posterior part of inferior frontal gyrus. So where is your inferior frontal gyrus? This is your inferior frontal gyrus. If I divide the inferior frontal gyrus into two halves, three halves, this is called anterior half, middle half, posterior half. So exactly here you have got, I have to draw this particular picture over here. So exactly the posterior part of inferior frontal gyrus, there will be Broca's area. Next, posterior part of superior temporal gyrus. So superior temporal gyrus, again anterior part, middle part, posterior part. It means exactly here, right? Exactly here. This is called as Wernicke's area. Posterior part of superior temporal gyrus is called Wernicke's area. And if you remember, connecting Broca's area and Wernicke's area, there are arch-shaped fibers. These are called as arcuate fasciculus. I told in the starting, right? So what is the area number here? 44, 45. You have to remember these numbers. These are area 22, 39 and 40. And remember one thing, the complete gyri, sulci, the lateral sulcus, all the sulci whatever are there in all the lobes, all the gyri whatever are there in all the lobes, everything, by which week will it be developed? It will be developed completely by 40 weeks. Okay, by 40 weeks. Okay. But lateral sulcus starts developing from 28 weeks only. You see, slowly the lateral sulcus is developing over here. You can see, right? So, but by 40 weeks, everything will be developed. So that is all you need to remember here. This is from the Snell's anatomy, Snell's neuroanatomy textbook. I have put this picture over here, right? So this is what you have to remember regarding that. Clear? Now, next, regarding this, I just wanted to discuss regarding the lateral sulcus in much more detail. So in lateral sulcus, we even have to know about how much centimeters is each limb. Okay, so I hope you know this part over here, but again let me discuss this. Right, so in this lateral sulcus, what did I tell you? This is your posterior ramus, right? This is your anterior ascending ramus, this is your anterior horizontal ramus, right? You know, I told you there is orbicularis, there is orbitalis, there is opercula, these three things, right? Now let me write down the names of this, because I did not write the names of these anyway, right? So this part over here is called as your posterior ramus, and this part over here is your anterior ramus, but anterior ascending ramus, and this one over here is called as your anterior horizontal ramus. Anterior horizontal ramus. Okay, now you know how much is posterior ramus? Posterior ramus is about 7 centimeters. In the same way, anterior ascending ramus, you know how much is this? It is around 2.5 centimeters. And anterior horizontal ramus is also 2.5 centimeters. And not to forget that this part over here is called as a stem of lateral sulcus. So right now we were discussing about lateral sulcus or Sylvian fissure. Lateral sulcus or Sylvian fissure. Okay. So so if you look at this, this is your lateral sulcus, guys. Okay, you see this sulcus over here. This is your lateral sulcus over here. Now in this lateral sulcus, you can appreciate over here that there is a sulcus that is going up. This is your ascending, and this is your horizontal one. Okay, so these are the important things over here. Okay, now apart from this particular thing, so again these are the same things which I have put over here in a real image here. So when you open the lateral sulcus inside you will see these are the structures, which is not that important now, but and this is the same picture again. I have already explained it here. So I think this is the same picture here. So let me put up another important thing over here. Okay, so what is this important thing is that we have discussed all the gyri and sulci on the supralateral surface. What did I tell you? I will discuss gyri and sulci on the medial surface, then the inferior surface. Now we are done with supralateral surface. We are now going on with the medial surface over here. Okay. Now when in the starting I told you, if I have to draw the medial surface, I have to draw corpus callosum, right? So that is what differentiates the supralateral from the medial surface, right? So this is your frontal lobe. Right. Now here, where is your corpus callosum? See this part which I am drawing in the center, right? So this is your corpus callosum. Now this particular corpus callosum over here, is having few important parts. What are those few important parts? See, this part over here is called as a genu of corpus callosum. Okay, genu of corpus callosum. This part over here is called as a splenium of corpus callosum. Next, this part over here, you see this is called as a body of corpus callosum. Okay, I think these things we have discussed in the starting itself, right? So I'm just framing up these things so that I have to tell you the additional structures that are present on this. Okay, so what are this? This is called genu. One is called as splenium, right? One is called as splenium, and the other one. So let me make a copy of this picture so that next when I'm drawing another picture, it won't take much time. So this part over here is called as a genu of corpus callosum, and this part over here is called as a splenium of corpus callosum, genu and splenium. Okay, and this part over here is called as a body of corpus callosum. You also remember the forceps, anterior forceps minor, forceps major, right? Now important thing is that below this genu, we have got this particular structure over here. This particular structure over here is called as a rostrum. What is this called? A rostrum. This is called as rostrum. And just beneath the rostrum, we have got a commissure. You remember commissures we discussed, habenular commissure, anterior posterior commissure. So this commissure over here is called as your anterior commissure. Anterior commissure. This is called as anterior commissure. Next, just beneath the anterior commissure, you have got another important structure. This particular structure over here is called as lamina terminalis. What do you call this particular structure as? This is called as lamina terminalis. This particular structure over here is called as lamina terminalis. Okay. Next important thing is here down here, let me draw another important thing. You see this particular structure which I am drawing down here, that is extending all the way from the rostrum genu all the way back to the splenium. This is called as fornix. Okay, what is this called? This one over here is called as your fornix. This is called as fornix. Apart from fornix, one last important thing I want to tell you over here is that, see, here you have got a network like thing, right? So this particular network like thing over here is called as septum pellucidum. Actually, this is a septum pellucidum that is attached all over your corpus callosum, all over your corpus callosum. From the side you cannot see it basically, but I'll draw it in another angle and later on I'll show it to you. So what are the important things which you can see here? Fornix, splenium, body, genu, rostrum, anterior commission and lamina terminalis. This is from which surface? This is your medial surface. Medial surface. So we are done with supralateral surface, now medial surface. Now what I am telling you is, I will show what are the gyri and sulci that are located over here. Okay, so what are the different kinds of gyri and sulci we have got in the medial surface is very important. So let me enlarge this picture over here. Okay, and let me compress this so that I have to draw. Right, now all of you look here. Now important thing is, let us say this is your supralateral surface, right? On the supralateral surface here we have drawn gyri, sulci. This is a frontal lobe, this is occipital lobe. First sulcus I have drawn is in the center like this. I've told you the sulcus which I am drawing in the center is called central sulcus. You remember that, right? So this is a central sulcus which I have drawn over here. This is a central sulcus. Now actually what I am telling is, this central sulcus is on the supralateral surface and this central sulcus will extend here into the medial surface also. Okay, so it is coming from the supralateral surface like this and a little part it is extending into the medial surface also. So it means it is in the supralateral surface here and it will go back, and it will come on to this side over here. It will come on to this side like this, little part like this. Okay, so this little part over here is called as your central sulcus. So this is called as your central sulcus. So this is called as your central sulcus. Okay, this is your central sulcus. Next important thing is, let us guys put down all the important structures here which we were discussing previously. Tell me, what is this particular structure over here? This is called as your rostrum, right? Beneath the rostrum, what did I tell you? I told you you have got anterior commissure. This is your anterior commissure. Beneath the anterior commissure, what do you have again? Again you have got this part is called as, what is this? Lamina terminalis. And where is your fornix located? So between the genu and between the splenium you have got this particular part called as fornix, right? And what is this C-shaped structure completely called as corpus callosum. Now exactly surrounding this corpus callosum, like this, you have got a sulcus. You see, surrounding this corpus callosum you see a sulcus over here. This sulcus is called as callosal sulcus. What is this sulcus called? Callosal sulcus. So this particular sulcus that is surrounding is called as callosal sulcus. Surrounding your corpus callosum is called callosal sulcus. Next important sulcus which I am drawing over here is this one. Look here, this sulcus also starts all the way from here, right? All the way here, and this sulcus continues, and finally this sulcus takes a turn like this. Okay, you know what is the name of this sulcus? This is called cingulate sulcus. Okay, so this particular sulcus over here is your cingulate sulcus. So on the medial side, two sulci we have discussed. One is called as callosal sulcus, another one is called as cingulate sulcus. Okay, and what is this part called as splenium? Above the splenium also have got a sulcus like this. Okay, above the splenium over here I have got a sulcus in this way, and this sulcus is called as suprasplenial sulcus. Anything above is called supra, you know that. So this sulcus over here is called as suprasplenial sulcus. Okay, what is this sulcus? Suprasplenial sulcus. Done. Next, let us go on to the occipital side. In the occipital side, I have already told you this thing that see, one side I am getting a sulcus. This sulcus is dividing your parietal region to the occipital region. What is this? Parieto-occipital sulcus. And down here I have got one more sulcus. I told you. What is this called as? This is called as, yes, calcarine sulcus. So what is this sulcus completely? This sulcus is called as parieto-occipital sulcus. See, this is called parieto-occipital sulcus, and this sulcus over here is called as calcarine sulcus. Calcarine sulcus. Parieto-occipital as well as calcarine sulcus. And by the way, not to forget, this is your frontal pole, this is your temporal pole, this is your parietal pole, this is your OP, that is your occipital pole. Actually guys, parieto-occipital sulcus or calcarine sulcus के बीच में, in between both of them, there is one more sulcus which you cannot see here like this. Okay, so actually let me draw that thing over here. Normally, this is your sulci gyri. These are the structures. See, this part over here is called as your sulcus, and this part over here is called as your gyri. Okay, gyrus, sulci and gyrus. Now, what I am trying to tell you is that, see here. Now, this gyrus which I am drawing right now, look here how this gyrus is. Now, look at this particular gyrus, very important. See here, let us say this is one gyrus, this is a second gyrus, this is a third gyrus, right? Now, in between these gyruses, you have got sulci. So, this is one sulcus, this is one sulcus. What is the name of this sulcus? This is called as parieto-occipital sulcus. Parieto-occipital sulcus. Okay, after parieto-occipital, what is this? Calcarine sulcus. See here, this is called as calcarine sulcus. Calcarine sulcus. Okay, now can I tell you like this? That parieto-occipital sulcus, this parieto-occipital sulcus and calcarine sulcus, near to that whatever gyri are there, gyri number 1 and gyri number 3, these both gyri are completely covering gyrus number 2. Yes or no? On either sides of gyrus number 2, we have got parieto-occipital sulcus, calcarine sulcus. We have got gyri called as gyri number 1, gyri number 3. These two gyri are completely covering gyrus number 2, right? So this gyrus number 2 is given a name called as, what is this name? Cuneate gyrus. Cuneate gyrus. So where is cuneate gyrus? Normally, can you see cuneate gyrus? No, cuneate gyrus is buried in between what? Parieto-occipital sulcus and calcarine sulcus. So here somewhere we will have cuneate gyrus in this particular picture, but we cannot see it because it is buried. Next, another important sulcus which I wanted to draw over here. This is parallel to the above line, right? So anything parallel, can I call it as collateral, right? So this sulcus is called as collateral sulcus. Collateral sulcus. What is this sulcus called? Collateral sulcus. Next, if I am drawing another sulcus in the shape of U, like this, U, okay, U stands for what? U stands for uncus. What does U stand for? Uncus. So can I call this particular sulcus as uncus? Uncus is what? U-shaped, or can I call it as hook-shaped sulcus? Hook-shaped sulcus or U-shaped sulcus. U-shaped sulcus or hook-shaped sulcus is your uncus, right? Now, these are the important sulci which we have, and now we will draw the gyri. So, first important thing is, a corpus callosum. Surrounding corpus callosum, this particular sulcus which I have over here is callosal sulcus. Next, this particular sulcus is called cingulate sulcus. This is splenium. Above the splenium, what is this? Suprasplenium. Done. Parieto-occipital calcarine. And this is collateral, this is U-shaped called as uncus. That's it, right? Now let us look at the gyri which we have over here. The first important thing is that, see, now I am drawing a gyrus. This is the gyrus that is present between what, or let us say that is present below, majorly that is present below. Tell me, majorly that is present below what? See, Is this sulcus major or this sulcus major? So majorly it is present below cingulate sulcus. So this entire gyrus is called as cingulate gyrus. So what is this entire gyrus called as? This is called as cingulate gyrus. So this entire gyrus is called as cingulate gyrus. Okay. Next important thing is that there is another gyrus that is located exactly. There is another gyrus that is located exactly surrounding your central sulcus. On the supralateral surface surrounding your central sulcus, the gyrus which was located here was called as what? Arched gyrus, right? Now the gyrus that is located surrounding this is not called as arched gyrus. This is called as what? Paracentral gyrus, because it is present on either sides of the central sulcus, right? So you are calling it as paracentral gyrus. Okay. Next important thing is that here you have got one more gyrus here, right? So what is this particular gyrus? First of all, tell me this gyrus is present in which lobe? Yes, this gyrus is present in the frontal lobe. And tell me which, so this will be called as a frontal gyrus. Which surface is this? Supralateral or medial? Medial. So this gyrus is medial frontal gyrus. What is this? Medial frontal gyrus. Next important thing is that because of parieto-occipital and calcarine, you see a gyrus here. Because of parieto-occipital and calcarine, you see a gyrus here. This particular gyrus over here is called as cuneus. This is called as cuneus. Anything before cuneus is called precuneus. Anything before cuneus is called precuneus. So let me say that this particular part over here is called as what? Precuneus. Precuneus gyrus. Okay, let me write it as precuneus gyrus, and this is your cuneus gyrus. Okay, and this part over here looks like a tongue. Okay, if it is looking like a tongue, this is called as lingual gyrus. This is called lingual gyrus. What is this called? Lingual gyrus. Okay, now next important thing is that here one very important thing you have to know, that within this uncus, right? So here you have got a gyrus over here. You see this gyrus over here? So this particular gyrus which you have over here, right? Actually this is called uncus. I have mistaken with this part over here. So just look here. This part, this gyrus is called as uncus. Okay, this gyrus is called uncus. So this is hook shaped gyrus. Hook shaped gyrus. Then what is this blue color line called as? This blue color line called as sulcus. The name of the sulcus is rhinal sulcus. Rhinal sulcus. So previously I mischanged it, right? So now I am correcting myself, telling you that this blue color sulcus which you have is called rhinal sulcus. Inside that the gyrus which you have is U-shaped, and that is called uncus. Okay, clear? Right. Now next important thing. What is the next important thing? Here I have got one more gyrus over here. Okay, so what is this gyrus? See, this gyrus is located just beneath your fornix. Okay, so actually guys, I know this is boring, but I don't think so you would find much more easier way of understanding the pictures and all. So even while you're studying textbook also, these pictures will be very useful. So that is why I tell all the time to practice these pictures. Okay, so in the textbook and all, the pictures will be much more difficult to understand, to analyze the things. So this is much broader way of drawing down and explaining the pictures over here. Okay, so I know it's boring, but once, twice, if you just draw these pictures and practice, it will be easy. Okay, so if you are listening for the first time, it will be really boring, right? So look at this. What is this particular gyrus over here? See, this particular gyrus is called as parahippocampal gyrus. Parahippocampal gyrus. Parahippocampal gyrus. Okay, just behind your parahippocampal gyrus, you've got a small gyrus with the blue color. Okay, this small blue color gyrus which you have over here is called isthmus. What is this called over here is isthmus. That's it. We are done with all the gyri and sulci that are located on the medial surface. Okay, so what did we discuss, guys? We discussed about the sulci. You know, gyri are very easy, guys. See, look here. This is called as cingulate sulcus. Uske niche cingulate gyrus. Here we have got cuneus. Cuneus के सामने precuneus. Okay. Next we have got rhinus. So you have seen a rhino having a very big nose like this. Not a nose. I think that is a very big horn which it has. So that is a rhino. Rhino having a horn like this called as rhinal sulcus. Within that the gyrus is U-shaped, right? So you call it as U-shaped gyrus. Next, what is this? Medial frontal, medial side. This is frontal side, so medial frontal. And why paracentral? Because on either sides of the central side, that is central sulcus, you call it as paracentral, right? So this is all the important things which you see onto the medial side. Hello guys. So now we shall be discussing regarding what are the structures that are present in the base of the brain. Okay, so what are the things we have basically discussed, guys? We discussed first of all what are the gyri and sulci that are located in the supralateral surface. Okay, after that we have discussed what are the gyri and sulci that are located on the medial surface. Along with that we have discussed some structures of the medial surface like corpus callosum and all. Now what we shall do is that we shall discuss now the base of the brain. So this is the brain, right? This is the brain, right? Now this is the supralateral area of the brain. Now when I'm lifting the brain and showing it to you, this is called as a base of the brain, right? So this will be your base of the brain. Okay, so let us discuss what are the structures that are located in the base of the brain. Only then we can discuss what are the gyri and sulci that are present in the base of the brain. Okay, first we have to know what are the structures that are located in the base of the brain, because this would cover up a lot of MCQs for you. Okay, so first important thing regarding the structures that are present in the base of the brain, let me draw the base of the brain first. So this is your base of your brain, right? Now all of you know that here we have got your midbrain. You know that this is your midbrain, right? And here you have got your pons, and down you have got medulla oblongata like this, medulla oblongata, and finally down here you have got your spinal cord. So this is the overall just rough picture of the base of your brain. Okay, now let us see what are the structures that are located down over here. The first important structure is here we have got a bulb like this. Okay, so this particular bulb which you have got over here is called as olfactory bulb. So on both the sides we have got such bulbs like this. These bulbs are called as olfactory bulbs. Okay, now from this olfactory bulb you see a tract that is coming down on both the sides. So this tract which is coming down is called as olfactory tract. Okay, so what are the names over here one by one? This particular structure is called as olfactory bulb. Okay, and by the way we are discussing structures present in the base of the brain. Structures present in the base of the brain. Okay, so first we have got your olfactory bulb. Next we have got your olfactory tract, olfactory bulb and olfactory tract. Okay, next after this olfactory bulb and olfactory tract, down here we have got a very important structure. Okay, so what is this important structure here? This is called as olfactory trigone. Okay, so what is this particular structure called as? This structure is called as olfactory trigone. So we have got olfactory bulb, we have got olfactory tract, and we have got olfactory trigone. Okay, now exactly here in front of this olfactory tract, okay, in front medial to this olfactory tract, we have got these two structures here. This is called as pre-piriform area. Okay, so what is this area called as? This particular structure is called as pre-piriform area. So we have got something called as pre-piriform area and piriform area. These are the parts of rhinencephalon. I will tell you, I will discuss these things later on, but the important thing you need to know is here we have got pre-piriform area. After that, attached to this, down here we have got three important structures like this. What are these three important structures? These three important structures are called as striae, right? So how many striae do we have over here? We have got three important striae. What are these three important striae? So one is called as the medial striae because these two are medially located. These two are called as medial striae. Next, these two striae are laterally located like this. So these are called as lateral striae. And the striae located in the center is called as intermediate striae. So how many striae we have got? Medial striae, lateral striae and intermediate striae. These are the three important striae which we have got over here. Okay, so the striae which we have got over here are, what are these? First of all, these are called as striae. Okay, how many striae we have got over here? Three important striae we have got. What are these three important striae? One is called as lateral striae, another one is called as medial striae, and next we have got intermediate striae. Lateral striae, medial striae and intermediate striae. After that we have got another important thing. What is this important thing? See here, these structures which I'm drawing right now, these three important structures which I'm drawing right now over here, these three important structures over here are called as anterior perforated substance. Okay, so what are these three important structures over here? These three important structures are called anterior perforated substance. Okay, these are called as anterior perforated substance. When I tell anterior perforated substance, there will also be posterior perforated substance. Okay, now the next important structure we have got over here is, you can see that here we have got a structure. These structures over here are called as optic nerve. See, this is right optic nerve, this is left optic nerve. What is happening here? The right optic and left optic nerve, they cross each other. Okay, and finally the resultant whatever we have over here is a optic tract. Okay, so first we have got two optic nerves, and optic nerves join and cross over each other, forming optic tract. So these are called as optic nerve, and this one over here is called as optic tract. Optic nerve and optic tract. Next important thing is the center point which you can see over here. The center point is the place where both the optic nerves are crossing each other, hai na? So this center point over here is called as optic chiasma. This is called as optic chiasma. So what are the structures we have got? We have got optic nerve, we have got optic tract, we have got optic chiasma. Okay, now after that, now behind this we have got another important structure over here, where behind your optic chiasma, this is called as tuber cinereum. What do you call this as? You call this as tuber cinereum. We call this as tuber cinereum. Okay, now after this tuber cinereum, repeat, after this tuber cinereum, back here you have got two very important bodies like this. Okay, back here you have got two important bodies. These two important bodies over here are called as mammillary bodies. Okay, these two important bodies are called as mammillary bodies. Behind the mammillary bodies, we have got another important structure like this. So this structure which is located behind your mammillary bodies is called posterior perforated substance. So there was something called as anterior perforated. Now I am telling you about the posterior perforated substance. We have got anterior perforated substance, we have got posterior perforated substance. Now this anterior perforated substance is supplied by anterior and middle cerebral arteries. Okay, keep that thing in mind. So anterior perforated substance is supplied by anterior and middle cerebral arteries. So what are the structures that are located in the midline, guys? Yes, tell me, what are the structures that are located here? We have got something called as olfactory bulb, right? We have got olfactory tract, we have got olfactory tract, and all these are the structures that are located in the base of the brain. And here what is this? Pre-piriform area. Next, anterior perforated substance, optic chiasma, and we have got what is this? Tuber cinereum. Next we have got, this is called as posterior perforated substance. And remember one thing, if you look at the midbrain, okay, so let me draw this midbrain much more clear here. So if you look at the midbrain, actually this midbrain is actually in this way. So this is your midbrain. Now in the center of the midbrain, what is a duct you have got? You have got a duct called as, we have already talked, this is called as cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct or aqueduct of Sylvius. This is the structure that is present here. Now if I ask you, what are the structures located in the base of the brain? These are all the structures that are located in the base of the brain. If I ask you, what are the structures that are located in the midline of the base of the brain, what will you tell? What are the structures that are forming the midline? Tell me. See, if this is a midline, what are the structures that are touching this midline here? Is the olfactory bulb touching the midline? No. Olfactory tract? No. Olfactory trigone and striae? No. Anterior perforated substance? No. Directly it hits what? Optic chiasma. So to highlight here, optic chiasma forms what? The midline. Okay, midline of the base of the brain. Next, another structure is tuber cinerarium. Okay, tuber cinerarium is the second structure. Now tell me, mammillary bodies, they are in the midline? No. And what is in the midline again? Posterior perforated substance is in the midline. And finally, midbrain is in the midline or cerebral aqueduct. See, midbrain is divided into two halves. See, two halves. This is called as a right crus cerebri. This is called as a left crus of the midbrain. Okay, this is your right crus, left crus. बीच में क्या है? What is in the center? You have got cerebral aqueduct. So cerebral aqueduct. So these structures which I have highlighted here, these are the structures that are present in the midline. Okay, so let us just write, base of the brain is different and the structures that are present in the midline are different. Structures present in the midline. Structures present in the midline. What are the structures that are present in the midline? First we have got optic chiasma. First we have got optic chiasma. After optic chiasma, what do we have got? Tuber cinerarium. We have got tuber cinerarium. Okay. After tuber cinerarium, what do we have got? We have got posterior perforated substance. Okay. We have got posterior perforated substance. And fourth important thing we have got is cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct. So these are the structures that are present in the midline. Okay. Now, if such picture, the 3D animated picture, whatever is there, if they have given it to you, then it will be very easy to identify. But nowadays they are giving you directly this cadaveric image and they are asking you to identify the structures. Okay. So how will you identify the structures? First of all, what are the things that are present over here? One by one we will discuss now. Okay. So first important thing here is that this one. What is this structure over here? Let me use black. What is this particular structure over here? This is called as olfactory bulb. Olfactory bulb. Next, what is this tract over here? This is called as olfactory tract. Olfactory bulb and olfactory tract. And what is this center point over here? This is called as your optic chiasma. Okay, this is your optic chiasma. Okay, now what did I tell you? Behind optic chiasma you have got tuber cinerarium. Here you cannot see tuber cinerarium, but behind this tuber cinerarium, what do you have? Two mammillary bodies, right? So here you can see very clearly, the two mammillary bodies over here, right? So these are the two mammillary bodies. And next important thing I want you to remember here, however I will tell you this thing, but for now what you have to remember is, you see this artery over here, right, on both the sides. This artery over here is called as internal carotid artery, ICA. What is this? Internal carotid artery. And next important thing, here you can see that there is one artery that is going up. Here also there is an artery that is going up. Both the arteries, they join together and form a single artery, you see, right? So what are these arteries that are going up? See, this artery is called as your right vertebral artery. And this artery over here is called as your left vertebral artery. Both the vertebral arteries join together and form a single artery called as basilar artery. We will discuss about it in a minute. Okay, basilar artery. And you see there are some nerves that are coming out, right? So these are the cranial nerves which we will be discussing later on. And by the way, this is your cerebellum. What is this? Cerebellum. And what is this? This is your spinal cord. Okay. So these are the structures that are present in the base of your brain. Okay. These are the structures that are present in the base of your brain. Now, second important thing, after discussing the structures that are present in the base of the brain, now what I will do is that I will discuss what are the gyri and sulci that are located here. So for that we have to draw another picture, similar picture, right? So all of you just look at this. right? So look at this now, and obviously you have got your midbrain over here, right? And the center here, what is this? Cerebral aqueduct. Okay, and I'm not drawing all the things over here, but a few important things you have to know. That here in the orbital region I'm drawing a sulcus like this. Okay, so what is this sulcus which I'm drawing here? This is present in the olfactory region, right? So you call this, I mean, where the olfactory bulb, olfactory tract are there, the sulcus is there. So this sulcus is called as olfactory sulcus. Okay, so what is this sulcus over here? This particular sulcus is called as olfactory sulcus. Okay, this is called as olfactory sulcus. After olfactory, just lateral to olfactory sulcus, you have got one more sulcus like this, and this sulcus is in the form of a H shaped. Okay, so this H shaped sulcus which I am drawing over here, on both the sides it will be there. Okay, this is called as orbital sulci. Orbital sulci is what? H shaped. So orbital sulci is which shaped? Orbital sulci is your H shape. Okay. Next important thing is that you have got one more sulcus over here. Now this sulcus goes all the way from the occipital, and by the way guys, you know that this is your frontal pole because it is frontal lobe, and all of you know that this is your temporal pole because here we have got temporal lobe, and this is your occipital pole. Now if I am drawing a line all the way from the occipital pole to the temporal pole here like this, okay, so what this sulcus should be called as? Occipitotemporal sulcus. Okay, what this sulcus should be called as? Occipitotemporal sulcus. So this one is your occipitotemporal sulcus. Okay, this is your occipitotemporal sulcus. Now next important thing here is that medial to occipitotemporal sulcus, you have got a gyrus over here. See, there is a gyrus. Where is this gyrus located? This gyrus is located medial to occipitotemporal sulcus. Okay, here also you see a gyrus that is located medial to occipitotemporal, and you see another gyrus that is located lateral to this occipitotemporal. So this entire thing is that gyrus. So what is the name of this particular gyrus? And this gyrus, and by the way, not to forget that this gyrus obviously it is present on both the sides. Okay, now what is this gyrus name called as? Yes, see, this gyrus that is present medially to what? Medially to this occipitotemporal sulcus is called as medial occipitotemporal gyrus. What is this? Medial occipitotemporal gyrus. And what will be this one? What will be this one called as? Lateral occipitotemporal gyrus. Okay, so I'm writing it here itself. This is called as lateral occipitotemporal gyrus. Okay, and this one over here is called as medial occipitotemporal gyrus. Lateral occipitotemporal gyrus and medial occipitotemporal gyrus. Okay, and by the way, the next important thing I just wanted to tell you over here is that here you have got, what is this? What is this called as? This is called as your optic chiasma. So this particular structure over here is called as your optic chiasma over here. Okay, and by the way, you know these structures, right? One more important structure I just want to highlight it. Backside here you have got two mammillary bodies. Now end of this optic tract, whatever is there, here you have got a body. This particular body over here is called lateral geniculate body. Okay, it is present on both the sides. Now when I tell lateral geniculate body, medially you will have two more bodies. These two bodies are called as medial geniculate bodies. So here two bodies we have got. This body is called as lateral geniculate body. This is called as lateral geniculate body, and this one is called as medial geniculate body. Okay, lateral geniculate body as well as medial geniculate body. So we have got two important bodies, lateral geniculate and medial geniculate. So these are the gyri and sulci that are present in the base of the brain, and these are the structures that are present in the base of the brain, and these structures are that are present in the midline of the base of the brain. And by the way guys, not to forget that I have shown you that what did I tell you? Fibers connecting one cerebral hemisphere to another cerebral hemisphere is called commissural fibers, right? One of the commissural fibers is corpus callosum, right? So now you can very clearly see that this is your right cerebral hemisphere, left cerebral hemisphere, and this is your corpus callosum. Okay, if you clearly remember, I told you that this entire corpus callosum is divided into what? One is called as rostrum. You remember that? One is called as your rostrum. Then you have got genu. Then the largest part is called body, and last is called splenium. The fibers, you see there are fibers that are coming out of genu. These fibers that are coming out of genu, what are they called as? Forceps minor. You remember? Next, the fibers that are coming here, we discussed, right? Forceps major, and in between this is called as a tapetum, right? So these are the this is the real image over here. Now this is from the lateral aspect, and again nothing to worry. So this part over here is called as what? This is called as your genu. The last part is called as what? That is called as your splenium. The remaining part over here is called as your body or trunk of corpus callosum, right? And by the way, you see this cavity over here. This cavity is the cavity of your fourth ventricle. Okay, this is the cavity of your fourth ventricle. I hope you are clear with these structures over here, right? Right, guys. So now we shall be discussing blood supply to the brain. Okay. So now, guys, we shall be discussing blood supply to the brain. Okay. So blood supply to the base of the brain. Blood supply to the base of the brain. Now remember one thing, when I am discussing this blood supply to the base of the brain, one thing you need to remember that the brain blood supply is mainly done by two different arteries. Okay, it is mainly done by two different arteries, I mean two different systems. Okay, the first system is called as I will explain this, I will draw and explain this. Okay, vertebro-basilar system. First system is called as vertebro-basilar system. Second system is called as internal carotid system. Okay, internal carotid system. So two systems. What are the two systems? One is called vertebro-basilar system, another one is called as internal carotid system. So these two systems, they join together and completely supply the base of the brain. So actually the topic which we are discussing right now is nothing but called as how do you form circle of Willis? How is circle of Willis formed? Okay, so how it is formed? The vertebro-basilar system and the internal carotid system, both of them join together and form circle of Willis. Okay, now let us start from the complete basics. Okay, for you to understand, let us say this is your heart. Okay, this is your heart. Now here let us say you have got your right ventricle and this is called as your left ventricle. Okay, now from your left ventricle, the artery which is coming here, this is called as your aorta, right? Now this aorta is called, here we have got an arch of aorta, and finally we have got the descending aorta like this. This is your descending aorta. Now here two important things you need to understand over here. What are these two important things? Here there are some branches, and on the right hand side also there are some branches. Okay, so for example, the branch that is coming out here is called as brachiocephalic trunk. What is this? BCT. Okay, that is your brachiocephalic trunk. Next, this particular brachiocephalic trunk will further divide. Okay, will further divide into right subclavian. One is called as your right subclavian artery. Another one is called as your common carotid artery. This is your common carotid and this is your right subclavian. This is your right subclavian artery. This is your common carotid artery. But if you look onto the opposite side, you have got one common carotid artery here. This is called as left common carotid artery, and you have got left subclavian artery. They both are separately emerging. These are some of the very basic things which you know. Now what I am telling you is that if you can see here, from the right subclavian artery, you see a branch that is going up. This branch is called as, what is this branch called as? This is called as vertebral artery, right vertebral artery. From the left subclavian artery also you see a branch that is going up. This is called as left vertebral artery. Okay, one we have got is a right vertebral artery, left vertebral artery. Now this right and left vertebral arteries, they both of them join together like this. Okay, right and left vertebral arteries, they both join together to form the main artery called as basilar artery. So if you remember on the cadaveric image of the brain I was teaching you, the right vertebral artery, left vertebral artery joining together to form basilar artery, you remember? So this is called as right vertebral artery and this is called as left vertebral artery. Okay. So what did I tell you here? I told you one system is called as a vertebro-basilar system. Vertebro-basilar system. Okay. So this is your vertebro-basilar system. And another system is called as the internal carotid system that I will teach you later on. Okay. For now, let us discuss about the vertebro-basilar system. Now, what did I tell you? This is the blood supply of the base of the brain. So let me draw the base of the brain over here. Let us say this is your base of the brain, and all of you should know that here, here you have got your midbrain like this, right? This is your midbrain over here, and after that here you have got your pons. Okay, here you have got your medulla oblongata, and down here you have got what? This is your spinal cord. Okay, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, and spinal cord. And let me put this picture a little bit down. Yeah, and remember one thing, that behind the pons and medulla oblongata, what is this? This is called as your cerebellum. Okay, so this part over here is called as your cerebellum. This part over here is called as a cerebellum, right? Now, next important thing. What is the next important thing over here is that, as I already told you, that this part over here is your midbrain. This is your midbrain, this is your pons, this is your medulla oblongata, and this is your spinal cord. Okay. Now, as I already told you that we have got two important branches. What are these two important branches? See, this is called as your right vertebral artery. This is called as your left vertebral artery. Okay. Now, this right and left vertebral artery, they ascend upwards like this. And exactly near the pontomedullary junction, they both join together and form an artery here. This is called as your basilar artery. Okay. Now this basilar artery, what will happen? It will go completely to the extreme and start giving two branches onto the either side. Clear? Now the branches are not yet done. So what we are discussing, the two vertebral, I will label the names later. Okay. So two vertebral arteries, they join together and form a basilar artery, and this basilar artery divided into two arteries. Okay, just beneath these two arteries, there are two more arteries that are given here. Okay, what are these arteries? I will tell you in a minute. Okay, what are these arteries? I will tell you in a minute. Now before that, few more important things you need to know is that this is your pons, and down we have got is your medulla oblongata. Now in the pons, you see an artery that is coming over here. This is called as labyrinthine artery. What is this? Labyrinthine artery. Just above the labyrinthine artery, there are small branches in the pons. These are called as pontine arteries. Okay, what are these? Pontine arteries. Now, after this, there are two more branches I just wanted to draw over here. See, one branch, look here now. One branch supplies to the cerebellum like this. Okay. And another branch supplies to the cerebellum down here. Okay, how many branches are there? There are two branches. One branch supplying to the cerebellum from the top and the other branch supplying to the cerebellum from the bottom. Now, before I tell you the names of all other branches, first I will start telling you the names of this branch. What is this branch over here? And what is this branch? Okay, now, what is this structure? This is your base of the brain, right? For example, if a person is sitting facing towards you, I cut down his skull, right? Now when I remove the skull cap, I see the brain. Now I am lifting the brain. Now when I am lifting the brain, this is the lower surface of the brain. Now I am showing it to you. When I am showing it to you, I am actually showing you the base of the brain. Can I also call that I am actually showing the lower surface or the inferior surface of the brain, right? Now in this inferior surface, now again I am telling you, just pay attention to whatever I am telling you over here. For example, let us say that this is a brain. I have lifted the brain now. Okay. Now this is the frontal lobe of the brain. This is the occipital lobe of the brain. This is the base of the brain. Now I have lifted the base of the brain towards you. When I lifted the base of the brain towards you, again, this is called as a frontal lobe. This is called as a occipital lobe. This is the base of the brain. Now in this base of the brain, there are two arteries, one artery on the top, one artery on the bottom. So what are these two arteries called? Look here now. These two arteries and these two arteries are located where? In the inferior surface of the brain. So these two are called as inferior and they are supplying your cerebellum, so cerebellar arteries. But one artery, one pair of arteries, they are towards the frontal lobe. It means they are anterior. And one pair, they are back, they are posterior towards the occipital lobe. Okay. So what should I write over here? That this particular branch over here is called as anterior inferior cerebellar artery. This is posterior inferior cerebellar artery. So both of them are called as inferior cerebellar arteries, but one is anterior, one is posterior. I hope you understood. Okay, need not to by heart this. Okay, and next important thing, the artery which you can see over here is called as labyrinthine artery. Labyrinthine artery. And these small branches over here are called as pontine arteries. Pontine arteries. Okay. And this basilar artery divided into two branches. I told you this branch is called as superior cerebellar artery. Superior cerebellar artery. Okay. Next, once after two superior cerebellar arteries. Now, what are these two branches? These two branches I will tell you later on. So, for now, what did you understood, guys? What did you understood here? You understood few important arteries over here. These are, you understood few important arteries over here. These are what are these two? These are two vertebral arteries joining together to form what? Two vertebral arteries joining together to form basilar artery. Where did they join? In the pontomedullary junction, where pons and medulla, both of them are present, that junction there, okay? And it has given two branches. This is called superior cerebellar artery. It went little bit forward anteriorly and given two more branches. I will tell you the name of this. And from this, to the pons, we have got pontine arteries and labyrinthine artery. Next, we have got anterior inferior cerebellar, posterior inferior cerebellar, ICA and PICA. Okay. Now, this arterial system, whatever I've explained you, this is what? This is the vertebro-basilar system. Now, I'm teaching you the internal carotid system. Now, when it comes to the internal carotid system, first of all, I have to draw the internal carotid artery. You see, this artery over here is your internal carotid artery. This internal carotid artery gives few branches. See, one branch it is giving to the anterior side. Anteriorly it is giving one branch like this, right? In the middle also it is giving one branch here. You're getting it? Right. So these are the two branches. Now apart from this, there is one more branch also that is given. Now look here. Look here now. If I tell you that this one and this one, 1, 2, 3, these are the three main branches. Which is anterior? This is anterior. Can I call it as anterior cerebral artery? Yes. What is this called as? Middle cerebral artery. Then what is this one called as? Posterior cerebral artery. So how many cerebral arteries you have got? This one is called as your anterior cerebral artery. This one is called as middle cerebral artery. This one is called as posterior cerebral artery. Anterior cerebral artery, middle cerebral artery and posterior cerebral artery. And all of these cerebral arteries, they are coming from where? This internal carotid artery. Now, posterior cerebral artery is a branch of internal carotid artery? No, it is a branch of basilar artery. Okay, keep that thing in mind. From internal carotid artery, both anterior and posterior, anterior and middle. Now, if I have to connect these two anterior branches, right? I have to connect actually these two anterior branches. How will I connect these anterior branches? I have to attach a branch over here. This branch is called as a communicating branch. It communicates between two anterior cerebral arteries. So that is the reason why you call this artery over here as anterior communicating artery. Anterior communicating artery. In the same way, you see there are two branches that are coming from internal carotid artery, one on one side, one on the other side. What are they doing? They are acting as a communication junction between internal carotid artery and posterior cerebral artery. So if this is called anterior communicating artery, then what would be this one called as? So can I call this one as posterior communicating artery? Yes, this is posterior communicating artery. So one we have got is an anterior communicating artery over here. One we have got is a posterior communicating artery over here. So because of this all communicating arteries, you can very well, right? You can very well see a, what do you say, you can very well see a triangle, right? A circle in the center here, right? So this is called as circle of Willis. What is this called as? This is called as circle of Willis. COW, circle of Willis. Now there was a question once asked, circle of Willis, which artery do not take place in the formation of circle of Willis? What is that artery? That is your middle cerebral artery. Very important question to keep in your mind. Middle cerebral artery will not, it is not taking place in the formation of circle of Willis. So this is what you need to understand. So this is all the blood supply of the base of the brain. Now let us discuss some important parts, important MCQs over here. After that, I will draw this arterial system once again and teach you extra additional more arteries over here. Okay. So first important thing is that which artery is not a branch of circle of Willis. These are some of the MCQs which will be asked. Which artery is not a branch of circle of Willis? What is that? Anterior, middle and posterior. That is your middle cerebral artery. Middle cerebral artery. Next important thing is that, guys, if you just look at these arteries over here, if you look at these arteries, I'm telling you two more arteries here coming from vertebral arteries. See, this is your vertebral artery, right? Now from this vertebral artery, two branches are coming like this and they pass in the center of the spinal cord. So this is called as anterior spinal artery. What is this? Anterior spinal artery. In the same way, we have got posterior spinal artery also. Keep that thing in mind. Okay. Now important thing. Compare pica and anterior spinal artery. Now, where is anterior spinal artery? It is in the center or it is laterally located? Second question is, where is pica? Pica is in the center or laterally located? You see, pica is laterally located. And where is anterior spinal artery? Medially located in the center. So if I ask you, what is lateral medullary syndrome? What is medial medullary syndrome? Lateral medullary syndrome is because of occlusion of artery which is located laterally or medially? Laterally. So what is the artery that is located laterally here? Pica. So pica occlusion will lead to what? Obstruction or occlusion will lead to lateral medullary syndrome. And the artery in the center is anterior spinal artery which is in the median plane. So medial medullary syndrome is caused by the occlusion of your anterior spinal artery. Okay. So remember this thing, that pica occlusion as well as anterior spinal artery occlusion. Pica occlusion will lead to what? Lateral medullary syndrome. Later on I will tell you what cranial nerve nuclei are affected in lateral medullary syndrome. Okay. So lateral medullary syndrome. Pica occlusion leads to medial medullary syndrome. Lateral medullary syndrome as well as medial medullary syndrome. Okay, these are the two important things you have to know. Now, next important thing is that, see, where is posterior communicating artery? This is your posterior communicating artery. Now, along the posterior communicating artery, which nerve is passing? That is oculomotor nerve. Okay, so along this, you have got the oculomotor nerve that is passing. Now, why am I telling you this? Is that, for example, if patient is having berry aneurysm of posterior communicating artery, then which nerve will be damaged? That is your oculomotor nerve. So this is your third pair of cranial nerve. What do you mean by berry aneurysm? That is berry shaped swelling. You see, because of this swelling, there is compression on the third pair of cranial nerve. So what you have to write over here is that posterior communicating artery berry aneurysm. Berry aneurysm would lead to what? Would lead to oculomotor nerve damage. Oculomotor nerve damage. It would lead to what? Oculomotor nerve damage. Okay, so as I already told you, there is lateral medullary syndrome, medial medullary syndrome, and by the way, you know, lateral medullary syndrome is also called as Wallenberg syndrome. So these things we will discuss it later on. Okay, later on when I will discuss about syndromes of medulla oblongata, syndromes of pons, right? So anyways, you will be taught in the medicine part. It is not that important in anatomy over here. Okay, now next important thing is that there are some more arteries. I told you I will teach you, right? So but before that, just tell me fastly what are these arteries. Okay, this would be just a quick revision for all of you. Okay, so let us say what is this artery over here? Two arteries. These two arteries are called as vertebral arteries. Two vertebral arteries, they join together, right? And they form an artery over here. What is this artery? Basilar artery. Basilar artery will give two branches here. What is this? Posterior cerebral arteries. What is this? Posterior cerebral arteries. Next, from the vertebral arteries, two arteries are joining in the center here. What is this? Anterior spinal artery. Let me write this down. This is your vertebral artery. This is your anterior spinal artery. This is your basilar artery. This is your posterior cerebral artery. Till here, I hope you are clear. Next important thing. What is the next important thing? I told you here that here we have got what? Internal carotid arteries. So what are these two? Internal carotid artery. Internal carotid artery branches. What are the branches? See, one branch here, this is called as anterior cerebral artery. Another branch on the side is called as middle cerebral artery. And another branch that is attaching to the posterior cerebral artery. Let me draw it in this way. You will understand. This is called as posterior communicating artery. Now between these two, what you will have? Anterior communicating artery. Okay. So obviously this is your circle of Willis. Okay, so let me write this down. This is your anterior cerebral artery. This is your middle cerebral artery. This is your anterior communicating artery. This is your posterior communicating artery. And this is your internal carotid artery on both the sides. Okay, till here I hope you are clear. Now, why am I telling you this is that in the brain you will have a very important structure called as internal capsule in this way. You see, this particular capsule which I am drawing here is called as internal capsule, and this internal capsule is present on both the sides. I will teach you when I am teaching you the basal ganglia, there I will teach you the internal capsule. So this is your internal capsule. Okay, now in this internal capsule there are three parts. What are these three parts of internal capsule? This is called as anterior limb of internal capsule. This is called as posterior limb of internal capsule. And this is called as genu of internal capsule. What are the three structures we have got? Anterior limb, posterior limb, and genu of internal capsule. So who is supplying the blood to this internal capsule? Look here. The first artery is this one coming from the anterior cerebral artery. From anterior cerebral artery, you see a branch that is going and supplying to the internal capsule, especially which part of internal capsule? Anterior limb of internal capsule. This is called as a recurrent branch of Huber. Okay, so let me just write it as A, or let me write it as 1. Okay, 1 is recurrent branch of Huber. Next important thing, the second artery arises directly from internal carotid, and this artery goes and supplies all the way to the genu. This is called as artery to the genu of internal capsule. Next, another artery also directly arises from internal capsule and supplies to the posterior limb of internal capsule. What is this artery? Anterior choroidal artery. So 1, 2 and 3. What are these three arteries? Artery number 1 is called as a recurrent branch of Huber. Recurrent branch of Huber. Next, we have got artery to genu of internal capsule. Okay, third important thing we have got, what is the artery? Anterior choroidal artery. So where is this particular branch going? This is supplying your anterior limb of internal capsule. This is supplying to your posterior limb of internal capsule, and this is supplying to your genu of your internal capsule. And this branch is coming from where? Anterior cerebral artery, whereas these two are the branches of internal carotid artery. So this is the important, very important MCQs are framed from this previously, and this is very important. I want you to know it at any cost. Okay, So this is the blood supply here. So let us just very quickly revise this blood supply. So what did I tell you regarding the blood supply? I told you that we have got two important systems. One is called as vertebro-basilar system. Another one is called as internal carotid system. Vertebro-basilar system in the sense two vertebral arteries joined together in the pontomedullary junction to form what? A basilar artery. This basilar artery will divide, okay, divide into posterior cerebral artery, down to that superior cerebellar artery, not cerebral, cerebellar artery, okay, and here we have got pontine arteries, and here we have got labyrinthine artery. We have got ICA, PICA. This is anterior spinal artery. So PICA occlusion will lead to what? Lateral medullary syndrome. ICA occlusion will lead to what? Medial medullary syndrome. Lateral medullary and medial medullary syndrome. Clear all of you? And coming to this, just now I've taught about this particular part, right? So this is all the important things you need to know regarding this circle of Willis. Right guys, so now we shall be discussing one of the very important topic that is called as basal ganglia. That is your basal ganglia. First of all, what is the function of basal ganglia? Basal ganglia is responsible, it is involved in the control of voluntary movements, okay? It is involved in the control of voluntary movements. It is involved in the control of voluntary movements, okay? That is a function of basal ganglia. So can I tell like this, that within the basal ganglia, if any nucleus or whatever it is, within the basal ganglia there are many structures. So if any of these structures are damaged, then there will be problem with the voluntary control. It means right now my hands are neutral, right? See, they are not moving. If I wanted to move, I can move with the help of my basal ganglia. But if the basal ganglia is disturbed, don't you think my hands, they move involuntarily? Yes or no? So that is the function of basal ganglia over here. First of all, let us discuss what are the structures present in basal ganglia. Later on I will draw and explain you all the structures, okay? So first of all, basal ganglia, okay, basal ganglia is mainly divided into four important structures. Basal ganglia is mainly divided into four important structures: 1, 2, 3 as well as 4. So there are four important structures within the basal ganglia. One is called as corpus striatum. One is called as corpus striatum. Another one is called as claustrum. Another one is called as claustrum. Third one is called as substantia nigra. One is called as corpus striatum, claustrum, substantia nigra, and last one is called as subthalamus. Last one is called as subthalamus, okay? So we have got corpus striatum, claustrum, substantia nigra as well as subthalamus. These are the four important structures we have got within the basal ganglia, okay? Now, out of these four important structures, we will mainly concentrate on corpus striatum. Now, this corpus striatum is in turn divided into two important structures. What are these two important structures? One is called as a lens-shaped nucleus. Lens-shaped nucleus in the sense this nucleus is like this, okay? This is lens-shaped nucleus. So this lens-shaped nucleus is called as lentiform nucleus. Lentiform nucleus. And another nucleus is called as caudate nucleus. Okay, one is called as lentiform nucleus, lens-shaped nucleus, another one is called as caudate nucleus. Now, this particular lentiform nucleus is again divided into two important structures. Lentiform nucleus is again divided into two important structures. What are those two important structures? One is called as putamen. Another one is called as globus pallidus. So when I draw all these structures, you will understand it clearly, okay? Right now, you just write down the notes along with me. Next, when it is coming to globus pallidus, again globus pallidus is divided into two important things. What are those two important things? One is called as globus pallidus externus. Okay, another one is called as globus pallidus internus. So we have got two, globus pallidus externus and globus pallidus internus. So this is the entire structure of your basal ganglia. Now let us draw the structures and let us see what are the structures of basal ganglia, right? What are the written structures in the picture of the basal ganglia, and what will happen when there is a damage to any one of this structure, okay? So in the basal ganglia, so this is the entire part over here. Now in this particular part, when I make a section of your brain, this is how it looks, okay? Now here, what are the important things that you have to focus on? The first important thing, what is the first important thing? The first important thing is that here you have got a capsule, okay? First important thing is here you have got a capsule like this. So this particular capsule which I'm drawing over here is called as internal capsule. You remember I told you about internal capsule previously, right? So here on both the sides you have got what? Internal capsule like this. So this is the internal capsule which we have got. When I tell internal capsule, there will also be another thing called as external capsule. And next important thing is that this internal capsule is having three parts. This is called as the anterior part of the internal capsule, right? What is this? Anterior limb of internal capsule, posterior limb of internal capsule, and this is called as a genu of the internal capsule. After this internal capsule, the next important thing is, I told you there is a lens-shaped nucleus. What is that lens-shaped nucleus called as? That is called as your lentiform nucleus. Now look here, this particular nucleus over here, he is your lens-shaped nucleus. This particular lens-shaped nucleus on both the sides is called as what? Lentiform nucleus. And what did I tell you here? This lentiform nucleus is divided into two, putamen as well as globus pallidus, right? So it is divided into the outermost structure called as putamen. See, this particular structure over here is called as putamen, and innermost structure is called as globus pallidus. Within this globus pallidus, again there are two divisions I told you, okay? So what are the two divisions? One is called as globus pallidus externus, another one is globus pallidus internus. Clear all of you? Right. After this, the next important capsule I have got over here. After internal capsule, the next capsule which I have got over here is called external capsule. So on both the sides here, internal capsule and you have got external capsule. After that, the last important structure I have got over here is called as claustrum. So this particular structure over here is called as claustrum. Okay. So the last important structure here is claustrum. Now, all these structures are located in a single line, okay? Next important thing is that there is one more structure that is located over here like this, okay? What is this structure that is located over here? This is called as thalamus, okay? What is this called? Thalamus, okay? We have got thalamic nuclei. This is called as thalamus. And above this internal capsule also you have got one more structure like this. What is this structure called as? Caudate nuclei. What is this? Caudate nucleus. So C stands for caudate nucleus. Now what I'll do is that I'll just label all these important things, okay? So first of all, what is this particular thing? This is called as your internal capsule. This is called as your internal capsule, okay? After that, what is this? This is called as your lentiform nucleus. Lentiform nucleus. In lentiform nucleus, I told you there are two important things. What are those two important things? Outer side you have got as putamen and inner side you have got globus pallidus. Within globus pallidus again there are two important things. What are they? Globus pallidus externus, globus pallidus internus. Externus as well as internus. Okay. Next, this particular part over here. What is this particular part? This is called as external capsule. Why? Because it is externally located. This is called external capsule, and finally you have got this called as claustrum. This is called as claustrum. And by the way, this is your caudate nucleus. Caudate nucleus, and this down here you have got your thalamus. Okay, that is your thalamus. Okay. Now, in the internal capsule, what are the things I told you? Anterior limb, posterior limb and genu. You also know what is the blood supply for that. Okay. Now, you also know what is the blood supply for that, right? Now, I'm telling you another important clinical point. What is that clinical point is that, see, for example, if there is a damage to this caudate nucleus, Okay, if there is damage to this caudate nucleus, patient will end up having a problem called as chorea. Okay, for example, let us say if patient has damage to caudate nucleus. If there is damage to caudate nucleus, patient will have a problem called as chorea. Patient would have a problem called as chorea. Now in chorea, what is the important thing you see? There will be distal. See, in chorea what is happening is that if you take a limb, this is a proximal limb, this is a distal limb. So in this patient, the distal limbs will move like this. You see, this is the fast movement. Okay, so this is a distal fast movement. This distal fast movements, these are happening purposefully or without any purpose. Yes, these are semi-purpose movements. Okay, so these are happening involuntarily. So these movements which are very fastly moving, right? This is called as chorea. So what is your chorea? Chorea is nothing but the distal limbs. Chorea is the distal plus fast movements. Distal limbs with fast movements is called as chorea. Okay. Now how does chorea occur? Because of damage to your caudate nucleus. You see, normally caudate nucleus, all these basal ganglia, everything, they are responsible for the normal voluntary movements. If that is damaged, your body is moving involuntarily, I told you, right? Without your voluntary control, your hand is trembling like this. So that is what is called as your chorea over here. Next important thing is that, for example, if globus pallidus is damaged, in globus pallidus, I told you globus pallidus externus and internus. If globus pallidus is damaged, that would lead to a condition called as ethiotosis. That would lead to a condition called as ethiotosis. Now in ethiotosis, again what limbs are involved? Distal. Again distal limbs are involved, but this time it is fast movement or slow movement. They are slow movements. They are not fast movements, they are what? Slow movements. It means this way the patient will be moving very slowly. Okay, these movements are called as writhing movements. Okay, what are these movements called as? Writhing movements. These movements over here are called as writhing movements because of globus pallidus damage. Next important thing, there is a third important thing, that is subthalamic nucleus. You see here, this is thalamus. Below the thalamus you have got a nucleus over here. Below the thalamus, if you get a nucleus, this nucleus over here is called as subthalamic nucleus because it is below, right? So for example, if subthalamic nucleus is damaged, if subthalamic nucleus is damaged, that would lead to a condition called as hemibellismus. Hemibellismus. Now what is hemibellismus? Hemibellismus is nothing but both your proximal limbs as well as distal limbs start moving. And this movement is what? This movement is localized like this. No, this movement is a wild flinging. So patient will be moving like this. Okay, patient will be moving like this. So proximal limb, right? The proximal limb and the distal limb. You see, proximal is moving and the distal is also moving, right? These movements are localized. No, these movements are wide like this. Okay, so these are called as wide flinging movements. So these are called as wide flinging movements. Wild flinging movements. This is because of the damage of subthalamic nuclei. Now, next important clinical condition. What is the next important clinical condition over here? If I get a chance, I'll show you the videos also. What is the next important clinical condition over is that, see, for example, inside this lentiform nucleus, this entire lentiform nucleus, inside this lentiform nucleus, if copper gets deposited, not only lentiform nucleus, even in the liver also. So both in the lentiform nucleus and in the liver, if copper gets deposited, right, this kind of degeneration is called as hepato, because liver, lenticular because lentiform nucleus, degeneration. This is called as hepatolenticular degeneration. Okay, so what do you mean by hepatolenticular degeneration? What do you mean by hepatolenticular degeneration? In hepatolenticular degeneration, the copper gets deposited. Okay, the copper gets deposited in two specific locations. What are those two? One is in the liver, another one is in the lentiform nucleus. Now because of this deposition of copper, what is going to happen? Patient is going to have a specific type of disease. The name of this disease is Wilson's disease. Wilson's disease. And by the way, remember that this is a autosomal recessive condition. Okay, that is Wilson's disease. And all diseases will have a pathognomonic sign. Okay, so what is this pathognomonic sign over here? The pathognomonic sign, pathognomonic sign over here is that in these patients, even the copper starts depositing within the eye. Okay, so when the copper starts depositing within the eyeball there, you would see a specific type of ring called as Kaiser-Fleischer ring. Okay, so what is this ring called as? This is called as Kaiser-Fleischer ring. Okay, this is called as Kaiser-Fleischer ring. Okay, so this Kaiser-Fleischer ring is very pathognomonic for what? For this Wilson's disease. Okay, so these are some of the very important clinical points which you have to know regarding this particular topic over here. Okay, now the next important thing before we move on is I just wanted to have a quick review of basal ganglia over here, guys. So again I'm telling you, basal ganglia is divided into how many parts? 4 parts. Okay, so we discuss corpus striatum, we discuss claustrum, we discuss subthalamus, subthalamic nuclei. Okay, and the black substance is called as substantia nigra. You know what is substantia nigra, right? Substantia nigra is present within your midbrain, all of you know that. So corpus striatum is divided into 2 parts, lentiform nucleus and caudate nucleus. Okay, so this particular part over here is called as your lentiform nucleus and this is called caudate nucleus. Both of them together you called as claustrum. Next we have got internal capsule and all of these structures. You know, lentiform nucleus has got an outer part called as what is this? Outer part is called as your putamen, lower part, inner part is called as your globus pallidus. Within the globus pallidus, 2 parts, globus pallidus externus and internus. So these are the things, very important things, guys. What is chorea? C for chorea, C for caudate nucleus. Okay, and next look here, remember this way, remember it as gap. Okay, what is gap here? G stands for globus, ethiotosis, P stands for pallidus. Okay, next subthalamic nuclei here, hemibelasmus, it will result in hemibelasmus. Hepatolenticular degeneration, that is your Wilson's disease, pathognomonic sign. Okay, let us look at some of the signs over here. See, here you can see the signs over here, right? Now these signs, this is slow movement or fast movement? This is a slow writhing movement. Okay, slow involuntary writhing movement. What is this called? Ethiotosis. Now is this proximal limb moving or only the distal limb? You see, only the distal limb is moving here. Once again, let me play this. You see, slow writhing movement. Now compare this with the next one. Okay, compare this with the next picture. Now see, is it a slow movement or fast movement? You see, the fast movement, right? So this is called as what? This is called as your chorea. What is this called as? This is called as chorea. Okay, so these are the 2 important examples which you need to know. Now apart from this, what we'll do is that we shall specifically study about this particular part, that is your internal capsule. Okay, specifically we'll study about internal capsule and let us see what fibers are running through this internal capsule, what sensory fibers, what motor fibers are running through this internal capsule. We'll see that. Okay, so first of all, let me draw this internal capsule over here. So this is your internal capsule. This is your internal capsule. Now within this internal capsule and inside this internal capsule, what is this nucleus? Lentiform nucleus, right? So inside this internal capsule, the nucleus which you have, which is lens shaped, is called lentiform nucleus. And again I'm telling you, lentiform nucleus is divided into 2 parts. This is called as globus, not globus pallidus. What is this called? The outermost part is called as, yeah, that is called as, what is the outermost part called as? That is called as your putamen, right? Yeah, so this part over here is called as putamen, and this is called as globus pallidus, both externus and internus. Okay, now in this I am dividing this entire part into limbs. So this part is called as your anterior limb of internal capsule. This part over here is called as your posterior limb of internal capsule, and in between both of this part over here is called as your genu of your internal capsule. So anterior limb, posterior limb and genu. Clear all of you? Right. Now within this there are some sensory fibers, there are some motor fibers also. Okay. First of all, what are the sensory fibers we will discuss now. After that we will discuss the motor fibers. But before that, one more structure we have to draw. What is that? Behind this internal capsule, what is the nuclei we have got? We have got thalamus, right? So behind this somewhere here, yes, we have got this particular structure over here. This is called as your thalamus. So this is your thalamus. And remember one thing, that thalamus is having two important bodies. Okay, you see there is one important body over here. There is another important body over here. What are these two important bodies in the thalamus? One body is called as medial geniculate body and the other body is called as lateral geniculate body. So this is called medial geniculate body and this body over here is called as your lateral geniculate body. Lateral geniculate body. So if I ask you basically what are the different parts of internal capsule, what are the parts, will you tell guys? Yeah. So by the way, this is your lentiform nucleus, LN, lentiform nucleus. What are the different parts of internal capsule? One is, yes, tell me what is the first one? This is called as an anterior limb. This is called as a posterior limb. This is called as a genu, right? Now I will tell you two more parts. So what are these two more parts? Look here now. One part starts all the way from the medial geniculate body and this part is passing beneath your lentiform nucleus. So this actually there are a group of fibers that are passing beneath the lentiform nucleus. So this part whatever is passing beneath the lentiform nucleus is called sublentiform part. Anything below is called sublentiform part. Now another part here, another part with the red I am drawing here, this part passes behind the lentiform. You see exactly it is passing behind the lentiform. So can I call it as a retrolentiform part? So two parts here. One is called as sublentiform part. Another one is called as retrolentiform part. So what kind of fibers are this sublentiform part consisting of? See, this is your sublentiform part. Sublentiform part and this is your retrolentiform part. Okay, so can anyone tell what fibers is this sublentiform part consisting of? It is consisting of auditory fibers. I mean all the fibers they are radiating like this. So auditory radiation, you call all these fibers together as auditory radiation and this one you call it as optic radiation. Optic radiation. So you need to remember two important things. Auditory radiation originates from where? Medial geniculate, and optic radiation starts from the lateral geniculate. Okay, now we are good to go. So let me write down all the parts down here. So first let me write down the anterior limb. So let me write down here the anterior limb. Okay, after anterior limb we have got the genu and after that we have got what? We have got posterior limb. After posterior limb we have got the what is that? Retrolentiform part. After retrolentiform part we have got the sublentiform part. So these are the different parts we have got: anterior limb, genu, posterior limb, retrolentiform part and sublentiform part, right? So what I will do is that I'll just draw a box over here and this box is very important to know. Okay, so what is this? Now let us see through this internal capsule. Okay, through this internal capsule, what are the motor fibers that are crossing? What are the sensory fibers that are crossing? Okay, through this, what are the motor fibers? What are the sensory fibers that are crossing? First what we will do is that we will write down all the sensory fibers because they are easy, and after that we will write down the motor fibers. Okay, now coming to sensory fibers. In the anterior limb, what sensory fibers you have got? Okay, so in the anterior limb, I have got a sensory fiber like this. This sensory fiber is called as anterior thalamic radiation. What is this? Anterior thalamic radiation. Next, in the genu and posterior limb, you see in the genu as well as the posterior limb like this, what is this kind of fibers? What is this radiation? This is called inferior thalamic radiation. So two types of sensory fibers you have got. What are these? One is called anterior thalamic radiation, another one is called as inferior thalamic radiation. So let me write down these things. This is called as anterior thalamic radiation. Okay. Next, what is this called as? Inferior thalamic radiation. Anterior thalamic radiation and inferior thalamic radiation. So now look at the structure and tell me down here, where is anterior thalamic radiation located? Anterior thalamic radiation is located in the anterior limb. So here we have got anterior thalamic radiation, and these are sensory fibers radiation. So this is your anterior thalamic radiation, which is a sensory fibers right now we are discussing. They are present in the anterior limb, right? Now tell me, in the genu, what are the sensory fibers you have got? In the genu, what is the sensory fiber? What is this? Inferior thalamic radiation, right? Now, and in the posterior limb, what do you have? Again, inferior thalamic radiation. So in the genu and posterior limb, you have got inferior thalamic radiation, right? So here also in the posterior limb, you have got inferior thalamic radiation, inferior thalamic radiation. Now tell me the next important thing. In the retrolentiform part, what are the sensory fibers you have got? Where is the retrolentiform? This is your retrolentiform, because it is located back of your lentiform nucleus. The radiation which you have here is optic radiation. Okay, retrolentiform part, you have got what type of sensory fibers? Optic radiation sensory fibers, optic radiation. Now tell me, in case of sublentiform part, what do you have? Auditory radiation. Okay, in case of sublentiform part, you have got auditory radiation. So these are all the sensory fibers which you have got. Now coming to motor fibers. Before I discuss motor fibers, you have to know that in the anterior limb, genu, posterior limb, retrolentiform part and sublentiform part, in all of this, one motor fiber is constant, right? One motor fiber is constant, that is your corticopontine fibers. So here I have got corticopontine fibers. Okay, I am just writing a CPF. Okay, in the genu also you have got corticopontine fibers. In the posterior limb also you have got corticopontine fibers. In the retro part also you have got corticopontine fibers. In the sublentiform part also you have got corticopontine fibers. In all of these, corticopontine fibers are there. Okay. Now apart from this corticopontine fibers, what are the other fibers you have got? Now look here. In the genu, from genu onwards we will start. Okay. Now in the genu, I am drawing a fiber over here. In the genu I am drawing one motor fiber. Next, another motor fiber I am drawing in the posterior limb. Right. This is another motor fiber here. This is another motor fiber. Now tell me, how many motor fibers are present within the posterior limb? 3. How many motor fibers that are present in the genu? 1. So what are these names? I am just writing down these names as A, B, C and D. What are these A, B, C and D? All of them are called as corticospinal fibers. What are these called as? All of them are called as corticospinal fibers. Corticospinal fibers. Okay, corticospinal fibers. So here also have to write corticospinal fibers. Here also only in the posterior limb, right? Do we have corticospinal in the anterior limb? Did I draw this red color thing in the anterior part? No. Did I draw this red color thing anywhere else? Only in the genu and the posterior part. Did I draw this red color thing in the sublentiform part and retrolentiform part? No, I did not draw here, right? I did not draw here and here also. So only the genu and posterior limb is having this corticospinal fibers. Then why did you write it as ABCD? Why did I write it as ABCD is that, you see, corticospinal fibers, from where do they start? They start from the cortex. All the way they go down to the spinal cord. Okay, any fibers that are descending down, these are your motor fibers, right? Now there are some corticospinal motor fibers which supply which innervate your head and neck. They control the movements of head and neck. Some corticospinal, they control the movements of upper limb. Some corticospinal, they control the movements of your trunk. Some corticospinal, they control the movements of your lower limb. So first, Corticospinal control the movements of your head and neck, then upper limb, then trunk, then lower limb. Okay. So what is A over here? A is the corticospinal fiber which will control your head and neck. Corticospinal fibers of head and neck. Then what about the remaining? What is BCD? See, B is responsible for upper limb. C is the corticospinal responsible for trunk. D is the corticospinal responsible for lower limb. Okay. So it means corticospinal spinal fibers for upper limb, trunk and lower limb. Upper limb, trunk and lower limb. Okay. Upper limb, trunk and lower limb. Then do we have any other motor fibers in retroland? Only one type of motor fibers you have got, that is CPF and CPF, that is corticopontine fibers. Okay. So once again guys, I know this is little bit hectic and confusing part. So the topic over here is your, what is this? Internal capsule. Topic over here is your internal capsule. So in this internal capsule, I was just telling you one thing, that you have got the anterior limb, है ना? You have got your anterior limb, you have got your posterior limb, and you have got your genu. Okay. So anterior limb is having what fibers? Both sensory as well as motor. Genu and posterior limb are also having a sensory as well as motor. Okay. Now coming to the sensory fibers, here we have got anterior thalamic radiation. Here we have got inferior thalamic radiation. So anterior thalamic, inferior thalamic, okay, and optic radiation, auditory radiation. So I hope you understood all these important parts which I talked here. Regarding the blood supply, I have already discussed in the circle of Willis, right? Hello guys, so now we shall be discussing regarding the thalamus as well as the hypothalamus. Okay, first we shall discuss about the hypothalamus, and after that we will discuss about the thalamus, and we will also discuss what are the borders that this thalamus and hypothalamus is consisting of. So first I will draw the picture on the medial surface of the brain. Okay, on the medial surface of the brain you can see both the thalamus and hypothalamus. Actually you can see the third ventricle. Okay, you know the cavity of diencephalon is called as the third ventricle, right? So you can see that actually within that only there is thalamus as well as hypothalamus. Anyways, when I draw the picture you will understand it, right? So these are the structures which are located on the medial surface. Okay, not the inferior, not the anterior, posterior, superolateral. It is located on the medial surface. Okay, so I hope now you understood what does this medial surface mean. Okay, so the first important thing is, so let me enlarge this picture a bit, right? So this here I am going to draw the structure of what? The structure of the medial surface. I mean this is the medial surface. Now if I have to call this as a proper medial surface, right? So first of all, right, if I have to call this particular structure as a medial surface, then what should I draw additionally to this? I have to draw corpus callosum, right? I hope all of you remember that thing, right? So there is another important structure that I have to draw, that is your corpus callosum. So you know, on the medial surface you have got a structure like this, right? And this particular structure in the medial surface is called as your corpus callosum. So this is your corpus callosum. Okay, so let me bring this corpus callosum bit down over here, right? Chalo, this is your corpus callosum. Now in this corpus callosum you know the parts. Now tell me what are the different parts of corpus callosum. See, this part over here is called as your genu of corpus callosum. Okay, and the last part over here is called as your splenium of corpus callosum. One is genu, another one is splenium. Now after genu and splenium, this part of the corpus callosum which I am highlighting right now with the green, right? What is this called? This is called as a body or the trunk of the corpus callosum. So we have got the genu, we have got the body, and we have got, what is this? This is called as your splenium of corpus callosum. Now attaching both the ends, right? Attaching both the ends, here we have got another important structure. This is called as fornix. I told you, if you remember, this is called as your fornix. Okay, now apart from fornix, between the fornix and corpus callosum you have got a network like structure like this. Okay, so this particular network like structure which you can see over here, What is this called? This is called as your septum pellucidum. Where is septum pellucidum present? Septum pellucidum is present between the corpus callosum as well as your fornix. Between the corpus callosum and fornix, you have got septum pellucidum, right? So these are some of the structures which you know, right? I also this is like half moon shaped, right? I have stretched it out, and then I've shown you the fibers also that are connecting both the ends, like tapetum, forceps minor, forceps major, right? Now another important thing I want to highlight over here is that anterior to this ginu, right, below this ginu, you have got a stalk like thing. This particular stalk like thing which you can see over here is called as what? This is called as your rostrum. What is this called as? A rostrum. Just beneath the rostrum, you have got a commissure here. This commissure is called as anterior commissure. What is this? Anterior commissure. Okay. Below, I think these things I have already discussed in the starting. Beneath this anterior commissure, you have got another important structure like this. What is this? This is called as your linea terminalis. If you remember, right? This is your linea terminalis. Below this linea terminalis, you have got another important structure. So this structure goes all the way till here, right? So this structure that is present beneath the linea terminalis over here is called as optic chiasma. What is this? This is called as optic chiasma. I will write down all these structures in a minute. Okay, wall by wall. So till here we have finished the anterior wall. Okay, so let us write down the structures that are present in this particular anterior wall. Okay, so let me use another color for this. Yeah. So what are the structures here? See, this part over here is called as genu. Okay, and this part over here is called as your rostrum. This is called as rostrum. So right now we are discussing exactly about hypothalamus as well as thalamus. Okay, so instead of telling hypothalamus and thalamus, let me put up the heading, because in the cavity of third ventricle, I can see both thalamus as well as hypothalamus. So it is better I will write down the walls of third ventricle. Okay, third ventricle walls. Okay, walls of third ventricle. Now anterior wall is consisting of what? Genu, rostrum, and what are the other structures over here? If you see, this is called as what? Anterior commissure. What is this? Anterior commissure. This is your anterior commissure. Beneath this anterior commissure, what is this structure over here? This is called as linea terminalis. This is called as linea terminalis. Below this linea terminalis, what is this structure? This is called as your optic chiasma. Optic chiasma. Okay. Now from optic chiasma onwards, whatever structures I am going to draw over here, they form what? They form the floor. Okay. Now you tell me, behind this optic chiasma, what structure we had? Okay. Look at this picture over here. Look at this particular picture and tell me. Yeah, this picture. Now, what are the important things over here? This is your optic chiasma. Behind optic chiasma, what was there? What is this? This is called as tuber cinereum. Behind tuber cinereum, what was there? Mammillary bodies were there. Behind mammillary bodies, what was there? Posterior perforated substance. Behind that, we have got cerebral aqueduct and the midbrain. Okay, again I am telling. Optic chiasma, after that we have got tuber cinereum, then we have got two mammillary bodies, then we have got posterior perforated substance, then we have got the midbrain and the cerebral aqueduct. These are the structures located behind the optic chiasma. So now the same structures I am writing it here. Just tell me one by one. Behind this optic chiasma, what was it? Just now I told. What was it? Tuber cinereum. Behind the optic chiasma, you see this particular structure over here is called tuber cinereum. Behind tuber cinereum, what do I have? Mammillary. Two mammillary bodies, you see. See, this is one mammillary body. Now regarding this tuber cinereum, one very important thing I am telling you here is that this tuber cinereum, together it forms an eminence. This eminence is called as medial eminence. Whatever it is, it's not important to remember. Remember that this is tuber cinereum. Hanging down from tuber cinereum, you see a stalk over here. This stalk is called as pituitary stalk, okay, or infundibulum. This pituitary stalk or infundibulum is having two important structures. One is called as anterior pituitary, another one is called as posterior pituitary. So anterior and posterior pituitary, both of them, they are present in what? Sella turcica of your sphenoid bone. So it means I am right now discussing about your pituitary gland. So optic chiasma, After optic chiasma, what is this? Tuber cinereum. Attached to tuber cinereum, what do you have here? Pituitary stalk. And then what are these? These two are anterior and posterior pituitary. Next you have got what? Mammillary body. Behind the mammillary body, what did I tell? Anterior perforated substance or posterior perforated substance? You have got a substance over here, right, behind these mammillary bodies, and this substance you called it as what? This is called as your posterior perforated substance. Okay, you see there are perforations here. This substance is called as posterior perforated substance. After posterior perforated substance, directly you add what? Midbrain, if you remember, right? So after this you have got your midbrain. Okay, now after the midbrain, what is the next structure you have got? Pons. After the pons, what do you have got? Medulla oblongata. After the medulla oblongata, down here what do you have got? Spinal cord. This is your spinal cord. Clear? Now if I highlight this entire thing, let us say if I am highlighting this complete thing over here. So let me highlight this complete thing. Okay, now what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to create an opening, right? I'm trying to just create an wide opening all the way down here. Now can anyone tell what is this wide opening which I'm just drawing right now? This is nothing but called as your cerebral aqueduct. Okay, so can I tell that cerebral aqueduct is dividing your entire midbrain, your entire brainstem into two parts, right? So this is one part and this is another part. Yes or no? So what is this particular part called as? This particular part you call it as tegmentum of the midbrain. See, this part over here you call it as tegmentum of midbrain. What do you call it as? Tegmentum of midbrain. And you see this particular part over here, right? You see this particular part? This particular part over here which I'm drawing with the pink, this is called as what? This is called as subthalamic tegmentum of the midbrain. What do you call this? Subthalamic tegmentum of your midbrain. So this one is called as subthalamic tegmentum of your midbrain. Clear? And by the way, not to forget, this is your cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct or aqueduct of Sylvius, right? Now, what are the other important structures? So all these structures, whatever I have drawn over here, they form the floor. Yes or no? They form the floor. So what is this? You will understand everything when once I finish up the picture. This is called as tuber cinereum. This is called as tuber cinereum. And this one over here is called as your pituitary stalk. Pituitary stalk. And this one over here is called as your pituitary gland. Okay. Now after this, what is this particular structure over here? This is called as your mammillary body. Mammillary body. And this particular structure over here is called as anterior perforated or posterior? Posterior perforated substance. Posterior perforated substance. So here you have got is the posterior perforated substance. Okay, right. Now look at the structures which I am drawing from the back. Now here especially there is one very important structure over here, right? This particular gland over here is called as your pineal gland. What do you call it as? This one is called as pineal gland. Okay. Now this pineal gland, obviously it will have a stalk. This stalk is called as pineal stalk. Now this pineal stalk is dividing into two laminae. Okay, you see it is dividing into a superior laminae, another one is inferior laminae. Okay, now what will happen with the inferior laminae? This inferior laminae is coming all the way down and it is attached to the midbrain here. Okay, then what is happening with the superior laminae? This particular superior laminae will first go anteriorly forward. Okay, then it will go posteriorly backward. Again it will go anteriorly forward and goes and attaches to your corpus callosum. So what did I tell you? There are two laminae. One laminae comes down all the way, attaches to the midbrain, whereas other laminae goes anteriorly forward, posteriorly backward, again anteriorly forward, goes and attaches to your corpus callosum. Now Here you need to understand two important things. What are those two important things? For example, here this commissure, what did I tell you? This is called as anterior commissure. What is this commissure? Anterior commissure. In the same way, there will be another commissure called as posterior commissure. So here we have got a commissure like this, right? So this particular commissure over here is called posterior commissure. Okay. So what is this particular commissure? Posterior commissure. Okay. So this commissure over here, which I am highlighting with yellow, is anterior, and this particular commissure over here is called posterior commissure. On the top here also you have got one more commissure here. Okay, so what is this commissure? I know it is boring, but still this is how you study with the picture. So this commissure over here is called as a habenular commissure. What is this? Habenular commissure. So let me write down the names here before I proceed on. So this particular commissure over here is your posterior commissure. Posterior commissure, and this commissure over here is called as your habenular commissure. If you remember, these words I have already talked in case of white matter topic in the starting, if you remember, right? So this is your habenular commissure. Now, where the pineal gland divided into two laminae, if you closely observe over here you can find a recess, a gap, right? So this particular recess which you can see over here is called pineal recess. Above the pineal recess you can also see one more recess here. So can I call this as suprapineal recess? One is called pineal recess, another one is called suprapineal recess. So this one over here is called pineal recess, and this one over here is called as suprapineal recess. Pineal recess and suprapineal recess. Okay. Now here in the center, can you see a cavity? Yes or no? In the center, can you appreciate a cavity over here? You see this cavity, right? So what is this cavity actually which I am drawing right now? This is a cavity of your third ventricle, right? So what is this? This is a particular cavity of your third ventricle. So cavity of your third ventricle is called what? Your diencephalon, right? So cavity of this diencephalon is called as your third ventricle. So this is your third ventricle. What is this? This particular cavity over here is called as your third ventricle. Now what I am doing is that I am dividing actually, okay? So I would divide this third ventricle into two halves in this way. Now when I divide the third ventricle into two halves like this, when I divide the third ventricle into two halves like this, the upper part whatever is there is called as thalamus. The lower part whatever is there is called as hypothalamus. So that is what I was telling you, that in this single picture itself you will understand both what is thalamus and what is hypothalamus. Okay, and don't forget, I just did not write this. This part is called as your splenium. Okay, this part is called as your splenium, and this part is called as your septum pellucidum, and this part over here is called as your fornix. Okay, so and don't forget again that within the cavity of diencephalon is the third ventricle having both the thalamus on the top and hypothalamus below. Okay, so these are the structures which I want you to see. So if I ask you the anterior wall of third ventricle is made up of, what will you tell? You will tell all these structures. If I ask you floor of third ventricle is made up of all these structures. If I ask you the posterior wall of third ventricle is made up of, all these structures will come under the posterior wall of your third ventricle. Okay, and if I ask you roof, it means all these structures form the roof. If I ask you floor, all these structures form the floor. Okay, so how many we have got? We have got roof, we have got floor, we have got anterior wall, we have got posterior wall. Yes or no? So let us write down one by one what are these. First let us start with the roof. Right, now tell me what is roof consisting of. So exactly above, exactly straight above this, you see this, exactly above, what is this? This is your fornix. Along with fornix, also remember one thing, remember one thing, that any ventricle you see, right? If you remember this particular topic which I have taught you, that is the ventricles of your brain, right? So here we have got third ventricle. The roof of the third ventricle is consisting of what are these structures where your CSF is secreted? What is this? Choroid plexus. So any ventricle it might be, third ventricle, first ventricle, second ventricle, the roof there, it is consisting of the choroid plexus. Okay, so this is the choroid plexus over here, right? So the roof, what is the roof consisting of over here? Roof is consisting of, one is your fornix and the other one is called as your choroid plexus. Fornix and choroid plexus. After the roof, the next important thing you have got is the floor. Let us say what is the floor consisting of. So what are the structures that are present in the floor? So first, what do you have here? I have got optic chiasma. I have got, what is this? Tuber cinerem, right? Then I have got what? After this, pituitary stalk as well as your pituitary gland. Okay, but what we'll write is optic chiasma and tuber cinerem is present, right? Next, behind that, what do you have? You have got your mammillary bodies and you have got a posterior perforated substance. So structures all the way till here, they form the floor. So what are the structures that are forming the floor? Yes, what is the first structure? That is your optic chiasma. After that, you have got your tuber cinerem. Tuber cinerem. Next, after that, we have got what? Mammillary bodies. Mammillary bodies. Okay, next you have got is the posterior perforated substance. Posterior perforated substance. Okay, these are the structures you have got. Next, after that, you have got your anterior wall. Okay, what is anterior wall consisting of? See, all of you look here. What is anterior wall consisting of? Tell me. See, what is this particular structure? That is a rostrum. After rostrum, what is this? This is anterior commissure. After that, what is this particular structure? This is called as linea terminalis. Okay, so three structures, right? So what are those three structures in the anterior wall? One is called as rostrum. Okay, after that you have got anterior commissure, and then you have got your linea terminalis. Linea terminalis. So rostrum, anterior commissure and linea terminalis. So after anterior wall, we have to write about the posterior wall. Now tell me, posterior wall has got many. So what are the structures that are present in the posterior wall from the top? So first, what is this? Habenular commissure. After that, what is this? Suprapineal recess. And after that, what is this? This is called as pineal recess and pineal gland. Then what do we have here? Posterior commissure. Okay, so once again, habenular commissure, suprapineal recess, pineal recess and pineal gland, and here we have got posterior commissure. These structures form the posterior wall of the third ventricle. Okay, so these structures form what? Posterior wall of third ventricle. So habenular commissure, actually what is habenular commissure? In the right cerebral hemisphere, you have got one habenular nuclei. Okay, actually what is habenular commissure? In the right cerebral hemisphere, you have got one habenular nuclei. Left cerebral hemisphere, you have got another habenular nuclei. Connecting both of them, the commissure what you have is habenular commissure. After habenular commissure, the next one is suprapineal recess. Suprapineal recess. Next you have got is the pineal recess. Okay, next you have got is pineal recess. After that, you get back of that, you have got a pineal gland. Pineal gland, and finally you have got is a posterior commissure. Finally you have got is a posterior commissure. So these are the structures which you have over here. So all these whatever structures I have mentioned here, these form what? The wall of the third ventricle. Very important, right? So I don't think so it would be difficult for you to remember after looking at this picture. Okay, study from the picture. I'm telling you that is going to save a lot of time for you. Okay, so that will actually save a lot of time for you. So these are the structures which you have over here. Okay, now after this, we shall right now discuss about the thalamus. Okay, we shall discuss about the thalamus. We shall discuss what are the walls of thalamus. Basically, thalamus has got a superior wall, a lateral surface, medial surface, inferior wall. So let us see what are the different kinds of walls of thalamus which we have. So here what are the structures you can see? Anterior, posterior, roof and floor, right? So now we shall discuss about the superior surface, lateral surface, medial surface and all the surface of the thalamus. Now here can you see lateral surface? No. Can you see the medial surface? No. Right? So if this is a picture here, see this will be the lateral, this will be the medial. But I have shown you this picture. You can see anterior, posterior, roof, floor, right? You cannot see lateral surface and medial surface. So remaining surfaces of the thalamus we will discuss now. So how do you discuss this is that I'll draw a picture over here. Remember the thalamus. Okay. So what is the picture over here is that, see, thalamus and hypothalamus. So both of them together we'll discuss over here. Thalamus as well as hypothalamus together we shall discuss, right? Now all of you look at this picture. So here we have got this particular structure. I hope all of you know this is your cortex. This is your cortex over here. Now next important thing is that you know this thing that connecting from one end to another end, if there is a fiber that is going, what can be this fiber called as? Commissure, right? And what kind of commissure is this connecting two cerebral hemispheres? This is called as corpus callosum. What do you call this as? You call this particular commissure as corpus callosum. Corpus callosum. Okay. Now, if you remember from the picture, okay, attached to corpus callosum, what do you have? You see, if this entire thing is corpus callosum, okay, below the corpus callosum, what is this you have? You have got what? Fornix. So below the corpus callosum, what do you have? Fornix. It means here, if this entire thing is a corpus callosum, below this corpus callosum here, what do you have? This is called as your fornix, not pituitary gland. Okay, this is called as your fornix. This is called as your fornix. Okay. Now where is your thalamus and where is your hypothalamus located? See, this is the location of thalamic nuclei. Anything below the thalamus is called hypo. See, this is the location of hypothalamic nuclei. Okay. Now below the hypothalamus, what do you have? Below the thalamus and hypothalamus, what do you have? See here, this is thalamus, this is hypothalamus. Below that, what do you have? You have got your midbrain, right? Below that you have got your midbrain. So below thalamus and hypothalamus over here, I am drawing the midbrain. Okay. So this, all of you just look here. So this part is your midbrain. Okay. So this part over here is called as your midbrain. Now midbrain will have a duct in the center. What is that? That duct is called as, what is that? Cerebral aqueduct. See, this gap in the center is called as your cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct. And by the way, this is your thalamus, hypothalamus and hypothalamus. Clear? Now between the thalamus and hypothalamus, the cavity whatever you have is the third ventricle, right? Okay, fine. Even if you are not understanding that, but you at least should understand this one very important thing, that let us say if I am drawing this as the first ventricle. Okay, let us say this is your first ventricle. Then where is the second ventricle? On the opposite side, let us say this is your second ventricle. That is first ventricle and this is your second ventricle. Then once first and second ventricle are there, connecting both these ventricles, another ventricle will be, what is that? Third ventricle. So where is third ventricle? See, this part is your third ventricle. You see this? This is your third ventricle. So what I am trying to tell you is that this is the first ventricle, second ventricle and this is the third ventricle. Okay. You see, this is the place where the third ventricle is present and there only thalamus and hypothalamus are present. On the top thalamus, down hypothalamus. See here, on the top thalamus, here also in this picture, down you have got hypothalamus. Clear? Next important thing, look at this particular picture. Here you have got thalamus. Below the thalamus you will have hypothalamus. You know that, right? Side to the thalamus, what is this which you have? Side to the thalamus, internal capsule, right? So side to the thalamus, I have to draw internal capsule. So it means side to the thalamus here, I have got what? Internal capsule. So this is the internal capsule that is located on side to the thalamus. So this is your internal capsule. Clear all of you? Internal capsule, right? Now let us discuss all the structures which are present over here. Okay, so first important thing, this is a structure, this is not from the medial side. Okay, so when you make a section of your brain, right, when you look at that section, so this is how it looks. Okay, now second important thing I want to tell you here is that, second important thing you have to know is that, if this is thalamus, above the thalamus you have got a nucleus. If you remember here, you see, if this is thalamus, on the side you have got internal capsule. Above the thalamus, what do you have got? Caudate nucleus. You remember that? So above the thalamus you have got a nucleus called as caudate nucleus. So it means if this is a thalamus, here I have got internal capsule. It means here I will have a nucleus called as what nucleus? Caudate nucleus. So this particular nucleus over here is caudate nucleus. Caudate nucleus is having a body, right? It is having a trunk, and the tail of the caudate nucleus here is having a very good body, a very specific body, and this body over here is called as amygdaloid body. What is this body? Amygdaloid body. So what are the structures over here? So this particular structure which you can see over here is called as your caudate nucleus. Caudate nucleus. And this particular structure over here is called as amygdaloid body. Amygdaloid body. Now, very important thing I want to discuss here is that from this part of the amygdaloid body, you see fibers that are running out, many fibers that are running out, right? So all these fibers are called as stria terminalis. All these fibers together are called as stria terminalis. Where are these stria terminalis going? Now tell me, what is the structure that is present beneath your thalamus? Tell me here, beneath your thalamus, what do you have? Hypothalamus. So all these structures are finally ending up in your hypothalamus. Hypothalamus. And these group of fibers are called as striae terminalis. What are these group of fibers called? Striae terminalis. And what is this nucleus called? Caudate nucleus. Now, if I ask you what is the superior surface made up of, what will you tell? So this is a thalamus. This entirely is your superior surface. Superior surface is made up of what? One name you will tell is caudate nucleus. Next name you have to tell is stria terminalis. Okay. And third important name you have to tell is, see here you have got a vein here, a small vein on both the sides. Okay. You know what is a vein that is located on the superior surface of the thalamus? This vein over here is called as thalamostriate vein. What is this? Thalamostriate vein. Okay. In the same way, apart from this thalamostriate vein, what is the structure that is present superior to it? Tell me. See, first of all, let us list down all the structures here. First, you have got caudate nucleus that is present superior to thalamus. Next, stria terminalis that is present superior to thalamus. Next, in this picture, in another view, you see thalamostriate vein. Yes. And not only thalamostriate vein. Can I tell the, what is this? Floor of which? The lateral ventricles, floor of first ventricle and floor of second ventricle. For the right thalamus, it is a floor of first ventricle. For the left thalamus, it is a floor of the second ventricle. I mean right lateral, left lateral ventricle. So floor of the lateral ventricles is forming the roof or the superior surface of the thalamus. Yes or no? Right? Now, if I ask you what is the lateral surface of thalamus made up of? Laterally, what do you have? Internal capsule. In internal capsule, there are two limbs, anterior limb, posterior limb. Specifically speaking, which limb? Posterior limb of internal capsule forms the lateral surface of thalamus. Then what is the medial surface forming? Medial surface is forming your third ventricle. Medial surface is forming your third ventricle. Okay. Next, medial surface is formed by your third ventricle. Next, what is the inferior surface forming? What is inferior surface consisting of? Inferior to thalamus, you have got hypothalamus. Yes or no? And you have got another important part. What is that? See, all of you look at this. See, this is thalamus. Inferior to thalamus, what do you have? You have got hypothalamus. Next, look at this. Inferior to thalamus, you also have got one more important structure. This particular structure over here, located exactly below the thalamus, is called subthalamic tegment of midbrain. Okay, inferior to thalamus, you have got two structures. See, one structure you have got is hypothalamus, other structure, okay, one structure you have got is hypothalamus, other structure down here which you have got is subthalamic tegment of midbrain. These are the two structures located inferior, right? So I hope you understood all these structures over here, right? So these pictures, I know it might be difficult, but if you practice again and again, they are going to be really easy, I'm telling you. So first let us write down the superior surface. Superior surface is consisting of what? What are the structures that form the superior surface? First, you have got the caudate nucleus. You have got the caudate nucleus. After the caudate nucleus, what is the next thing? Stria terminalis. Stria terminalis. And third important thing is thalamostriate vein. What is this vein over here? Thalamostriate vein. So you have got thalamostriate vein. Thalamostriate vein. And the fourth important thing, what do you have? Floor of the lateral ventricle. What do you have? You have got the floor of what? Lateral ventricle. Floor of lateral ventricle. This forms your superior surface. Now coming to the lateral surface, what are the structures you have got? Laterally, what do you have got? You have got the posterior limb of internal capsule. Laterally, you have got the posterior limb of internal capsule. Posterior limb of internal capsule. Next important thing is, what do you have medially? Medial surface is consisting of. Yes, what do you have medially? See, medially I have got medial surface is consisting of what? Medial surface is consisting of third ventricle. Okay, can I tell like this, that these are called as the lateral walls of third ventricle? Why? Because this is the anterior wall, this is a posterior wall, right? These are called as the lateral walls of third ventricle. So what is medially located? Medial to the thalamus, there is lateral wall of third ventricle. Medial surface is having lateral wall of third ventricle. Lateral wall of third ventricle. Next, what is the inferior surface having? Inferior surface consisting of. What is the inferior surface consisting of? Inferiorly, just now I told you. See, inferiorly you have got what? Inferiorly you have got hypothalamus. Inferiorly you have got midbrain ka upar wala part. What is that? Subthalamic tegmentum of your midbrain. So inferiorly you have got two parts. One is called as what? Hypothalamus. Next is your subthalamic tegmentum of midbrain. Subthalamic tegmental or tegmental region of midbrain. Okay, subthalamic tegmental region of your midbrain. So these are the surfaces which you come across the thalamus. Okay, so these are some of the surfaces in the thalamus which you have got. Hello guys, so now we shall be discussing regarding the mesencephalon or the midbrain. Okay, we shall be discussing regarding mesencephalon or midbrain. Now regarding this mesencephalon or midbrain, first what we shall discuss is that we shall discuss the external features of midbrain. After that we will discuss the internal features of midbrain. Okay, first external, then internal features. Now coming to the external features of midbrain, what are the external features? External features of midbrain. So what are the different kinds of external features? And remember one thing, remember one thing, the picture which I am about to draw now, right, I am going to draw, even if you take spinal cord, midbrain, pons, whatever it is, you have got two surfaces, right? One is called anterior surface or ventral surface, another one is called as posterior surface or dorsal surface. You know this, right? So now I am going to show you the ventral surface or anterior surface. Ventral or anterior surface. So in this ventral or anterior surface, I am going to show you all the components of the midbrain, only the external features, not internal features. Okay, right. So let us draw the picture here. So let us say that this particular part over here is called as your superior colliculus. Right. So what is this? This is your midbrain. Now in this midbrain, here two important parts you can see. So let me little bit correct this part. Two important parts you can see. What are these two important parts over here? Let me even correct this part also. I just wanted to make sure that this is in the midline here. Right. So what was the thing which I was telling you? Yeah, I was telling you that in this midbrain, if you exactly look in the center of the midbrain, right? So this center of the midbrain, whatever is there here, this is called as aqueduct. What is this called? This is called as cerebral aqueduct. Now surrounding this cerebral aqueduct, whatever gray matter you have got over here, this is called as periaqueductal gray matter because it is surrounding. So that is called as periaqueductal gray matter. And you have, this is your midbrain, I agree, but at which level did you make the section? I have made the section at the level of what? At the level of superior colliculus. Okay, so what are these structures over here? What are these structures over here? These structures over here are called as superior colliculus. Okay, so I have made the section at the level of superior colliculus. So we'll write much more parts over here. Colliculus. Okay, superior colliculus. So what is in the center over here? This is called as cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct. And what is this one called as? This is called as periaqueductal gray matter. This is called as periaqueductal gray matter. Okay, now next important thing you have to know here is that here I am drawing a black color substance like this. Okay, so here I am drawing a black color substance. So this black color substance which I am drawing here is nothing but called as substantia nigra. Okay, so what is this particular black color substance? This black color substance is called as substantia nigra. This is called as substantia nigra. Okay, now down here let me draw the parts over here. So let me just duplicate this part. Right. So if you can see here, this is the complete section which you can see from, this is the complete, I will draw the complete section now. So as you can see here, this is a picture which I am drawing that is showing your what? That is showing your ventral surface. Okay, that is showing your ventral surface. Okay, so that is showing your ventral surface. And let me also draw some more important things over here. Right. So what are the things which you can see over here now? You see this part which I've drawn over here, this is called as a right crus of the midbrain. What is this called? This is called right crus of the midbrain. And what is this part over here called as? This part over here is called as the left crus of the midbrain. So we have got one is called as a right crus of the midbrain, left crus of the midbrain. After this right and left crus, this center part, whatever you can see here, right? You know what is this? this part between the right crus and the left crus, you call it as a posterior perforated substance, right? So yesterday we discussed the structures that are present in the base of the brain, right? So where is that picture over here? I think this is the, yeah. So here we have discussed the structures that are present in the base of the brain. What did we discuss? See, this is your midbrain. Just in front of the midbrain, what do you have here? Posterior perforated substance, right? So can I tell that this is the right crus, this is the left crus. In between both the crus, you have got posterior perforated substance, right? So in the same way, the picture which I am drawing right now, in this particular picture over here, you have got some openings like this. So these openings are nothing but called as what? These are called as your perforations. So tell me now, this is anterior perforation or posterior perforation between both the crus? This is your posterior perforated substance. Okay. So what is this posterior perforated substance? In the same way, you have got two important sulci. Okay. What are these two important sulci? See, here you have got one very important sulcus, and here you have got another important sulcus. In the same way, here you have got a sulcus, just side to that or lateral to that, you have got another sulcus. Okay. So what is the name of this particular sulcus and this particular sulcus over here? So which sulcus is medial? This sulcus is medial. So this is called as medial sulcus. Actually, from this medial sulcus, your oculomotor nerve comes out. That is why you also call it as oculomotor sulcus. Oculomotor sulcus. In the same way, this particular sulcus over here is called as lateral sulcus. So two sulci we have got. One is called as a medial sulcus, another one is called as a lateral sulcus. So this was the thing which I was telling you. This is your medial sulcus and this is your lateral sulcus. And where is your nerve here? You see the nerve that is coming out from this particular sulcus, right? So this is your third pair of cranial nerve. Third pair of cranial nerve. Now when you go down, right, and by the way, not to forget that this particular part over here is called as the right crus cerebri, and this part over here is called as the left crus cerebri. Right and left crus cerebri. Okay, right and left crus cerebri. Next important thing is that down to this crus, down to the right and left crus over here, down here you have got a very important structure on both the sides. I mean on the right crus as well as on the left crus. So these structures which are located on the right and left crus is called as a tinea pontis. What is this structure called as? Tinea pontis. This is called as tinea pontis. So if I ask you overall, what are the structures that are located over here? What are the structures that are located over here, guys? So one by one, we have made the section. Right now we are discussing about the external features of midbrain, ventral or anterior surface at the level of superior colliculus. At the level of superior colliculus. So here we have got this duct called as cerebral aqueduct. Surrounding that we have got periaqueductal gray matter. Next, here we have got a substance called as substantia nigra. Okay. Next important thing is that here what is this? This is called as your right crus cerebri and this is called as left crus cerebri. Now between right and left crus cerebri, actually the right and left, this is right, this is left. Between that you see a fossa here, right? So this fossa present between two crus cerebri or two peduncles is called as interpeduncular fossa. It means this particular fossa is called as peduncular fossa. This fossa is called as interpeduncular fossa. Next important thing, two important sulci you have got. One is called as a medial sulcus, another one is called as a lateral sulcus. Okay, medial as well as the lateral sulcus. So guys, these are the external features, right? External features of the midbrain in the ventral or anterior surface. Okay, so these are the external surfaces. These are the external features. Now we shall be discussing regarding the internal features. Okay. So guys, now we shall be looking at the internal features. So previously this was the same picture I drawn, right? So I have drawn the same picture almost like this, and I have told you that at the level of superior colliculus. So here also right now I am drawing right now I'm drawing this thing, that this is your superior colliculus here. So right now I am making a picture at the level of superior colliculus only. So this is your superior colliculus. So at the level of superior colliculus, right, this is a section of your midbrain. And previously what did I do? What did I do previously is that I've just made some extensions over here. If you remember, these are some of the extensions which I made over here, right? These are the extensions. You remember these extensions like this, right? I called that this part as posterior perforated substance. This is called as a right crus cerebri. This is called as a left crus cerebri, right? So now we shall discuss these internal features which are present over here. Okay. So previously we discussed only superior colliculi, periaqueductal gray matter, and cerebral aqueduct, right? So now we shall discuss much more structures. So what are these structures over here? First important thing you have to pay attention, that you should know that this particular part, okay, is a picture cross, right? Chalo, whatever it is. Yeah. So first important thing you need to know that this particular part over here is called as interpeduncular fossa. Guys, I'm rubbing this out. Okay. So to write down these names over here. So this part over here is called as interpeduncular fossa. Interpeduncular fossa. And you know, this is right crus, this is called as left crus, right? Now just above this interpeduncular fossa, you have got actually a nerve, you have got a nucleus. Exactly above this interpeduncular fossa, you have got a nucleus. This is called as interpeduncular nucleus. What is this nucleus? The name of this nucleus is interpeduncular nucleus. Peduncular nucleus. Okay. Now on either sides of this interpeduncular nucleus, here you have got a very specific substance. Now tell me, what is this particular substance over here? You see, on either sides you have got a very specific substance which I am drawing on both the sides over here. This particular substance which you have got is completely black in color. Okay, so this structure which is completely black in color is called substantia nigra. Okay, now remember one thing, that this particular substantia nigra is actually divided into two parts. Okay, it is actually divided into two parts. What are these two parts? See, one part of substantia nigra is very dark and other part of substantia nigra is very light, right? You see, one side I'm drawing it very darkly and on the other side it is completely light. So this particular structure, first of all let me write it down, that this particular structure over here is called as your substantia nigra. Substantia nigra. Okay, now this substantia nigra has got two parts in turn. What are these two parts here? One which is very dark, that is called as pars compacta. Pars compacta. It is very compact, dark. The light part is called as pars reticularis. Pars reticularis. So we have got pars compacta, pars reticularis. So as I already told you, pars compacta as well as pars reticularis. Now what is pars compacta is containing? Pars compacta is containing dopaminergic neurons, lots and lots of dopaminergic neurons. And what is pars reticularis containing? That light part. Pars reticularis is containing GABAergic neurons. Okay, GABAergic neurons. So all of you know that these GABAergic neurons are what? These are inhibitory neurons, right? So two parts you have got. One is called as dopaminergic pars compacta and pars reticularis. Compacta has got dopaminergic neurons and reticularis has got the GABAergic neurons. But first of all, how do you divide this midbrain? See, now we got a perfect way of dividing the midbrain. Okay, so if I am drawing these dotted lines just anterior to superior colliculus like this, now I can divide the midbrain into three parts. What are those three parts? See, this is one part, this is the second part, and you see this one is called as a third part. How many parts are there? Three parts. So you divide you divide the midbrain into three parts. Now what are these parts? So from here till here, this part is called as tectum. What is this? Tectum, where your superior colliculi are present. Next, the remaining part, okay, this part over here is called as tegmentum. Tectum, and next part is called as tegmentum. After that, here you have got this part called as crus cerebri. What is this? This is called as crus cerebri. Okay, where is crus cerebri located? Anterolaterally. Just think why I told anterolaterally. Why did I tell anterolaterally? Yes, because these two are anteriorly present and facing lateral sides, not facing medially, right? They are facing what? They are facing laterally. That is why anterolaterally. You know, the upper part is the dorsal, all of you know, and the ventral part, this is called as a dorsal area and this is called as a ventral area. Dorsal, or you can call it as posterior, ventral you can call it as anterior. That is why anterolateral. Clear, all of you? Right. Now just above this particular part, what is this? Substantia nigra. Here you have got a nucleus. Here you have got a nucleus like this. This particular nucleus is called nucleus ruber or red nucleus. Okay, what do you call this nucleus as? This is called as red nucleus. But by the way, we forgot to draw the main important thing. What is the most important thing here? Here you have got what? This particular thing is called as your cerebral aqueduct, and surrounding your cerebral aqueduct, what is this? Periaqueductal gray matter, right? I hope you know this. So this entire thing is your periaqueductal gray matter, and center part is called as your CA, cerebral aqueduct. Now surrounding this cerebral aqueduct or periaqueductal gray matter, you have got some very important nuclei. For example, if you can see here, on either sides of this periaqueductal gray matter, you have got a very specific nucleus. You know what is this nucleus? This is called as Edinger-Westphal nucleus, where the parasympathetic fibers will come out. What is this? Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Anterior to Edinger-Westphal nucleus, you have got another nucleus over here. This is called as a nucleus of cranial nerve number 3. What is this? Nucleus of cranial nerve number 3. So what are the nuclei you have got over here? Let me write this down. Yes, what are the different nuclei? See, what is this particular nuclei over here? This is called as Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Okay, and after that, what is this nucleus? This is the nucleus of the third pair of cranial nerve. Third pair of cranial nerve nuclei. Okay, where it is present anterior to this Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Now, from this third pair cranial nerve nuclei, you see the cranial nerve is coming, right? So this cranial nerve passes down like this. You see it is passing through what? It is passing through your red nucleus. Okay, so this nerve is coming down, passing through the red nucleus, and it comes down in this way. Okay, on the opposite side also it passes through the red nucleus and comes down in this way. What is this line that is coming down? This is your third pair of cranial nerve. This is your oculomotor nerve. That is your oculomotor nerve nucleus. From the nucleus, this oculomotor nerve is coming. Along with that, the parasympathetic fibers also pass along with this oculomotor nerve in this way. Okay, they also pass along with this in this way. Clear? Now, apart from that, there is one more important thing you have to appreciate over here, that exactly at this location, right? Exactly at this location, right above this red nucleus, here you have got a fasciculus called, I will tell about this later on, but just remember that inside to this third pair of cranial nerve, you have got a fasciculus called as medial longitudinal fasciculus. Later on I will tell you that medial longitudinal fasciculus is responsible for the gaze, right? So it will integrate the movements of head and the eyes. Now for example, if I have to fix my eyes onto you and rotate my head, how will I rotate? See, I am fixing my eyes onto you and just rotating my head. Now my eyes are rotating there? No. My eyes are looking to the front and my head is tilted to the right. So this, and next if I have to tilt my head to the left, again I am fixing my eyelid. So this This kind of integration between the head and the eyeballs and the eye muscles is basically done by this medial longitudinal fasciculus. I will tell about this later on, okay? So this is your medial longitudinal fasciculus, medial longitudinal fasciculus. What is this? Medial longitudinal fasciculus. Next, after this medial longitudinal fasciculus, you have got three important types of lemnisci. Guys, now you understood what are tracts, what is lemnisci, what is fascicular, right? So you basically have got three different types of lemnisci over here. Okay, you see, let us say that here you have got one kind of lemnisci, just beneath that another lemnisci, just beneath that a third lemnisci. Okay, here also the same. The same onto the opposite side. I'm not drawing this because I don't want to disrupt these lines. Okay, so what are these lemnisci called as? Okay, so one is called as TL. TL stands for trigeminal lemnisci. Another one is called as SL, standing for spinal lemnisci. Another one is called as ML. ML is standing for medial lemnisci. So what are these? What are these? Trigeminal lemnisci. Trigeminal lemnisci. Second one is spinal lemnisci, and third important thing is medial lemnisci. So how many lemnisci you have got? Three important lemnisci. Where are they located? They are located in the tegmentum. Okay, next important thing. What is the next important thing I have to discuss? You see right crus cerebri and left crus cerebri. Within this crus cerebri, there are some fibers that are passing. Okay, so let me differentiate these fibers with three different colors. Okay, let us say here, exactly here, I mean the complete lateral part, complete lateral to this crus cerebri. You see here there are a group of fibers that are passing. Actually, three types of fibers are passing. Next, in the center, another group of fibers are passing here. Okay, in the center over here, the next group of fibers are passing. And finally, here we have got a third group of fibers that are passing. Now, let us see what are these groups of fibers. So, first important thing is that coming to the lateralmost part of your crus cerebri, the fibers which are passing, or most of the fibers, they pass to the pons. These fibers are from the temporal lobe to the pons, from the parietal lobe to the pons, from the occipital lobe to the pons. Okay, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe. From all these lobes, these fibers go to the pons. So what will you tell? One is called as temporo. Yes, what is called temporo to the pons means pontine, temporopontine fibers. Next you have got is the parieto-pontine fibers, temporopontine, parieto-pontine, and third one over here is occipitopontine. So these are the three types of fibers that are present. After that, in the middle part, what are the fibers that are going here? One fiber goes all the way from the cortex to the spinal cord, goes from the cortex to the brainstem nuclei. Okay, so cortex to the spinal cord is corticospinal tract, corticospinal. Next one we have got is a corticonuclear. And next, another tract from the frontal lobe. See, we are done with temporal lobe, we are done with parietal lobe, occipital lobe. What is the lobe that is left? Frontal lobe. So from the frontal lobe also fibers should go to the pons. So they are called as frontopontine fibers. What are they called as? Frontopontine fibers. Okay, so what are the things we have discussed over here? So one last thing I will mention here. After that we shall just recap all the things which we have discussed over here. So what is this thing is that here exactly anterior to what? Anterior to superior colliculus, you have got a nucleus over here. This is called as mesencephalic. Repeat. You have got a nucleus over here. This is called as pretectal nucleus. Okay, so what is this particular nucleus located anterior to superior colliculi? This is called as pretectal nucleus. Next, up here you have got one more nuclei. You know what is this nuclei that is located here? This is called as mesencephalic trigeminal nuclei. So this nuclei is called as mesencephalic trigeminal nuclei. You just have to remember the structures that are located over here, guys. This is very important. Okay, so once again let us just have a recap. Coming to the internal features. Okay, internal features, we have made a section at the level of superior colliculi. So these are your superior colliculi. Second part, your entire midbrain is divided into three parts. This upper part is called as your tectum, the middle part is called as your tegmentum, and the lower part here, this one is called as your crus cerebri. Okay, so where is your substantia nigra located? In the tegmentum of midbrain. Where is your red nucleus located? You know why this nucleus is called as a red nucleus? Why it is red, you know? Because of excess deposition of iron. Because of excess iron deposition, this looks red. Okay, because of excess iron deposition, this looks red, right? Whatever it is. So where is red nucleus and what is this substantia nigra located? Located in the tegmentum of the midbrain. Done, ho gaya. Next important thing, all the structures, important structures are present within the tegmentum only. In the tegmentum we have got three important structures here. One is called, what is this called as? This is called as trigeminal lemniscus. Next we have got spinal lemniscus and we have got medial lemniscus. Next, what are the in the periaqueductal gray matter, what are the structures that are running out? One is a third pair of cranial now. Along with this, from the Edinger-Westphal nucleus, the parasympathetic fibers are also running. Okay. Next important thing here, what is this? This is called as mesencephalic trigeminal nuclei. After that, what is this? This is called as a pretectal nucleus. So these are the structures that are passing through this particular part. So this completes your midbrain. Where I have discussed both the external features of midbrain as well as the internal features of your midbrain. So now we shall be discussing, after the midbrain, now we shall be discussing regarding the pons. Okay, so in the pons, what we'll discuss, again the same important things we'll discuss. We shall discuss the external features of the pons. Okay, so we shall discuss the pons from the front and from the back also. Okay, then why you did not discuss the midbrain from the back? From the back it is not that important. There are only 4 structures to know that I will cover up right now in the pons itself. Okay, so but when it comes to pons, in the pons we will discuss about the ventral surface of the pons, I mean anterior surface, and back side, the dorsal surface also. Okay, so we will discuss the external features. We will discuss the external features of the pons. Okay, first we will discuss about the ventral surface, and after that we'll go to the dorsal surface. Okay, so first important thing, let us start drawing from the midbrain itself. Okay, let us start drawing from the midbrain itself. Now all of you look here. So what is this particular structure over here? You see this? This particular structure over here is called as your midbrain. Okay, so this particular structure over here is called as your midbrain. Now you know midbrain is having 2 crus, right crus cerebri, left crus cerebri, and the center, this is called as aqueduct, right? Cerebral aqueduct. Next, after that, after the midbrain, what do you have? You have got a structure like this. This particular structure is called as your pons. Okay, this particular structure is called as your pons. Now beneath the pons, what do you have? You have got medulla oblongata. So let us say this part is your medulla oblongata, and all these images whatever I'm drawing right now, this is which surface? Your ventral surface. Keep that thing in mind. Okay, so this is your medulla oblongata. Right, so this is your medulla oblongata over here. This is your medulla oblongata. So what are the structures which I have drawn over here? The first important structure over here is, this is your midbrain. Okay, and this is your pons, and this is your medulla oblongata. Now behind the midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, 3 of them is called as your brainstem. Now behind this, what is the structure you have got? You have got your cerebellum, right? So behind all of this you have got what? You have got your cerebellum like this. So behind all of this you have got cerebellum. So this is your cerebellum here. This is the cerebellum. Now another important thing is that on the sides of the cerebellum over here, right, not on the sides of cerebellum, on the sides of the pons, you have got this particular structure. This is called as middle cerebellar peduncle. What is this called as? Middle cerebellar peduncle. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, for example, if this is your central nervous system, this is your midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata and spinal cord like this, right? Remember one thing, that on the back side here you have got what? On the back side here you have got your cerebellum. Okay, so this is your cerebellum. Now how is cerebellum located behind midbrain, pons and medulla oblongata? See here. From the midbrain, the fibers are coming, a peduncle is coming and attaching here. This is called a superior cerebellar peduncle. From the pons, you see middle cerebellar peduncle. From the medulla oblongata, inferior cerebellar peduncle. So these three peduncles together, they attach to the cerebellum and hold the cerebellum in position. So regarding the pons, what is that peduncle called as? Middle cerebellar peduncle. So this is the one, that is your red one, is called as your middle cerebellar peduncle. Okay, so let me write this part over here. So this part over here is called as your middle cerebellar peduncle. So this is called as your middle cerebellar peduncle. Next important thing is that you have got many cranial nerves. I am not drawing any cranial nerves here, but I have already told you what are the cranial nerves that are originating from midbrain, pons and medulla oblongata, if you remember. Right now, next important thing I want to tell you over here is that if you mainly concentrate on the pons, right, so this surface of the pons is called as the superior surface or superior border of the pons. Okay, now if that is the superior border of the pons, then this particular border over here is called as the inferior border of the pons. One is called as the superior border, another one is called as the inferior border. Now where is the inferior border present? Can I tell this inferior border is present between the pons and medulla oblongata? So I am calling inferior border as pontomedullary junction. What is this? Pontomedullary junction. The inferior border as pontomedullary junction. Okay, next important thing, if you exactly look in the center, I did not draw this, but in the center you have got a sulcus. Okay, this sulcus is called as sulcus basilaris. In the center over here, actually you have got a sulcus. So this is a pons like this with swellings on either side, and in the center you have got a sulcus like this. This sulcus is called as sulcus basilaris. Why are you calling it as sulcus basilaris? Because when I was teaching you circulophilis, if you remember, this is your right vertebral artery and this is your left vertebral artery. Both the vertebral arteries, they join together at the pontomedullary junction, I told you, and then they ascend up as a single artery. What is this? This is your basilar artery. So that is why this is the sulcus for the basilar artery. So you call it as sulcus basilaris. Okay, sulcus basilaris. Okay, now next important thing. So these are some of the features, I mean not much features on the ventral surface, and moreover there are also nuclei over here, cranial nerve nuclei. If you remember, there are cranial nerve nuclei which I told you in the midbrain, right? In the midbrain I told you, in the pons also I told you, in the medulla oblongata also I have told you, right? So these will be the cranial nerve nuclei over here. Clear? Right. The next important thing is that if you look from the posterior side, there are many structures that are present. Okay. So let us say if you are looking at the pons from the posterior side. Okay. If you are looking at the pons from the posterior view or ventral or dorsal view. So this is how it looks. Okay. You see here, this particular part over here is called as your midbrain. Okay, and this particular part over here is called as your pons, and this part over here is your medulla oblongata, and down here you have got your spinal cord. Okay, now on the posterior surface of the midbrain, as I told you, I will tell you here, you see 4 swellings, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So in this, out of these 4 swellings, swelling number 1 and 2 are called as superior colliculi, Superior colliculi are responsible for what? They are responsible for vision. Keep that thing in mind. Next, 3 and 4 are called as inferior colliculi. Inferior colliculi, and they are responsible for auditory action, auditory hearing, auditory sensation, right? For hearing. So, 4 of these together you call it as corpora quadragemina. So, all these 4 bodies together you call it as corpora quadragemina. So, corpora quadragemina is located behind your midbrain. So, I told you we are making a section at the level of superior colliculus, right? So, actually we are making a section here and showing it to you. Okay. So, superior colliculi, inferior colliculi, superior colliculi for vision, inferior colliculi for auditory action. Now, when it comes to pons, this is how the pons from the back looks. I mean, this image is just gross, not that clear. We shall discuss all the structures over here. Okay, but remember one thing. If you see on the back side, you see a line in the center here. Yeah, closely look here. You see a line. Instead of calling it as line, I will call it as sulcus. This sulcus is located exactly in the center, right? And remember, this sulcus is in continuous with the sulcus of medulla oblongata also. Right? So this sulcus over here is called as median sulcus, not medial. It is median sulcus, median sulcus. So let us draw all these structures over here. Okay. So what are the structures? First important thing I told you that here we have got 2 important colliculi called as superior colliculi. Down here we have got 2 important colliculi called as inferior colliculi. You are clear with this. Now, when it comes to the pons, I told you that in the center of the pons there is a sulcus. Okay, what is this sulcus called as? This sulcus is called as median sulcus. Let me write it down. This sulcus over here is called as your median sulcus. Okay, on either side of the median sulcus you have got 2 more lines. See, on either side of the median sulcus you have got 2 more lines. What are these 2 more lines called as? This is called as sulcus limitans. What is this called as? This is called as sulcus limitans. This is called as sulcus limitans. Okay. Now, if you actually look at the real picture, guys, you can actually appreciate a swelling here. You see, I'm just drawing a swelling here. I don't know how well it goes, but you see there is some kind of swelling here. Yes or no? You see, on either side of median sulcus, you see there are 2 bumpy elevation, 2 swollen structures. Now, these 2 important swollen structures, whatever you can see on either side, these are called as medial eminence. Medial L. This is L, this is N. Medial eminence. This is called as what? Medial eminence. Now, what are the structures that are located over here? So, first important structure. On either sides of the medial eminence over here, on either side of the medial eminence, you have got a nucleus here. This is called as locus coeruleus. What is this structure called as? This structure over here is called as locus coeruleus. Okay, this is called as locus coeruleus. Okay, let me coeruleus. Okay, this is called as locus coeruleus. Next, down if you come, here you have got 2 more colliculi. Okay, you see these are 2 more colliculi. Where are these colliculi located? These colliculi are located on the posterior aspect. Okay, posterior aspect of what? Posterior aspect on the medial eminence. These 2 colliculi over here are called as facial colliculus. These 2 colliculi are called as facial colliculus. Okay, this is called facial colliculus. Next, down here, down to the facial colliculus, you have got 2 important structures here. What are these 2 important structures here? These 2 important structures are called as stria medullaris. Okay, these 2 important structures over here are called as stria medullaris. On either sides of fovea, right, or sorry, on either sides of facial colliculus, you have got a triangular shaped area. Okay, on either sides you have actually got a triangular shaped depression like this. You see, on either sides you have got a triangular shaped area. This particular triangular shaped area on either side is called as superior fovea. Now when I am telling superior fovea, there will also be inferior fovea, but where it will be I will tell you later. So we have got superior fovea. Superior fovea. Okay, so what are the structures we have got, guys? We have got the structures that are located on the posterior aspect. The first important thing is we have got, what is this? This is called as median sulcus. On either sides, what you have got? You have got sulcus limitans. Okay, on either side you have got sulcus limitans. Next, the eminence which you have is medial eminence. Down here you have got facial colliculus. Below that you have got stria medullaris. On either sides you have got superior fovea. On the top you have got locus coeruleus. And this junction is your pontomedullary junction. Okay, so these are the structures that are located over here. Okay, on the posterior aspect. Now you have to know that what is pons in relation with the ventricles. First of all, tell me, pons is related to which ventricle? The answer is fourth ventricle. How fourth ventricle? I will tell you that. And next important thing is this pons forming any wall of fourth ventricle? That also we will discuss now. Okay, so if you look at the next picture over here, you will understand. Let us say that this particular part is your midbrain, and here what is this? Here you have got superior colliculus on the top, here you have got inferior colliculus on the bottom, right? All of you know this. Next, after that you have got, what is this? This is called as your pons. After that you have got, what is this? This is called as your medulla oblongata. Okay, now after this medulla oblongata, down here what do you have got? Medulla oblongata continues down as spinal cord. Next, you also know this thing, on the back side posteriorly, what do you have? You have got your cerebellum. So what is this? This particular structure over here is called as your cerebellum. Okay, now where is your fourth ventricle? If you remember, I have taught you in case of Dandy-Walker syndrome, right? In Dandy-Walker syndrome, what did I teach you? There is a cyst that is formed here. I have also told you there that this is your fourth ventricle over here, right? Now look here carefully. For example, if I am making a duct in the center here, okay, what this duct will be called as? Tell me, what will this duct be called as? This duct is called as cerebral aqueduct. Okay, and in the same way, if I am making another duct over here, what will this particular duct be called as? This is called as central canal. What is this? Central canal. And all of you know this important thing, that CSF is present in the cerebral aqueduct, and from here the CSF will enter into your fourth ventricle, and from here the CSF will enter into what? Into your central canal. Right? So once again, let me write these things down. So this is called as cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct. Here you have got is the central canal. This is your midbrain. This is your pons. This is your medulla oblongata. This is your cerebellum. Okay. Where is your fourth ventricle? See, this is your fourth ventricle. Okay, this particular thing over here is your fourth ventricle. Now, if I ask you what are the walls of fourth ventricle, right now, here we have got a roof as well as the floor. See, this is called as a roof of the fourth ventricle, and this is called as a floor of the fourth ventricle. Okay, so what are the structures you have got? One you got is a roof of the fourth ventricle, another one you have got is a floor of the fourth ventricle. Okay, now what is this particular roof of the fourth ventricle made up of? Roof of the fourth ventricle, this one is made up of this particular structure over here called as anterior cerebellar notch. You see a notch over here? This is called anterior cerebellar notch. Roof is made up of anterior cerebellar notch. Okay, whereas floor is made up of what? Floor is made up of two important structures. Now tell me, where is the floor? See, from here all the way till here. Okay, till here, this is the floor. Floor is involving both pons and medulla oblongata, complete pons and little part of medulla oblongata. right? So can I tell within the pons, this is called as an anterior surface of the pons, and this highlight which I'm doing with the pink, right, this is called as a posterior surface of the pons. So can I tell the floor is formed by the posterior surface of the pons? Posterior surface of the pons. Along with that, can I also tell it is also formed by a little part of posterior surface of medulla oblongata? Posterior surface of medulla oblongata. So here we have got two things. What are these two things? See, this is called posterior surface of medulla oblongata, and that is called posterior surface of the pons. So these two things form what? These two things form the floor. Okay, these two things form the floor. Next important concept I have to discuss over here is a very important angle here, and the contents of this angle, and also a clinical point is there, that is called as cerebello-pontine angle. What is this? Cerebello-pontine angle. The angle between cerebellum and the pons is called as cerebello-pontine angle. Okay, so let me very fast draw a picture over here. So this is your midbrain, superior colliculus, inferior colliculus. After that, here you have got your pons, here you have got your medulla oblongata as well as spinal cord over here, right? So all of you know that this particular part over here is your cerebellum. This is your cerebellum. Now what is cerebello-pontine angle? First important thing you should know that this is your pons, this is your medulla oblongata. Now what I am doing is that I am drawing a line. Now I am drawing a line like this. This is the first line. Now I am drawing the second line touching the two surfaces of the cerebellum here. This is the second line. Now perpendicular to that I am drawing one more line over here. You see, this is the third line. So how many lines over here you have got? So this is the first line, this is the second line, and this is the third line. Okay, there are how many lines? There are 3 lines over here. Now another important thing, let me put this picture a little bit down and then explain you in detail over here. Okay, now you might be confused from where did this image come. Okay, so actually you know that, let me draw this. I hope now you are clear, right? So this part over here is your midbrain, pons as well as medulla oblongata. And nothing to worry, that you also know that here you have got what is this? This part over here is your brain, like this. This is your brain. Now if you look at the bones, tell me what bone do you have here? Frontal bone. What bone do you have here? That is parietal bone. And what bone do you have here? You see, this bone which I am drawing here is touching your line number 1. Yes or no? Can I tell that this is temporal and back side is your occipital? So here I have got a temporal bone which is touching the line number 1. Okay, temporal bone that is touching the line number 1. Now this particular angle which you can see over here is called as cerebello-pontine angle. Okay, between the cerebellum and the pons, the angle which you see over here is called as cerebello-pontine angle. So what are the borders of cerebello-pontine angle? We have actually got 3 important borders. What are those 3 important borders? What did I tell you? First border is touching your temporal bone. Exactly speaking, which part of temporal bone you know? Petrous part of the temporal bone. Okay, so it is touching the superior border of which bone? Petrous part of temporal bone. Petrous part of temporal bone. So that is the first line. And what is the second line? Second line is passing along the upper border of cerebellum. It is passing along the upper part of cerebellum, right? So second border is, it is passing along the upper part of cerebellum. Upper part of cerebellum. Upper part of cerebellum. Now, how is the third line passing? If you see here, this is called as the anterior surface of the pons. This is called as a posterior surface of the pons. But this line which I am drawing here is the lateral surface. On the other side, you will see the medial surface. So, this line is passing along the lateral surface of the pons. This line is passing along the lateral surface of the pons. Lateral surface of the pons, lateral surface of the pons. So all these three things together, they form what? An angle called as cerebellopontine angle. Now if I ask you what are the contents of this cerebellopontine angle, what will you tell? First important thing, I have got an artery over here. This artery over here is called as labyrinthine artery. Next, I have got a vein over here. This vein over here is called as labyrinthine vein. Next, I have got three cranial nerves. One is 6, one is 7 and one is 8. These are the three cranial nerves. So what are the contents here? What are the contents of the cerebellopontine angle? There are three important contents. One is called as the labyrinthine artery and labyrinthine vein. Okay, we have got labyrinthine artery and labyrinthine vein, simply labyrinthine vessels. Second important content, what do we have? We have got is a sixth pair of cranial nerve, right? Next we have got seventh pair of cranial nerve. Next we have got eighth pair of cranial nerve. So these are the cranial nerves that are located over here. Okay, 6th, 7th and 8th. Now, what are the clinical points which you can tell in this particular thing? In this thing is that, for example, sometimes there might be by chance there might be a tumor of this 8th pair of cranial nerve. Okay, so this particular tumor of this 8th pair of cranial nerve is called as vestibular schwannoma. Vestibular schwannoma. What is this? Vestibular schwannoma. Now you tell me, if 8th pair of cranial nerve has got a tumor there, right? Don't you think this tumor can easily pass to 6th pair as well as 7th pair? So even can I tell patient will also have abducent nerve palsy and facial palsy also, right? So along with 8th pair of cranial nerve, there are two other nerves that are involved. What are those two other nerves that are involved in case of vestibular schwannoma? One is your abducent nerve, so there will be abducent nerve palsy, and next you will have a facial palsy. Okay, so you know how will the patient come to the clinic? The patient will come to the clinic complaining of DVT. DVT in the sense, not deep vein thrombosis, it is dizziness, it is vertigo and tinnitus. Dizziness, vertigo and tinnitus. So when a patient is complaining of dizziness, vertigo, tinnitus only, this is not called as vestibular schwannoma. In vestibular schwannoma, what is the important thing? Cranial nerves are involved. So along with these complaints, along with the DVT, if patient is also complaining of cranial nerve palsy in the sense either 6th or 7th or 8th, either of these three cranial nerves or all these three cranial nerves, now you call this particular condition as what? Vestibular schwannoma. And remember, the other name for vestibular schwannoma is acoustic neuroma. Sir, what if a patient is coming to the clinic complaining of only DVT? No cranial nerve abnormality. Okay, he's complaining only of DVT, and I asked him how much time is this vertigo lasting? He is telling vertigo lasts from minutes to hours. Vertigo, checker jo hota hai na, so this vertigo is lasting from minutes to hours. Very, very important. It is lasting from minutes to hours. Now, if I check for cranial nerve 6, 7, 8, all these three are perfectly normal. Then what is this condition where there is only DVT, where there is vertigo lasting from minutes to hours? This condition is called as Meniere's disease. What is this condition called as? Meniere's disease. So remember, Meniere's disease, MIN is minutes to hours. Okay, so if a patient is having such thing, Meniere's disease, what is the next important thing I will give? Right, I will give prochlorperazine. prochlorperazine, or I can give cinnarizine, prochlorperazine, whatever it is. So these are the basic medications which I prefer to the patient. Okay, right, whatever it is, let us go back to this topic. So if a patient is complaining of dizziness, vertigo, tinnitus, and I check the cranial nerves, 6th, 7th and 8th are damaged, so it means I will confirm that this is acoustic neuroma or vestibular schwannoma. But what is a proof that this is acoustic neuroma or vestibular schwannoma? Immediately what you need to do is that you need to do an MRI scan. Okay, tell me MRI of what? MRI of this cerebellopontine angle. So you need to order a MRI of CP angle, cerebellopontine angle. So there you can see a tumor there. Okay, so this is all you need to know regarding this cerebellopontine angle. We are done with the midbrain, we have done with the pons. Okay, now we shall be discussing regarding the medulla oblongata. So what are the external features of medulla oblongata on the ventral side as well as on the dorsal side? Medulla oblongata. Now regarding this medulla oblongata, what are the external features of medulla oblongata? First we shall discuss about the anterior surface or ventral surface. Again we will discuss the posterior or the dorsal surface. Okay, now in this anterior or ventral view, what you can see? See, first important thing here is that you know that here what is this picture over here? You see, this is your midbrain from the back. Okay, this is your midbrain from the front. Okay, so this particular part over here is your midbrain from the front. Midbrain is having two parts. What are these two parts? Right crus cerebri and left crus cerebri. Okay. Next, down over here, what is this? This is your pons. What is this? This particular thing over here is called as your pons. So you have got your midbrain, you have got your pons. Now beneath the pons is the main topic now, that is your medulla oblongata. Now here if you see, you got two structures like this. You got two structures in this way. Okay, so let me put it up as a single line. You got two structures like this, and on either side of these structures, two more structures are present here. Right, now this entire part which I have drawn right now is your medulla oblongata. So medulla oblongata might look little bit different from the others, but it is very easy. Okay, so this part over here is called as medulla oblongata. Now in this medulla oblongata, what are the different parts which you can see? So first important thing is that these green color parts which I am highlighting right now, these two green color parts over here are called as what? Olives. What are these two green color parts called as? These are called as olives. Okay, now after this you see this center line here, right? Okay, leave that. Before that, this particular structure over here is called as your right pyramid. What is this? Right pyramid. And this particular structure over here is called as a left pyramid. Right and left pyramid. Okay, right and left pyramid. Next important thing, this center line you see, this center line is called as anterior. Why? Because we are discussing right now the anterior. So anterior, anything in the center is called median. So this is called anterior median fissure. Anterior median fissure. Anterior median fissure. Okay. Next, the structures that are located on the side, you see these two, here as well as here, these two are called as anterolateral sulcus. What is this? This is called as anterolateral sulcus. So anterior median fissure and anterolateral sulcus. Okay, next important thing, what is the next important thing is that here in this pyramids, on the surface of this pyramids, you can see some arc shaped fibers. There are arches like this, you see. There are some arc shaped fibers. These arc shaped fibers over here are nothing but called as what? These are called as arcuate fibers. What are these? Arcuate fibers. But these arcuate fibers are present anteriorly. So these are called as anterior arcuate fibers. So these fibers over here are called anterior arcuate fibers. Now what is this particular junction, guys? The junction that is present between pons and medulla, this is your pontomedullary junction. Okay, this is your pontomedullary junction. So what are the structures which we have got over here? So here we have got these fibers called as anterior arcuate fibers. This is called as anteromedian fissure, right? This is called as anterior median fissure. On either sides, this is called as anterolateral sulcus. After that, you have got the right pyramid over here. This is called as your left pyramid. And here you have got these fibers called as arcuate fibers. What are these fibers? Arcuate fibers. On either sides, you have got these structures called as olives. These structures are called as olives. So what are these structures? All these here. And by the way, this is your pons. This is your midbrain. That is your right crus of the midbrain, left crus of the midbrain. And what is this? This is why am I going fast? Is that these things I've already discussed, right? So this is your cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral aqueduct. Okay, so these are the things which we have already discussed. Only the new part is this dorsal features over here, right? Sorry, the ventral features or the anterior features of your medulla oblongata. Now after, and you know one important thing, that here if I talk only about medulla oblongata, here you see posterior surface of medulla oblongata is forming the floor of the fourth ventricle. Keep this thing in mind. Okay, now we shall be discussing about the posterior view. So just now we are done with what? Anterior or ventral. Now I am discussing about posterior or dorsal view of medulla oblongata. Now we shall be discussing the posterior view or the dorsal view of medulla oblongata. Okay, we shall mainly focus on the posterior or the dorsal view. Posterior or dorsal view of medulla oblongata. Posterior or dorsal view of medulla oblongata. Okay. Now when I tell posterior view, I will draw all the way from the midbrain. Posterior to the midbrain, what do you see? I told you see colliculus. Superior and inferior colliculus, you remember, right? So that is present on the anterior side or on the posterior side? That is present mainly on the posterior side, right? So here if you see, this part is your midbrain. Okay, beneath your midbrain, whatever you have over here is your pons. Okay, and here you have got these two structures called as superior colliculi. These two structures over here are called as inferior colliculi. And what is this? This particular thing over here is called as your pons. This particular thing over here is called as your pons. So guys, now we shall be discussing regarding the dorsal or the posterior view. Okay, so we shall mainly focus on the dorsal or the posterior view. Okay, dorsal or the posterior view of your medulla oblongata. We discussed about the anterior view, right? Now we will be discussing about the dorsal or the posterior view of medulla oblongata. Okay, now in this dorsal or posterior view of this particular medulla oblongata, what are the important things that you need to keep in your mind? So yeah, again let me draw from the midbrain itself, so that the more I draw, the more it will be useful for you only. So this is your midbrain, and down here you have got the pons, and right now I am drawing what? The posterior surface. Keep that thing in mind. Okay, posterior, this was your anterior surface, this is your posterior. Whenever I draw posterior, don't forget we have got superior colliculi in the midbrain, and down here we have got inferior colliculus, and this is the pons. Now posteriorly, when you see, okay, when you look at the medulla oblongata posteriorly, it is completely different. So first let me draw and then I will explain you. Okay, so this is how the medulla oblongata looks posteriorly. Right. So if you see here, this part is not a triangle actually. This part is the open part. Okay. So what is that? That part is the open part. You will understand everything once I finish up the picture. So this part over here is called as your medulla oblongata. And important thing is that you know that these two structures over here on either side are called as olives. In the front anterior view, the structure that is present here and here, these are called as pyramids. You remember that? right? Now, what is this particular picture over here? What is this particular picture is that here we actually, this is from the posterior side, and if you see here, posteriorly we have got this very important thing. Anteriorly, this is how the medulla oblongata looks. Okay, this is how the medulla oblongata looks. Now, when I'm turning the medulla oblongata posteriorly, you can see posteriorly the upper part of medulla oblongata is open. You see as a triangular shape. So that is this particular triangular shape here. You see, this particular triangle is nothing but this open part, and the lower part is closed. Clear? So in the anterior side you cannot see open and close, but posteriorly you can see the upper part of medulla oblongata is open and the lower part of medulla oblongata is closed. Here I have got what? Here I have got olives. Next important thing is that on the posterior aspect of pons, if you remember, on posterior aspect of pons, I told you this thing that in the center, if I am drawing a line, this is called as what? This is called as median sulcus. You remember, right? On either sides of the median sulcus, what do you have got? You have got the lateral sulcus, right? So this was a thing which I have told you previously. And next important thing I told you over here is that on both the sides here, you have got this elevation, bumpy elevation on both the sides. I told you, what is this bumpy elevation on both the sides in the pons? This is called medial eminence. Now why am I discussing again this thing? You will get to know in a minute. So you know that this particular part is called as medial eminence. In the same way, this particular median sulcus of pons is continuous with the median sulcus of your medulla oblongata. Okay, and as usually the same on either sides. What do you have got? On either sides you have got this part. What is this? This is called as your, what is this? This swelling. What is this swelling called as? Eminence, medial eminence. So this part over here is called as your medial eminence. So you see medial eminence on both the sides. Okay, you see here that there is medial eminence on both the sides. You see medial eminence on both the sides. So medial eminence is in continuous with the medial eminence of the pons. Okay, now next important thing. What is the next important thing? If you remember that I told you the line which is in the center, what is the line which is in the center? Anterior median fissure. Okay, what is this? Anterior median fissure. Then what will be the same line on the back side? This is called posterior median, not fissure, it is sulcus. Posterior median sulcus. One is called anterior median fissure and this is called posterior median sulcus. Next, what is this called as? We called it as anterolateral sulcus. Okay, in the same way, here this particular structure is called as posterolateral sulcus. Posterolateral sulcus. One is anterolateral sulcus and this sulcus will be called as posterolateral sulcus. Next important thing, if you remember, here I have told you, I think, yeah, where is that? I think, yeah, this is a part I told you that midbrain is connected to the cerebellum with the help of superior cerebellar peduncle. Pons is connected to the cerebellum with the help of middle cerebellar peduncle. And down here, what is this? This is called inferior cerebellar peduncle. That is, the medulla oblongata is connecting with the cerebellum, right? So here what I have to draw? Here I have to draw the middle cerebellar peduncle. Okay. So now you see this particular peduncle over here. This is called as middle cerebellar peduncle. Okay, so this is called as middle or inferior, I think inferior, right? So this is called as inferior cerebellar peduncle. So this is called as inferior cerebellar peduncle. Inferior cerebellar peduncle. The other name for this inferior cerebellar peduncle is restiform body. What is this? Restiform body. The other name for this is restiform body. So what are the structures you have got? The center line over here is called as posterior median sulcus. On either side, what do you have? A posterior lateral sulcus. Next, here you have got, what is this particular thing over here? This is called as inferior cerebellar peduncle. Okay, and on either sides over here you have got, what is this? This is called as olives. These are called as olives. What are these called? Olives. And what is this sulcus over here? Yes, this is called as median sulcus. Median sulcus. And what is this? This is called as medial eminence. Medial eminence. Medial eminence. So these are the structures that are located on the posterior side. Actually, we are not yet done with the structures. There are much more structures. So just with the basic, I am telling you that these are the structures. Later on, I will draw these structures, but later on I won't write down all these names, okay? Because we have a lot more things that we have to discuss on the posterior side. Okay, so that is the reason why. So this is just like a basic kind of view before I discuss that difficult part. Okay, so let me clarify this confusion of anterior median fissure, posterior median sulcus and all of this. So let me clarify this confusion. If I am making a transverse section of your medulla oblongata, this is how the transverse section looks. Okay. So this entire part is your medulla oblongata, and down also here you have got, yeah. So this is the part. Now here, what are the important things? Okay, let me draw a little more inside like this. Yeah. So this is your medulla oblongata. Now in this medulla oblongata, again I am telling you that if you divide this medulla oblongata into two halves, so what is this part called as? We discuss medulla oblongata in two waves. This is called as anterior or ventral. This is called as posterior or dorsal, right? And what is this particular structure over here in the center? This is called as anterior median fissure. But what is this structure on the posterior side? This is not fissure, this is sulcus. Posterior median sulcus. Anterior median fissure, posterior median sulcus. Next, what is this particular structure which we have got? Here this is called as posterolateral sulcus. What is this? Posterolateral sulcus. Okay, what is this particular structure over here? This is called as anterolateral sulcus. Anterolateral sulcus. I hope you are clear now. Okay, so this is on the posterior side terminology, and this is the terminology on the anterior side. Now if you look at the real specimen, how does a real specimen look? See, this is a real specimen. Now tell me, is this anterior side or posterior side? So first of all, let me write down the parts here. Okay, so you know that this part over here is called as your midbrain. Okay, this part is called as midbrain. Next, this part over here is called as your pons. This part over here is called as your medulla oblongata, and down over here you call it as your spinal cord. Okay, now tell me, look at the midbrain. Are there colliculi? Yes or no? There are no colliculi. So if there are no colliculi, then this surface is called as your anterior surface. What is this surface? Anterior surface. And by the way, this is your pons. Now down here I told you that what are these structures over here? These structures are called as what? Olives. These structures are called as olives. What is this structure over here called as a right pyramid? What is this? Right pyramid. So you have got olives on the right, you have got olives on the left. You have got right pyramid here, left pyramid here. After that, can you see a line in the center over here? I'm rubbing it again. Just look at this. Can you see this line in the center? Right? I'm just drawing a line just side to that so that it won't disturb you. You see this line in the center? This line, now tell me, anteriorly what is this line called? This line that is present anteriorly is called anterior median fissure. So here, this particular line over here is called as your anterior median fissure. Okay, just side to that, you see another line over here and another line over here, right? So what is this line called as? Anterolateral sulcus. What is this? Anterolateral sulcus. Now what I'm doing is that now I'm going to show you, and by the way, this is your anterior or ventral view. Now I'm going to show you the posterior or the dorsal. So in this posterior or the dorsal view, you can see swellings. You see two swellings here, right? Two swellings here. What are these two swellings over here? These two swellings are called as superior colliculi, and these swellings are called as inferior colliculi. Superior and inferior colliculi. Next, on the back side, directly let us go to the medulla oblongata. If you look at this particular medulla oblongata, if I am dividing this medulla oblongata into two parts, you see the upper part of medulla oblongata is open, but the lower part of medulla oblongata is closed. You see this triangular area, upper part open and this lower part is closed. In the same way, what did I tell you here? I told you here on the posterior region, in the pons you have got the median sulcus. The median sulcus in the pons is in continuation with the median sulcus of the medulla oblongata. So all of you just look at this particular picture. The median sulcus of the pons is in continuation with the median sulcus of your medulla oblongata. Yes or no? Yeah. So this is one of the important thing. Now you can see small lines on either side, right? So these lines are not that much visible, but just think that these lines, one is called as posteromedian, posterolateral sulcus, and center one is posteromedian sulcus over here. Okay. Now what we will do is that we will draw the same picture there. We will draw the same picture there, and there are some additional more structures that are present on the medulla oblongata on the posterior side. So we shall discuss what are these additional structures. Right, so we discussed regarding the posterior, or the dorsal side of the medulla oblongata, right? So as I told you, those things which I discussed there are only few. Actually, there are a lot more things that you have to discuss. Now I'll draw a bigger picture, okay? And in that picture, I'll explain you all these important structures. So again, so let us start from the midbrain. So let us say this is your midbrain over here, right? Now beneath the midbrain, what do you have? You have got your pons. Let us say this is your pons. Okay, this is your pons over here. Now beneath the pons, you have got what? Medulla oblongata. And again I'm telling you here this thing that all of you have to remember, anterior side the medulla oblongata is completely plain, right? On the posterior side, on the dorsal side or posterior side, if you look at the medulla oblongata, the upper part of the medulla oblongata is open, the lower part is closed. Okay, the upper part is open and the lower part is closed over here. Okay, so this is your upper part. Okay, so this is the upper part which is open, I told you, right? So this is the upper part which is open like this. Okay, and the lower part is completely closed. And by the way, what are these two structures over here? These two structures are called as your olives. Okay, these two structures over here are called as your olives. I'm concerned about if the picture is straight or cross, because the structures, we won't have space to draw enough structures over here. Yeah, right. And let me draw one last line over here. Right, so these are the structures which you can see over here. So this is the cut section. Clear? Now here there are a few, and by the way, let me highlight this. This is your olive. On both the sides you have got your olive. Now if you look at the posterior side, again I am telling you, posterior side in the sense you should have two superior colliculi and two inferior colliculi over here. Two superior as well as two inferior colliculi. What did I tell you? I told you that the structures in the pons are in continuous with the structures in the medulla oblongata, like median sulcus, right? Or like let us say medial eminence and all, right? So first of all, let me draw a line in the center of the pons. Let me draw a line in the center of the pons. What do you call this line as? This is called as your median sulcus, median sulcus. Okay. Now in the same way, you even have got median sulcus over here. Even in the pons also there is, even in the medulla oblongata also there is median sulcus, right? Now apart from this median sulcus, on both the sides I have drawn one more sulci over here. This, can anyone tell what might be this name? This is called, in the pons, I've told you, sulcus limitans. What is this? Sulcus limitans. Okay. Next, this particular sulcus limitans continues down like this as sulcus limitans on both the sides. Yes or no? Next important thing, what did I tell you? I told you that there is a bumpy elevation on both the sides like this. Okay, you see this bumpy elevation on both the sides. So this particular bumpy elevation on both the sides, what do you call this? You call this as medial eminence. What do you call this? You call this as medial eminence. Okay, so what do you call this? This particular structure which you call over here, this is called as your medial eminence. Okay, now when I tell medial eminence, so don't you think there is also medial eminence that is continuing down over here? You see, there is also median eminence that is continuing down. Here also there is median eminence that is continuing down. So this is the median eminence that is continuing down over here. Okay, so let me first write down these the names of these structures first. So this particular structure over here is called as your median sulcus. Okay, and this one over here is called as your sulcus limitans. What is this? Sulcus limitans. Next, this particular structure over here is called as your medial eminence. Medial eminence, and this continues down along with this particular part, right? Medulla oblongata. And next important thing, I've also told you that here you have got two important structures, right? On the sulcus limitans, you have got two important structures. What are these structures called as? Locus coeruleus, if you remember, right? So this particular structure I told you as locus coeruleus, right? Locus coeruleus I told you. Next important thing is that down here also you have got two important structures here in the medial eminence, right? In the medial eminence, the inferior part of the pons, on the posterior side, down here you have got two structures called as facial colliculus, right? So these structures are called as what? Facial colliculus. So these are the structures I have just talked in the pons itself. I have also told you that there are two triangular shaped structures like this. These triangular shaped structures on both the sides, these are called as what? These are called as superior fovea. What is this? This is called as superior fovea. These two structures over here are called as superior fovea. Next, down here you have got two more structures. These structures over here are called as stria medullaris. You see these structures here? These structures are called as stria medullaris. So these structures over here are called as stria medullaris. These structures are called as stria medullaris, right? Now these were the structures which I already discussed in the pons. Now once when you come to medulla oblongata, how the structures on the top are different in medulla oblongata is that, so if you look at medulla oblongata, within this particular medulla oblongata, you will have a ridge. Okay, let us say this is a neural ridge which I am drawing right now. You see, this particular ridge which I am drawing right now is a neural ridge. Okay, you see, this is a neural ridge. Now this particular neural ridge which you can see over here is what is called, what do you call this neural ridge as? This neural ridge is called as tinea. What do you call this? This is called as tinea. Now tinea is having a small separation down here. So this particular separation within this tinea is called as separations. What separations? Funiculus separations. Okay, so what is this particular structure over here? This is called as your tinea. This is a neural ridge called as tinea. Tinea, and tinea is having, you see this small separation over here. This separation is called as funiculus separations. Funiculus separations. This separation is called as funiculus separations. Next important thing, you see a triangular shaped cavity over here. Because of that you see this particular triangular shaped cavity. Now this particular triangular shaped cavity over here, you call this as area postrema. What do you call this area as? Area postrema, where your respiratory center is present. Okay, so this particular thing over here is called as your area postrema, right? This is called as area postrema. Next, beneath this area postrema, this particular area which I am drawing here, you see this particular area over here beneath the area postrema is called obex. What is this called as? This area is called as a obex. Okay, right. Now we will come back to this particular region later on, but for now what we'll do is that we'll go down a little bit and discuss few important things. Okay, so we have actually got few important tubercles. Okay, for example, here we have got a tubercle. This particular tubercle is called as cuneate tubercle. What is this? Cuneate tubercle. On both the sides you have got this tubercle. This tubercle is called cuneate tubercle. Now down to this cuneate tubercle, okay, you see here, down to this particular cuneate tubercle, you have got an eminence like this. Down to this cuneate tubercle you have got an eminence. Here also down to cuneate tubercle you have got an eminence. Okay, this eminence over here is called as vesicle. What is this? Vesicle. So what do you call this as? First of all, write down this. What is this called as? This is called as cuneate tubercle. Down to cuneate tubercle, whatever vesicle you have got, you call this as vesiculus cuneatus. Vesiculus cuneatus. So you have got one is called as cuneate tubercle and vesiculus cuneatus. In the same way, you have got another tubercle over here and another tubercle over here, right? You know what is this? These two tubercles are called as, this is called as gracilis tubercle. Okay, so what do you call these tubercles as? These tubercles are called as gracilis tubercle. Gracilis tubercle. And below the gracilis tubercle, for example, if there is a eminence, what this eminence should be called as? Vesiculus cuneatus or vesiculus gracilis? Vesiculus gracilis. So this one is called as vesiculus gracilis. This thing over here is called as vesiculus gracilis. Okay, so we have got cuneate tubercles on either side. Medially we have got what? Gracilis tubercle. From cuneate tubercle we have got vesiculus cuneatus. From gracilis tubercle we have got vesiculus gracilis. Okay, now here I told you there is superior fovea. You see, now where there is superior fovea, there should also be inferior fovea. Yes or no? So here I have got a fovea. You see here on both the sides over here I have got a fovea. This particular fovea is called as inferior fovea. Okay, what is this fovea called? This fovea is called inferior fovea. And down to inferior fovea, you see a triangle. Down to inferior fovea, you see a triangle here. This particular triangle down to inferior fovea is called as a hypoglossal triangle. Okay, here also. Down to this inferior fovea, you see a triangle, and this triangle is called hypoglossal triangle. So this particular structure over here is called as inferior fovea. Down to inferior fovea, you got this hypoglossal triangle. You got this triangle over here. This is called as hypoglossal triangle. Next important thing is that supromedially, superiorly and medially, you have got one more structure over here. Supromedially, you see on both the sides, supromedially you have got another important structure. Superiorly and medially you have got another important structure in the triangular shape. This is called as trigonum vagi. What is this? Trigonum vagi. So this is your trigonum vagi. So where is this trigonum vagi located? Supromedially to inferior fovea. Okay, and apart from that there are two areas which you have here. So what are these two areas? Look here, this is one area, right, and below that you have got the second area over here. So what is this particular area which you can see? This is called as a cochlear area, and down here this area which you can see is called as your vestibular area on both the sides. So this area over here is your cochlear area, and this area over here is called as your vestibular area. So cochlear area as well as vestibular area, these are the structures that are located over here. So overall overall, what are the structures that are located in the medulla oblongata posteriorly? First, in the center, we have got this called as medial eminence, right? Medial sulcus. On either sides of the median sulcus, we have got these structures called as limitans, sulcus limitans. Next, we have got superior fovea, so I have written inferior fovea here. Down to inferior fovea, there is a triangle. This triangle is called hypoglossal triangle. What is this triangle? Hypoglossal triangle. Next, this kind of tissue over here, neural tissue, is nothing but called as what? Tinea. Right? So, anteriorly if you see, tinea is having what? Area postrema. Your respiratory center is located in the area postrema. Next, down to that, here this substance is called as obex. Okay, area is called as obex. Next, supromedially this triangular area is called trigonum vagae, and two areas, cochlear area, vestibular area. That's all we have discussed so far. Okay, so these are all the structures that are located in medulla oblongata. Now we shall be discussing everything about the cerebellum. Okay, so as I already told you, cerebellum is attached to the midbrain, right? So you know that this is the midbrain, this is the pons, and this is the medulla oblongata, right? Now tell me, what are these names over here? Yes, this name over here is called as superior cerebellar peduncle. Superior cerebellar peduncle. Now I am telling you the other name for superior cerebellar peduncle is called as brachium junctum. Okay, this is called as brachium junctum. Okay, this is called as brachium junctum. Next, we have got this one over here is called as a middle cerebellar peduncle. Middle cerebellar peduncle is also called as brachium pontis. Brachium pontis. And we have got what? Inferior cerebellar peduncle, which is also called as a restiform body. Restiform body. So your inferior cerebellar peduncle is called as your restiform body. If you look at cerebellum, okay, if you look at cerebellum, how many notches it is having, how many surfaces, how many borders, we will discuss. So first I will write down, then I will show it to you in the pictures. So it is having two notches. It is having two notches. What are those two notches? Anterior notch, posterior notch. It is having two notches. One is called as anterior notch. Another one is called as posterior notch. So two notches are present. One is called anterior notch. Another one is called posterior notch. Next, it is having two surfaces. It is having two surfaces. What are those two surfaces? Superior surface, inferior surface. Superior surface as well as inferior surface. Superior and inferior surface. It is having two borders. Two notches, two surfaces and two borders. So what are the two borders it is having? One is called anterolateral border, another one is called posterior border. Anterolateral border, another one is called as posterior border. Posterior border. These are the structures which we have over here, right? Now if you look at each surface over here, so first of all we will discuss about surfaces. Next we will discuss about, okay, first let me give you a quick recap about what are notches. Okay, first we will discuss about surfaces, then we will go for the notches and all. Okay, so first regarding these surfaces, how many surfaces I told you? Superior surface as well as inferior surface. So if you are looking at a cerebellum from the top, this is how the cerebellum looks. See, this particular center part of the cerebellum, whatever you can see over here, is called as vermis of the cerebellum. And this is your cerebellum like this. This is your cerebellum as a whole. So this is your right cerebellar hemisphere. Okay, and here you have got your left cerebellar hemisphere. How many cerebellar hemispheres are there? Two. Okay, so this one is called as your right cerebellar hemisphere, and this is called as your left cerebellar hemisphere, and this point over here is called as your vermis. Now whatever surface you are looking at right now is called as what? Superior surface. Below this will be your inferior surface. Next, coming to another important part to highlight here. See here, if I am dividing cerebellum into two parts, so what will be this part? Anterior part, and this is posterior part. Now anterior part if you look at anterior part, this part is called as the anterior part, and these two structures are located laterally. So what do you call this? This you call it as anterolateral border. Okay, what do you call this as? Anterolateral border. Next, after anterolateral border, we should have posterior border. See, this entire thing is your posterior border. Here also, this entire thing is your posterior border. Posterior border. So what are the two borders which we have over here? One is called as anterolateral border, another one is called as posterior border. Okay, so you can see here, if this is an anterior, these two structures are lateral, so anterolateral, and the remaining structure, this one is a posterior border. Next, what is this particular structure over here? See, what is this? You see a notch here. In the same way, you can also see a notch here, right? So what are these two notches over here? These two notches are, this notch is called as anterior notch. This notch is called as anterior notch, anterior cerebellar notch, and this notch is called as posterior cerebellar notch. Anterior cerebellar notch and posterior cerebellar notch. So what did we cover? We covered anterior notch and posterior notch. We also covered anterolateral border and posterior border. Now the last one that is left over is a superior and inferior. Okay, so by the way, this surface, what is this surface over here? This surface is your superior view. What is this? This view is your superior view. Okay, superior view. Now what we will do is that, see, important thing you have to understand that if I am putting this pencil over here, let us say I'm putting this pencil over here. Now whatever you can see over here, right, this is your right cerebellar hemisphere, this is your left cerebellar hemisphere, this is your vermis. Okay, this is your vermis. Next, this entire border here is called posterior border, this entire border is called posterior border. Okay, anterolateral you cannot see here because it was straight is completely. So anterolateral is like this. Here there is one anterolateral, here there is another anterolateral. So what is this surface you are seeing? What is this surface which you are seeing? Posterior surface or anterior surface or superior surface? You are seeing from the top, you are seeing the superior surface. Which is anterior? This is anterior. Which is posterior? This is posterior. Again I am telling you. Okay, so again, once again, listen carefully. For example, if I am completely folding this paper, let us say, let me fold up this paper completely. Now, after folding this paper completely, right, if you see here, yeah, if you see here, this is your cerebellum. This is your cerebellum. Now this part which is looking at you, this is called as an anterior part of the cerebellum. Okay, this is anterior. Now this part which is looking at me, this part behind, this is called as a posterior. Now what did I draw here? I have drawn the top part. What is the top part? Superior part. Now in the superior part, if I draw a line like this, okay, so let me draw a line over here. For example, if I am drawing a dark line over here, okay, I am not sure will you be able to see this. See, this is superior part. Now if I am showing the superior part to you like this, right, you see what is this line in the center? This line in the center is nothing but called as vermis. Okay, this is called as your vermis. Next, if this is your vermis, right, you see this border, this is anterolateral, and what is this? This is called as your posterior border. Clear? That is called as your posterior border. Again I am telling, this is superior, this is inferior, this is anterior, this is posterior. Now if you have to look at anterior border, how will you look? Yes, for example, if cerebellum anterior pole is facing towards me, okay, it is facing towards me. So if this is a superior pole, this is anterior, this is posterior, I want you to see this part. How will you see? I have to bend it like this, right? When I bend it like this, now clearly you can see the posterior part. So this part, whatever you can see over here in this particular picture over here, it is like this. Okay, it is like this. So anterolateral on both the sides, you can see anterolateral, back of me there is a screen, see anterolateral, and here you can see the posterior part. And this is what is this? This is called as your vermis, right? Now what I'm doing is I'll just rotate the picture like this. When I rotate the picture like this, how does the image look? So when I rotate the picture like this, the image looks somewhat same but slightly different, okay? So for example, when I rotate the picture, this is how it looks. So this part over here is called as your vermis. Previously I used blue for the vermis, right? So this part over here, you call it as the vermis like this, right? This part over here is called as a vermis. Next, here, this is one part of your cerebral hemisphere like this, right? And this is the other part of your cerebral hemisphere. This is your other part of your cerebral hemisphere like this. Clear? Now this is a picture you will find when you are looking from the back. Okay, so this is your posterior view. This is your I know it is confusing to you, but this is how the posterior view looks. Okay, now in this posterior view, what things you can see over here? What things you can see over here is that in this posterior view, see, if this is your posterior, this is your superior view, this is your posterior view. In this posterior view, what things you can see? On the top, there are two borders. Okay, on the bottom also there are two borders. You see, here there is one border, here there is one border, here there is one border, here there is one border. So these are the four borders. See, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so what is this particular border over here? This border over here, you call it as right. This is called as right superior cerebellar hemisphere. This is called left superior cerebellar hemisphere. And this is called as right inferior cerebellar hemisphere. And this is called as left inferior cerebellar hemisphere. Okay, cerebellar hemisphere. Then what is this junction in between? This junction is nothing but called as your horizontal fissure. Horizontal fissure. This is nothing but called as your horizontal fissure. And center one is obviously called as vermis, right? So still, if you are confused with this picture, another best picture, let me put it up to you so that you will completely understand. And I know you are aware of this: superior colliculi, inferior colliculi. This is your pons, and this is your medulla oblongata as well as your spinal cord. Okay, now look here. This is your cerebellum. Okay, now in this particular cerebellum, what are the important things you can see? See, first, this part is called as anterior notch. This part is called as posterior notch. Okay, if this is anterior notch, this is your posterior notch. Next important thing is that if I am drawing a line in between both of them, this fissure is called as horizontal fissure. It means, you see this fissure, horizontal fissure. Okay, now after that, what did I tell you? I told you superior surface of cerebellum, right? You see, right superior cerebellar hemisphere, left superior cerebellar hemisphere, right? So this part over here is called as your superior surface of cerebellum. Okay, and this part over here is called as your inferior surface of cerebellum. In the same way, this part over here is called as your superior surface of vermis, and this part over here is called as your inferior surface of vermis. So this one over here is your superior surface of cerebellum. This is called as your inferior surface of cerebellum. This is your superior surface of let us say, what is this? Vermis. This is your inferior surface of vermis. Okay, this is your cerebellum, that is your vermis. Okay, clear all of you? Right, now another way to show these surfaces and all is, this is a perfect way. I hope you'll understand in this particular way. Now here, where is your cerebellum? So you know that this is your cerebellum. Now very clearly look here, all those images which I have drawn, I am going to show it to you in this real 3D animation. See, this part over here is facing your mouth, this is your anterior part. Now what is this part? This part is called as your posterior part. So anterior part, posterior part, done. From the top, what do you call it as? Superior part. From the bottom, what do you call it as? Inferior part. So superior, inferior, anterior, posterior. These are the four surfaces you can see from the lateral side. But can you see the medial surface? Let us say this surface which I have written over here is lateral. Opposite side will be your medial surface. Now what I am telling you is that I am putting a camera on the top like this, and I am looking at this particular structure. Okay. Let us say this is the eyeball, and now what am I doing? What am I doing is that I am just looking at this structure from the top. When I look at this structure from the top, how does that structure look? This is how it looks. Right cerebral hemisphere, left cerebral hemisphere. There should be vermis, there should be anterior notch, there should be posterior notch, there should be anterolateral border, there should be posterior border. These are the surfaces that has to be there. Now let us look at this. So this one I am looking from the top. Now look at this picture. This is from the top. Now in this top picture, what you can see? Here you can see this is right cerebellar hemisphere, left cerebellar hemisphere. Okay, and what is this? This part is called as your vermis. Okay, and this notch which you can see over here is called as anterior cerebellar notch. Anterior cerebellar notch, and this notch over here is called posterior cerebellar notch. Next surface is, what did I tell you? Anterolateral border. You see this border over here on both the sides. What is this? Anterolateral border. Next, what is the border we have got? Posterior. See, this entire one, this entire border over here is called posterior border. This is from the top. This is from the top. Now, if you look from the back, this is how it looks. Most of you are confusing that, okay, from the top there is vermis. Then posteriorly, it means here if I put a camera and if I see why vermis is again there. Actually look here now. This is how the vermis is located, guys. This is how the vermis is located. Let us say that, see, this is my cerebellum divided into two parts. This is right cerebellar hemisphere, this is left. See, these three fingers comprise right, these two fingers comprise the left cerebellar hemisphere. What is, let us take this mouse, what is there in the center over here? What is this wire in the center? This wire in the center is called as your cerebellum. Vermis. You have seen from the top. From the top you can see the vermis here, right? Actually vermis is all over like this. You see, vermis is present on the top. Vermis is also present on the posterior surface. You see, completely you have got vermis, front and back. Everywhere you have got your vermis like this. Clear? So vermis is present all over. So that's how the picture is. So this is from the top. Now from the top I am going to the posterior side. See, on the posterior side also you have got your vermis. Clear? Now here what are the surfaces? These two are superior surface, these two are inferior surface, and again this is your vermis. This is your vermis. Now if I lift it up much more, right? So tell me, what is this surface here? Again, don't confuse. This is again your superior surface. You see, this is vermis, this is right cerebral hemisphere, left cerebral hemisphere. Now this is from the top. This is from the top view. Now this is from the bottom view. This is from the bottom view. Bottom you see in this way. So it means by now you understood that entirely from here vermis will start all the way down to the posterior side as well as to the inferior side. Everywhere you have got this vermis like a band, right? You see, vermis is coming here. You see, from the top vermis is coming, and in the bottom also you see the vermis over there. Clear, all of you? Right. Now what I'm doing is that, so once again let me discuss this. So all of you just look at this, that let me put up this thing all the way. So I know it's very difficult. Yeah, so let me try something, okay? Let me try something over here. Yeah, so all of you just look at this. Now this is your entire cerebellum, all of you know. Once again I'm telling you, this is your entire cerebellum, because down here I'm going to tell you very, very important part. In this entire cerebellum, this part is a superior part, okay? Where this watch is there, that is my anterior part, okay? This part is a posterior. If watch is my anterior, this part, fist is my posterior part. This is inferior, superior, inferior, anterior, posterior towards you. Where is vermis? So this is a vermis. This one over here is your vermis. Okay. So let us say that, see, this entirely, whatever structure you got here is your vermis. Now, is the vermis present only on the superior surface? No. Vermis is also present here. You see, vermis is also present on the posterior surface here. So, superior surface, posterior surface, and only on these two? No. Even if you go down here on the inferior surface also, you got vermis. So, vermis is present all the way from here top, superior, posterior and inferior. Now, if you wanted to study in a single picture, the superior surface, posterior surface, inferior surface, in a single picture, if you want to study, how will you study? How will you study is that, what will I do is that, I am going to stretch all these areas. Okay, superior surface, posterior surface, inferior surface. What I am going to do here, I am going to stretch all of them like this. When I stretch, this is superior surface, this is posterior surface, this is inferior surface. And what did I tell you? All the way from the top till bottom you have got your vermis. Okay, top till bottom you have got your vermis. Clear? Now, how I am going to do this? Look at this particular picture. Now, don't get afraid by looking at this picture. Very, very, very easy picture. So, this is nothing different. So, what is this? This entirely is your right cerebellar hemisphere. This entirely is your left cerebellar hemisphere. What did I told? I told you I have just opened all the structures out like this. I have just stretched it out. So even this vermis used to be in a C-shaped. I have just stretched this vermis out. Okay. Now this center part over here is called vermis. You know that. Next important thing is that if you see this picture, what is this? Horizontal fissure. So you see, where is the horizontal fissure here? Exactly in the center. So where is the horizontal fissure in this picture? You see in the center here, this is your horizontal fissure over here. Now vermis is divided into lobules. So this is the first lobule, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth and ninth. How many lobules are there? 9 lobules are there. Even your right cerebellar hemisphere is also divided into lobules. Left cerebellar hemisphere is also divided into lobules. What are these lobules? Look here. Look here. Before you learn these lobules, what you should know is that attached to, okay, again I am telling you, attached to your second lobule of vermis, there are 2 fissures that are on either side. What is this? This is called as posterior central fissure. Attached to the third lobule of vermis, there are 2 other fissures down here. What are these? Fissura prima. Right? Attached to fourth, there are 2 fissures like this. Now, what is the shape of this fissure? In the form of a lunate shape. So, you call it as what? Posterior lunate fissure. Okay? And at between 5th and 6th, what is the fissure we have got? Horizontal fissure. Next, between the 6th and 7th also we have got a fissure over here called as pre-pyramidal fissure. What is the fissure over here? Pre-pyramidal fissure. Next, there are 2 other fissures in the starting and in the back. This fissure over here, which you can see on either side of the first lobule, is called as posterior lingual fissure. And down here on either side of the 9th lobule, this yellow color fissure, what you can see, is called posterior lateral fissure. Okay, again, what are the fissures present here? So first lobule is associated with one fissure called as posterior lingual fissure. These things you have to remember it. There is no other way. Next, second lobule is attached with 2 fissures over here called as posterior central fissures. Next, third one with fissura prima. Next, fourth one with, what is this? Lunate shaped fissure. Next, between 5th and 6th you have got horizontal fissure. Between 6th and 7th you have got what? What is this? Pre-pyramidal fissure. There is no fissure between 7th and 8th. Okay, you see, there is between 7th and 8th there is no fissure. And again, after this 9th you have got the posterolateral fissure. Finished. Now these fissures are dividing each cerebellar hemisphere right and left into lobules. See, attached to the second one, the lobule name is called as ala. What is this? Ala. Attached to the third, the lobule name is called as quadrangular lobule. Attached to the fourth, the lobule name is called as lobulus simplex. Attached to the fifth, we have got superior semilunar lobule. When I tell superior semilunar, down here will be inferior semilunar. And finally, you have got here the ventral lobule, bilateral ventral lobule. Okay, these two are your ventral lobules. Right. And what is this structure over here attached to the ninth? This is called attached to the ninth lobule. This is called peduncle. Attached to peduncle, you have got a structure called flocculus. So look here, peduncle plus flocculus plus this particular ninth lobule, together you call it as flocculonodular lobe, right? Flocculonodular lobe. So if someone is asking you how many lobes of cerebellum you have got, how many lobes of cerebellum? Anterior lobe I have, posterior lobe I have, and next flocculonodular lobe. How many lobes? 3 lobes. Okay, so right now we studied what is flocculonodular lobe. What is flocculonodular lobe? You have got a structure like this called as pedicle. Attached to this, what is this? Flocculus, and the ninth one over here. Again here pedicle. Attached to this there is flocculus and the ninth one. So all these together you call it as flocculonodular lobe. Now let us see what is the anterior lobe, what is the posterior lobe. Okay, what is anterior and what is a posterior lobe. Right. So lobes of cerebellum. First, flocculonodular lobe, ninth lobe, peduncle and flocculus. 3 of them together you call it as flocculonodular. Finish. Now what is anterior lobe? Till fissura prima you call it as anterior. Where is fissura prima? Yeah, so you see the base of the third one, this one, till here you call it, till here you see all this part is called as your anterior lobe. Okay, now from fissura prima all the way, okay, let us see where is the posterior lobe present. Yeah, posterior lobe is from fissura prima all the way till posterolateral fissure. Where is posterolateral fissure? Where is this posterolateral fissure? You see, this is your posterolateral fissure. It means all the way from fissura prima all the way till this particular posterolateral fissure. You see this part which I am highlighting now? Okay, this entire part is called as posterior lobe. Okay, then this part over here is called as anterior lobe. Okay, this is called as posterior lobe, and this last part is called as flocculonodular lobe. I hope you understood. If they will ask you till where this anterior lobe is present, till where the posterior lobe is present, till where this flocculonodular lobe is formed by what, you have to answer them. Okay, these are very, very important. Now we studied what are the names of the lobules of cerebellum. One you called as ala, one called as quadrangular, next lobus simplex, next superior semilunar lobule, inferior semilunar lobule, and bilateral ventral lobule. Then what is the names of these structures over here? What are these structures called as? Lobules of your vermis, right? So what are the names? See here, lobules of your vermis are divided into 2 parts, superior surface and inferior surface. See, superior surface, inferior surface. I have stretched it, right? So the upper part is superior surface, lower part is inferior surface. Superior surface, one is called as lingula. It means this one. You see, tongue shaped structure is called as lingula. Next, 2 is called central lobule. This 2 is called as central lobule. Next, 3 is called culmin, 4 is called declive, 5 is called folium. You just have to remember these guys, okay? Culmin, declive and folium. So this one is culmin, declive and folium. Next, below the horizontal fissure, the remaining part is called as a inferior surface. Above the horizontal fissure, this part is called as a superior surface. Below horizontal fissure, you called as inferior surface. So what is there? 6, 7, 8, 9. So 6 is called tuber, pyramid, uvula as well as nodule. These are the inferior surface structures. So this is all you need to remember regarding the cerebellum. So guys, now we shall be discussing regarding the cranial nerves. So all of you know there are 12 pairs of cranial nerves, right? Not 12 pairs of cranial nerves. Okay, so next important thing is that you know that this part over here is called as your midbrain. First of all, let me show you the placement of these cranial nerves, which is very important. Here we have got your pons, this is your medulla oblongata, and down here you have got is your spinal cord. Okay, now if you look at these cranial nerves, where are these cranial nerves located? For example, See here, there are four cranial nerves. Always follow the rule of four. In rule of four, there are four cranial nerves that are located in the center, right? So here in the midbrain, we have got two cranial nerves over here, right, which are located in the center. So one is called as a third cranial nerve. Next we called as a fourth cranial nerve. Okay. Next, after third, fourth, next we have got the sixth cranial nerve that is again located in the center. So this is the sixth cranial nerve over here. Okay. And after that, we have got seventh and eighth that are located laterally. Okay. This is seventh and this is eighth. Then what about the ninth and 10th? See here we have got 9th, 10th, 11th and again 12th that is located in the center. So this is your 9, 10, 11 and this is your 12. So the cranial nerves that are located in the center are your 3, 4, 6 and 12. 3, 4, 6 and 12. So 3 4s are 12, 4 3s are 12, 6 2s are 12, 12 1s are 12. However you multiply, you will get the number 12. Okay. So 3, 4, 6 and 12. These are the cranial nerve nuclei that are located exactly in the midline. And the nuclei that are located laterally are 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. Okay. Now, what about the fifth nerve? Where is the fifth nerve? You know, fifth nerve has got two important parts. One is your sensory, one is your motor. Okay. The motor part is located in the pons. So this is your fifth cranial nerve, which is motor. Okay. So that is why I am writing it as 5M, fifth cranial nerve, that is motor. Then where is where is the sensory cranial nerve located? You told me fifth cranial nerve is both sensory and motor. Where is the sensory part? Sensory part is here. So sensory part extends all the way from the midbrain, right? So all the way from the midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, all segments of spinal cord till where? See here. Midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, all the way till C1, C2 segment of your spinal cord. So the largest nucleus which we have over here is your 5 sensory, right? So this is your fifth cranial nerve, sensory nucleus has got the largest one, which extends all the way down till C1 and C2 cervical segments. Okay, cervical spinal segments, till there it will be extended. Clear all of you? Right. Now this is your 5 motor and 5 sensory. They both are also not located in the center, they are located laterally. Now there are two important syndromes. About these I have talked when I was discussing circle of Willis. I told you one is called as lateral medullary syndrome, medial medullary syndrome. Lateral medullary syndrome, I've talked about this. I also told about medial medullary syndrome, if you remember, right? So what is lateral medullary syndrome? Lateral medullary syndrome is because of which artery? I told you it is because of pica occlusion. Occlusion of pica would lead to what? Lateral medullary syndrome. Occlusion of anterior spinal artery would lead to what? So why anterior spinal artery, why pica? It is based upon their location that I have told you already. So that would lead to medial medullary syndrome. Now tell me, in the medulla oblongata, medullary syndrome means medulla oblongata, right? Which nuclei are located laterally? 9, 10 and 11. So can I tell that cranial nerve nuclei 9, 10 and 11 are affected in lateral medullary syndrome? Medial medullary, in the sense, medially what do you have got? Cranial nerve number 12. So can I tell 12th cranial nerve is affected in medial medullary syndrome? Yes. So these are some of the very important parts which you have to know. Now discussing about each and every cranial nerve. The first cranial nerve is called as your olfactory, and I don't want to discuss that mnemonic as on the occasion of the party, right? So this thing to remember these nerves, I hope all of you who is watching this video know what is first nerve called as, what is second nerve called as, right? So if you don't know, this is the first time you are watching it, and by the way, this is a rapid revision session. Obviously you must know enough basics before you watch this. Okay, so first one is called as your olfactory nerve. Okay, so what is olfactory nerve? Responsible for olfaction, smell. If olfactory nerve is damaged, what function will be lost? Olfaction will be lost. Next is optic nerve. If optic nerve is damaged, what will be lost? Vision will be lost. Very easy, vision will be lost. Coming to the third important thing, third one is oculomotor nerve. If oculomotor nerve is damaged, then what would happen? What would happen is that you have to know this picture. Let us say this is your eyeball. Okay. Now in this eyeball, let us say this is your nose over here. Okay. This is your nose. Now I am drawing the muscle. This is called superior rectus, inferior rectus, medial rectus, lateral rectus. What are these muscles over? These are extraocular muscles. Superior rectus, medial rectus, lateral rectus and inferior rectus. Here this is called superior oblique and this muscle over is called as inferior oblique. So this is superior oblique and this is called as inferior oblique. Now what are the nerves that are innervating these muscles? Remember in mnemonic, SO4 LR6 R3. SO4 LR6 R3. What is this mnemonic? SO4 in the sense superior oblique is innervated by fourth pair of cranial nerve, that is your trochlear nerve. LR6 in the sense lateral rectus is innervated by sixth pair of cranial nerve. R3 in the sense leaving these two, the remaining all are innervated by third pair of cranial nerve. So what should I tell? If oculomotor nerve is damaged, then what will happen? Your superior rectus is gone, medial rectus is gone, inferior oblique is gone, inferior rectus is gone. Yes or no? When all these are gone, what will happen? Remember from now onwards, whenever you see down out, whenever I tell oculomotor nerve, two words you have to print it in your mind: down and out. Down and out. What do you mean by down and out? Look at the patient's eye here. How is it looking? It is looking down and outside. So if you see down and outward deviation of eye, that is because of oculomotor nerve injury. Clear? Now, next important thing, coming to the trochlear. Again, down and out is oculomotor nerve. Coming to the trochlear, fourth pair of cranial nerve is what? Your trochlear nerve. Now, trochlear will innervate what? Trochlear will innervate what? Superior oblique. Okay. Trochlear will innervate your superior oblique muscle. Superior oblique muscle. Now, remember one thing in trochlear also, that whenever a patient's trochlear, superior oblique muscle is paralyzed, whenever a patient's superior oblique muscle is paralyzed, this patient will be unable to look down. For example, if now I am able to look down like this. So when I am walking down the stairs, right? How will I look? Will I look up and walk down the stairs? No. Obviously I look down. So any patient with a trochlear nerve injury, remember this thing, he is unable to look down and out. Okay? See, very important differentiation. Don't confuse. If a patient is looking, look here, if a patient is looking down and out, that is third cranial nerve problem. If a patient is not able to look down and out, that is fourth cranial nerve problem. So here patient is looking down and out, so third cranial nerve problem. Here patient is unable to look down and out, that is fourth cranial nerve problem. Okay, so in this patient, what is the second thing that is going to happen is that he will have very difficulty in walking downstairs as well as reading the book also. So patient will give these complaints. He will have difficulty walking downstairs, and reading the book. Walking downstairs and reading the book. So obviously what patient will do? Patient starts tilting his head. For example, see, now remember one very important thing. Right now my fourth pair of cranial nerve on the right side is damaged. Okay, if it is damaged over here, then what will happen? I am not able to look down. So how will be I able to look? I will be able to look up. Right? So what will I do? What will I do is that I start tilting my head like this. I start tilting my head so that my gaze, whatever is there, my sight, whatever is there, that will be aligned in a proper alignment. So if my right eye has got a problem, the tilting will be to the left. If my left eye has got a problem, my tilting will be to the right. So most of the time, whenever a patient with trochlear nerve injury will come to you, he will come with head tilting. He will come with head tilting. See here. Now here patient is having problem with the right eye, so the head tilting is to the left. Right? So why? Because the chin tuck and head tilt to compensate that vision. okay, to compensate that vision. So all of you understood here what will happen? Superior oblique muscle will be gone. Okay, so patient can't look down. So where will the patient look? Up. You see here, patient is looking up over here. So he is looking up. See, my eyeball here is looking up, right? And my left head is tilted down in this way. Okay. So whatever it is, these are the important things. If patient is looking down and out, one eyeball is looking down and out, it is oculomotor nerve. He is unable to look down, unable to walk, then it is what? Trochlear nerve injury, and head tilting is seen in trochlear nerve injury. Coming to trigeminal nerve, so these are some of the easy catches in the exam. I am telling you, if I have to discuss about trigeminal nerve, if I have to discuss about trochlear nerve, there is a lot I can discuss. But these are something catchy things that will be asked in the exams. Okay. Coming to the coming to the trigeminal nerve. Now, if trigeminal nerve is damaged, what is going to happen? Patient will have ipsilateral loss of pain and temperature. Ipsilateral loss of pain and temperature on your face. Ipsilateral pain and temperature on your face. Not only that, ipsilateral weakness. You know, trigeminal nerve, right? Out of the trigeminal nerve, the mandibular nerve is the one which supplies your muscles of mastication. So weakness of muscles of mastication. Muscles of mastication. Ipsilateral weakness of the muscles of mastication. Coming to the abducens nerve. Okay. So what is the abducens nerve here doing? So first of all, let us go back to this picture. So what is the abducens nerve? Abducens nerve is sixth. Sixth is lateral rectus. This one. For example, if my lateral rectus is contracting, my eyeball will look to the right like this. See, only look at my right eyeball, not to the left. Okay. Look at my right eyeball. If lateral rectus is contracting, my eyeball is looking right. If my lateral rectus is not working, right? My medial rectus is normal, lateral rectus is not working, my medial rectus is normal. So what will my medial rectus do? My medial rectus will pull the eyeball to the medial side. So what will happen? My eyeball looks medially towards the nose. You're getting it? If medial is not working, what will happen? Then the lateral is working. So my eyeball will be rotated outward, right? So here patient sixth cranial nerve is not working. It means lateral rectus is not working. If lateral rectus is not working, then medial rectus will pull the eyeball towards the nose. So if you can see in this picture, the eyeball is pulled towards the nose. If you see such picture, right, then always and always think in your mind that patient is having what? Ipsilateral weakness. Weakness to what? Weakness of abduction or adduction. Right? Weakness of abduction of eye. Okay. Coming to the facial nerve. What will the facial nerve do? Facial nerve is having three most important clinical parts which you can see over here. First, facial nerve supplies the face. So if facial nerve is gone, then there will be ipsilateral facial weakness. Ipsilateral facial weakness. Why? Because all the muscles, facial muscles are supplied by what? Facial nerve only, right? Next important thing is that facial nerve even is responsible for taking the taste sensations from the anterior two-thirds of the tongue. So if it is damaged, then there will be loss of taste. Loss of taste from anterior two-thirds of the tongue. Anterior two-thirds of the tongue. Next important thing is one of the branch of this facial nerve, right? Repeat. Next important thing is that this particular facial nerve, okay, this particular facial nerve within in the middle ear you have got a muscle called as stapedius muscle. You know what this stapedius muscle will do? What this stapedius muscle will do is that this will decrease the vibration of the ossicles. If ear ossicles are vibrating more, it means you will be able to listen to more sounds. Yes or no? For example, I'm sitting like this. I can right now, even if you are sitting in an empty room also, somewhere far you can listen to the horn of a vehicle. Yes or no? You can listen to the horn of a vehicle, or let us say you can listen to the curtains, right? Or let us say you can listen to the cold breeze that is coming out of your let us say windows and all. Right? So do you these sounds, do they usually disturb you? No, because they are very, very, very minute. But if my ear ossicles are vibrating more to those sounds, then what will happen? Even the sound is very small, I will be able to listen as if the vehicle is just in front of my ear. Okay, this condition you called as hyperacusis. Hyperacusis in the sense you are listening the ordinary sounds too loudly. That is called hyperacusis. So who is preventing this? Who is preventing the overactivity of the ear ossicles? That is your stapedius muscle. And agar facial nerve is damaged, then stapedius muscle will be gone. If stapedius muscle will be gone, then what will the patient have? Hyperacusis. What will the patient have? Hyperacusis. Hyperacusis in the sense there is increased sound sensation to ordinary sounds. Ordinary sounds. Okay, increase hearing to ordinary sounds. Next, coming to vestibulocochlear. If vestibulocochlear is gone, what will happen? This would lead to ipsilateral deafness. Ipsilateral deafness. Coming to glossopharyngeal. What is glossopharyngeal doing? Glossopharyngeal is collecting taste, ipsilateral taste and sensory sensations. Taste and sensory sensations from the posterior 1/3 of the tongue. From the posterior 1/3 of your tongue. Now, in a standard website called as Radiopedia, there they have given only ipsilateral sensory, right? But in USMLE, it is given both ipsilateral taste and sensory sensations from the posterior 1/3. Okay, in that Radiopedia website, so it is given only sensory, but still write down that it is both sensory as well as the taste sensation from the posterior 1/3. Coming to the vagus nerve. Now vagus nerve will cause, you have to just remember these functions guys, okay? Vagus nerve will cause ipsilateral palatal weakness. Ipsilateral palatal weakness. Next important thing is there is a deviation of uvula. Deviation of uvula. So if right vagal nerve is damaged, the uvula will deviate right. If left vagal is damaged, uvula will deviate to the left. And there will also be loss of gag reflex. Loss of gag reflex. These are the three important things that are seen. Coming to the axillary nerve, axillary nerve supplies two muscles. One is this particular muscle over here called as sternocleidomastoid. Another muscle, it is trapezium muscle. So one is sternocleidomastoid, another one is trapezium muscle. Sternocleidomastoid, what will it do is that if sternocleidomastoid is not working, can you rotate the head? No. So patient will have weakness, ipsilateral weakness in head rotation. So patient will have head rotation weakness ipsilaterally. Right? If trapezium is damaged, can you elevate the shoulder? No. So there is ipsilateral elevation of shoulder loss. Ipsilateral weakness in elevation of shoulder. Elevation of shoulder. Okay. Coming to hypoglossal nerve. Okay. Coming to hypoglossal nerve. What will hypoglossal nerve will do is that this will cause ipsilateral weakness of tongue. Ipsilateral weakness of tongue. So what will happen when there is ipsilateral weakness of tongue? If my right hypoglossal is damaged, my tongue will be deviated to right, like this. If left is damaged, it will be deviated to left. So you will see deviation. You will see deviation to side of the lesion. To side of lesion. Wherever there is a lesion, that side you will see a deviation. So what I will do now is that I will just draw the tongue over here and explain you all the clinical points over here, all the nerves that are important over here. So if I divide the tongue into two halves, so this part will be the posterior 1/3 of the tongue and this part will be the anterior 2/3 of the tongue. Posterior 1/3 and anterior 2/3. Now anterior most, what do you have? Anterior most, here the taste sensation is taken by what? Seventh pair of cranial nerve, I told you. Right? Now in seventh pair of cranial nerve, the branch is chorda tympani. Remember this? Chorda tympani, which takes the taste sensations from the anterior 2/3. Next, from the anterior 2/3 only, who is taking the sensations from the anterior 2/3 of the tongue? That is your fifth pair of cranial nerve. In fifth pair of cranial nerve also there is V3. That is, what is V3? ophthalmic, maxillary, right, mandibular. In mandibular, the name of the branch is lingual branch. Okay, lingual branch. And finally, as I already told you, the sensation, the sensory as well as a taste, both of them are taken by the ninth pair of cranial nerve, Clear? So these are the important things which you need to know regarding your tongue. Now, second important part is that you have to know that there are four structures. See, let me tell you. This is your midbrain, this is your pons, this is your medulla oblongata, and this is your spinal cord. Right? What is the first four rule? There are four. What is the first rule? The first rule is that there are four cranial nerves located in the midline. This is the first rule. So what are the four cranial nerves I told you? One is 3, 4, 6, another one is 12. 3, 4, 6, 12. These are the four cranial nerves located in the midline. This is first rule. Coming to the second rule. What is the second rule is that there are four structures. What is the thing is that there are four structures that are located exactly in the midline, and all these four structures are with the letter M. There are four structures with the letter M are located exactly in the midline. What are these four structures with the letter M that are located exactly in the midline? So one by one we will discuss now. Okay. So first important thing. What is the first important thing? Let me draw this picture little bit bigger. So how many structures over here? 4 M structures. Again, they are also located in the midline. Okay. So what are these structures? First, let us say this is your midbrain. You have got your pons. You have got your medulla oblongata, and here down over here you have got your spinal cord. Okay. Let me duplicate this. Right. Now I am telling you one pathway here. Okay. Now this pathway starts from the cortex. See, this pathway is coming in the center, starting from the cortex, and it is coming down, and in the medulla oblongata it is going on to the opposite side and coming down like this. Here also coming down exactly in the medulla oblongata, it will undergo decussation and it is coming down. Now where is this pathway? Pathway is located in the center. And this tract coming from the cortex to the spinal cord is called as corticospinal tract. What is this? Corticospinal tract. Clear? What will happen if corticospinal tract is damaged? I will tell you later on. But now I am just writing what are the structures that are located exactly in the midline. Okay. So what is corticospinal tract? It is a sensory or a motor pathway. So what is the first M? M is a motor pathway, that is corticospinal tract. Next important thing is that there is a nerve, right, the sensory pathway that is going up all the way, going up, and exactly in the medulla oblongata only again it is decussiating and going up. Here also exactly in the center, going up, decussation is happening, and again it is going up. Now what is this pathway over here? This pathway is called as medial lemniscus pathway. The complete name is dorsal, I'm not writing the complete name, just you write it down. Dorsal column medial lemniscus pathway. The complete name is dorsal column medial lemniscus pathway. You know, spinal cord has got ventral dorsal, it goes from the dorsal side. Okay, dorsal column medial lemniscus pathway. So what is the next M? I will write down all these again. Okay, what is the next M? That is your medial lemniscus pathway is the next M. Next, the third M is medial longitudinal fasciculus. Medial longitudinal fasciculus. What do you mean by this medial longitudinal fasciculus? What do you mean by medial longitudinal fasciculus is that, remember this thing very, very, very clearly now. For example, if I wanted to look to the right, see, I am looking to the right. Now when I am looking to the right, tell me what muscles are contracted. Look here, if I am looking to the right, see, here I have got lateral rectus, here I have got medial rectus. If I am looking to the right, my right eye, which muscle is contracted? Lateral rectus is contracted. My left eye, which muscle is contracted? Lateral rectus or medial rectus? Medial rectus is contracted. Okay, so my left eye medial rectus, my right eye lateral rectus. Both of them are contracting at a time so that I can look to the right. Okay, if both of them are contracting at a time, it means the nerve that is supplied to the medial rectus is different, the nerve that is supplying the lateral rectus is different. It means both these nerves should work together. Both these nerves should work together. They should operate in connection with each other. Yes or no? So only then at a time, if I want to look right, I can look right. If both nerves have some kind of communication in between them, only then if I am able to look left, if I wanted to look left, I can look left, and those muscles will contract accordingly and I can look left, right? So this communication is brought up by whom? It is brought up by this medial longitudinal fasciculus. So how is this communication basically happening? I will teach you now. Okay, but before I teach you, let me put up this picture down here. Let me put up this picture down. Let me put up this down so that it would save us now. So first important thing, what you need to know. What is the important thing you need to know is that let us say, let me draw the eyeball over here. This is one eyeball, this is another eyeball. Okay, these are two eyeballs, and this is the nasal part. Okay, now you know the muscle that is present over here is medial rectus. Here also we have got medial rectus, and this one over here is your lateral rectus. This is your lateral rectus. Okay, so this is your medial rectus, lateral rectus, and remember one thing, that I will also draw the ear to show you how is this happening, because very important thing, if I wanted to fix my gaze onto you, and if I wanted to tilt my head, how will I tilt? In this way. Now tell me, my head is tilted to the right, but my gaze is looking at you still. Now how is this happening? There should be some kind of coordination, right? So I will tell you what is that coordination and everything right now. So now another important image I just wanted to draw over here is your midbrain. Okay, your midbrain is very important here. So let us say this is your midbrain. Okay, next after that we have got your pons. So this part is your pons. Okay, and after that this is your medulla oblongata. So here you have got your medulla oblongata, and down here you have got your spinal cord. Let us say that this part over here is your right inner ear, and this part over here is your left inner ear. Okay, so this is your right inner ear, and this is your left inner ear. Okay, and remember one thing, in the pontomedullary junction you have got a very specialized nuclei. These nuclei located in the pontomedullary junction are called as vestibular nuclei. What are these nuclei? Vestibular nuclei. So these vestibular nuclei are 4. How many are they? 4. See here now, superior nuclei, inferior nuclei, medial nuclei and lateral nuclei. Okay, 4 nuclei. Next, as I already told you, third pair of cranial nerve we have got, right? So here in the midbrain here we have got third pair of cranial nerve. So this is your cranial nerve number 3. Okay, in the same way, down here you have got another cranial nerve over here. Let us say this is cranial nerve number 6. Clear? Right. Now let us look at this part. Now what I'm doing is I wanted to rotate my head to the right. When I want to rotate my head to the right, what will happen is that from the right inner ear a nerve is coming here. This is called as right vestibular nerve. What is this nerve? Vestibular nerve. What is this nerve? Vestibular nerve. So if I am turning my head to the right, my right vestibular nerve is contracted. If I am turning not contracted, it is activated. If I am turning my head to the left, it means my left vestibular nerve is activated. So what will happen when I turn my head to the right? What will happen is that my right vestibular nerve is activated, and this nerve passes all the way. This nerve over here passes all the way and enters into your, what is this? It is entering into your vestibular nuclei. Which vestibular nuclei? Medial nucleus. That doesn't matter now. So from here, what is happening? From the vestibular nuclei, you see a neuron that is going into the 6th pair of cranial nerve. What is this neuron? This neuron is an intermediate neuron. Okay, and giving out 2 branches. Okay, what will happen with these two branches? See, one branch goes directly and supplies to your lateral rectus, right? Another branch crosses the midline and supplies to a third pair of cranial nerve. And what your third pair of cranial nerve will do? Third pair of cranial nerve starts innervating your medial rectus. Now, you might be confused here. Why sixth nerve is innervating lateral rectus? Because I told you LR6. What is LR6? Sixth nerve is innervating lateral rectus. And why third nerve is innervating medial rectus? R3. The rest of all the nerves are innervated by medial rectus. I mean the third pair of cranial nerve only. You know this, right? Now look here what is happening. Okay, what is this eyeball? This is my right, this is my left. Now let us do this action. If my right eyeball is contracted, right side medial rectus is contracted, this eyeball looks this way, and left side lateral rectus is contracted, my eyeball is looking like this, see, this way. Okay, now look here. I am turning my head to the right. What is happening? I am fixing my gaze onto you and I am turning my head to the right. Now when I am turning my head to the right, look at my eyeball. My eyeball is moving left. My left eyeball is moving left. My right eyeball is also moving left. How is this happening? Because my left eyeball, which muscle is contracted here? Lateral rectus muscle is contracted. Right? You see there? Left eyeball ka lateral rectus contract hua and right eyeball medial rectus contracted. See, right eyeball medial rectus contracted. So that is how when I am looking to the right, my right vestibular nerve is activated and this causes contraction onto the left. I mean, so the deviation will be to the left. In the same way, vice versa, it will happen. So here also, if I am turning to the left, like this, see, my right eyeball is looking this way, right? This way. So it means my right side lateral rectus and my left side medial rectus is contracted. So how it is done, we'll see. I hope by now you understood, I think. So if I am turning to the left, my left vestibular nerve is activated like this. Okay. From here an interneuron will come cross onto the opposite side. Okay. Now one side it will directly go and innervate your lateral rectus, and the other side it will go and activate your third pair cranial nerve nuclei. From here the third cranial nerve goes and innervates your medial rectus. This is how the pathway is done. Okay. Now where is medial longitudinal fasciculus here? See, this is your medial longitudinal fasciculus. This is your medial longitudinal fasciculus. So this is your medial longitudinal fasciculus. Okay. So if my medial longitudinal fasciculus is cut off, do you think when I rotate my head to the right, will both the eyeballs look to the left? No. There is no such kind of communication. You are getting it? So what is the function of this medial longitudinal fasciculus? This will control and coordinate your eye movements in relation with your head. Clear? So this is very, very, very important. So once again, what are the 4 M's we discussed? There are 4 M's that are located in the midline. What are these 4 M's? First, M stands for motor pathway. M stands for motor pathway. So what do you mean by this motor pathway? That is your corticospinal tract. What is this? Corticospinal tract. Now in this corticospinal tract, what will happen? There is contralateral loss of what? Power of limbs. It means if my right corticospinal tract is damaged, my left side limbs are not working. If my left is damaged, my right side limbs are not working. Next, another M. What does another M stands for? Medial lemniscus. What will happen when medial lemniscus is damaged? What will happen when my medial lemniscus is damaged? Yes, medial lemniscus will cause contralateral loss of vibration and proprioception of limbs. Vibration and proprioception of your limbs. That is done by your medial lemniscus. Next, when it comes to another M stands for medial longitudinal fasciculus. When medial longitudinal fasciculus is damaged, what will happen? There will be contralateral or unilateral? There will be unilateral ophthalmoplegia. Now don't get confused here. Sir, fibers are crossing. How unilateral? See, if this nerve is cut down, right, then what will happen? What is this nerve? This is your right nerve. What is this nerve? Left nerve. If right nerve is cut down, then right side ophthalmoplegia. Left nerve is cut down, then left side ophthalmoplegia will be there. So unilateral ophthalmoplegia. And finally, what does M stand for? M stand for motor nerves. What motor nerves are present in the center? Yes, 3, 4, 6 and 12. So we have got 3, we have got 4, we have got 6 and we have got 12. These are present in the center. So again, 4 rule. What is the 4 rule here? 4 rule is 4 M's are located in the midline. That is your 4 rule. Next, another 4 structures. What are the 4 structures that are located not in the midline, right? What are the 4 structures that are located laterally? All these structures, they start with the letter S. Okay, so some structures located in the midline, you called all of these with the letter M. Now I am telling structures which are located laterally, right? All these structures start with the letter M, S. So it means these structures are somewhere here, you see, laterally, complete laterally like this. Okay, so what does S stands for? S stands for spinal cord to cerebellum. What is that tract? Cerebellar tract. Spinal cord to thalamus. What is that tract? Spinothalamic tract. Okay, spinothalamic tract. And next important thing is that in the lateral side we have got the sensory nucleus. You remember the largest nucleus? What was that? Sensory nucleus of cranial nerve number 5. 5 sensory, I told you. And another S stands for sympathetic pathway. Just remember it. Sympathetic pathway. Another one is sympathetic pathway. Now, what does spinocerebellar tract do? Spinocerebellar tract, if it is damaged, there will be ipsilateral ataxia of limbs. Ipsilateral ataxia of limbs. All these things which I am telling you will also be repeated in your medicine. Very, very important. Okay. Spinothalamic tract will do, that is contralateral loss of pain and temperature of your limbs. Of your face is your trigeminal nerve, of your limbs is your spinothalamic. Next, 5 sensory, if it is lost, what will happen? There will be ipsilateral loss of pain and temperature, not in the limbs, in the face. Why? Because this is 5. 5 is what? Trigeminal, right? Next, what will happen if sympathetic pathway is gone? There will be ipsilateral Horner syndrome. So, in the upper limb discussion in brachial plexus, I have discussed very clearly what is Horner syndrome over there. So now we shall be discussing regarding the external features of spinal cord. Okay. So if you can see here, right. So first of all, you need to know one thing, that little part of medulla oblongata, right. You can see little part of medulla oblongata is coming out of foramen magnum. If I ask you, what are the contents of foramen magnum? Medulla oblongata, little part, the lower part of medulla oblongata is also the content of foramen magnum. And down over here, what do you have? You have got the spinal cord. So if you see, what is the length of the spinal cord, guys? It is around 45 centimeters in length. Length of the spinal cord is around 45 centimeters. Next, hanging down to the spinal cord, you see a 20 centimeter length structure. This is called phylum terminal. What is phylum terminal? I will tell you at the end. In the later on part, I will tell you what is phylum terminal. Okay. So within 1 to 2 minutes, I will tell you what is phylum terminal, but you have to remember the length. It is 20 centimeters. Next, so from where does spinal cord start and where does it end? In adults and in children, right? In the newborn as well as in the adults, the spinal cord termination is different. For example, in adults, the spinal cord will terminate, you can see, don't look at this picture, look at this. The spinal cord will terminate at the lower border of L1 or the upper border of L2 or in between L1 and L2, whatever it is. So it terminates all the way just below the L1, lower border of L1 or the upper border of L2. Okay. So look here, lower either spinal cord, from where does spinal cord start? Spinal cord starts all the way from the lower margin of foramen magnum. You see Here we have got foramen magnum. From here you have got the spinal cord that is starting. Okay, or you can tell it starts above the first cervical vertebra. Okay, or above the first pair of cervical spinal nerves. It means from the spinal cord, the nerves whatever are emerging over here, just above that you have got the spinal cord starting. And you know you have got here vertebra, right? Let us say the first vertebra, this is the second vertebra, this is the third vertebra. Above the first vertebra it starts. Anyways, don't keep in mind regarding these things. Remember from the lower border of foramen magnum. No one is going to ask you these things. What they'll ask you is this part. So it ends at the lower border of L1 or in the upper border of L2 or between L1 and L2. So if I have to do a lumbar puncture, then which layer I will puncture, guys? I will puncture below L2. L2, L3 is safe. L3, L4 is much more safe because there we don't have spinal cord. But in children it is different. In the newborn it is different. Newborn, this spinal cord extends down to the upper border of L3. If I wanted to do a lumbar puncture, I will do at the level of L3 and L4. So whether it might be a newborn or an adult, safest location is L3, L4. Okay, so at the upper border of third lumbar vertebra, here the spinal cord will end, terminate. Now, this blue color one is your spinal cord. You know, spinal cord down here as it comes, there is a conical projection, right? I'm drawing it here. See, this is your spinal cord like this, right? Now, the last part of the spinal cord is a cone-shaped structure. This cone-shaped structure of spinal cord is called conus medullaris. And you all know that out of spinal cord, you see many nerves are coming, right? Many nerves are coming. So, the last part has got a tuft of nerves like this. So a tuft of nerves coming from the last part, it looks like a horse tail. So you call it as chorda equina. What is chorda equina actually? These are the nerves. These are the nerve roots actually. These are the nerve roots. Nerve roots in the sense, can I tell they are a part of the nervous tissue? Yes. Then what is this phylum terminale? See, the brain, the spinal cord, the central nervous system is covered by meninges. Outermost layer is dura mater, middle is arachnoid, and innermost layer is pia mater. So you see the pia mater is extending down. This golden color thing is your pia mater. This pia mater is covering your spinal cord, and down this extension of pia mater, which is 20 centimeters length, is called phylum terminale. So pia mater is not a nervous tissue. It is just an ordinary tissue. Okay, it is a non-neural tissue. What is pia mater? Pia mater is having any nerves? No, pia mater is just a continuation of pia mater. Phylum terminale. Phylum terminale is just the continuation of pia mater. Okay, what is phylum terminale? It is a non-neural tissue which is a continuation of pia mater. Okay, so what is the length of this phylum terminale? 20 centimeters in length. Now, coming to curvatures of spinal cord. So these actually, spinal cord is not having any curvatures, but spinal cord is present within the spinal canal of vertebra. Vertebra is having curvatures, as a result spinal cord is also having curvatures. Okay, so these curvatures of spinal cord are secondary to the curvatures of vertebral column. What are the curvatures? Cervical curvature, thoracic curvature, lumbar curvature, as well as sacral curvature. So 4 curvatures we have got. Now there are some enlargements within the spinal cord. See, there are 3 enlargements. What are those 3 enlargements? One is called as cervical enlargement, one is called as lumbar enlargement, one is called as conus medullaris. I have already shown you, right? So this is conus medullaris. So inside, in the center, what is this? This is called as your aqueduct. Right? If it is in the midbrain, you call it as aqueduct. Later on, you call it as a central canal. So what is this? This is central canal. What is this yellow color part? That is your CSF. Okay. Now from C5 all the way till C8 T1, there is an enlargement like this. This enlargement is called cervical enlargement. Why? Because a tuft of nerves start coming out of this part from C5 till T1. That is your brachial plexus. So brachial plexus root value is all the way starts from C5 till T1. You remember that? Next, when it comes to lumbar enlargement, why it starts all the way from L1 till S4? Why? Because from here also a tuft of nerves called as lumbosacral plexus starts to originate. Next, If you see conus medullaris, in the conus medullaris you see that this central canal is dilated over here. This dilated central canal is called fifth ventricle. You remember when I was teaching you ventricles, I told not only 4 ventricles, there is fifth ventricle also. I will tell you later on. So this is the fifth ventricle. The dilated central canal in the conus medullaris is called fifth ventricle. And what is phylum terminal? What is phylum terminal? Yes, tell me. See, here we have got what? What is this? This is your pia mater. This pia mater continues down as phylum terminal. Okay, is it a neural tissue or a non-neural tissue? It is a non-neural tissue. What is the length? 20 or 25? 20 centimeters. Okay, 20 centimeters. Now here you will understand clearly. So all of you look here. This is your spinal cord. This red color layer is called as what? This red color layer which you can see over here, this is your pia mater. Just look at the pia mater down. You see pia mater is extending down all the way. That is called as your phylum terminal. Next important thing, surrounding that, what is this particular layer called as? This layer is called as arachnoid matter. Okay, you see arachnoid matter is also coming down. Next, outermost layer is called as a dura matter. Clear all of you? Now important thing over here is that dura matter. Now important thing, what is the important thing is that this is the exact place, if you puncture you will get the CSF without damaging your spinal cord. So phylum terminal is of two parts. Okay, what are those two parts? One is called as phylum terminal internum. This wide part is called as phylum terminal internum. This narrow part is called as phylum terminal externum. Okay, phylum terminal externum. So there are two important parts over here. But anyways, this part is not that necessarily needed. You just need to remember, even this entire part is not needed because you know this. I have already told you what is the subarachnoid space, how does the ventricles flow here and there and all these things. So this is one of the important thing that you have to keep in your mind. Okay, so this is regarding this. Now let us discuss about this part. Most of you will be confused that how many vertebra do we have and how many spinal nerves do we have actually. Okay, so let me make a clarification here. Vertebra, cervical vertebra are 7, thoracic vertebra are 12, okay, lumbar vertebra are 5, sacral vertebra are 5, and you have got this particular cervical vertebra are 7, right? Thoracic vertebra are 12, lumbar are 5, sacral are 5, coccygeal are 4. So totally 33 vertebra we have got, not pairs, 33 vertebra we have got. But when it comes to spinal nerves, here cervical spinal nerves are 8. That is why in the brachial plexus we start all the way from C5, C6, C7, C8 and T1. Most of you think only 7 cervical, why 8? These are not vertebra, these are spinal segment. Even spinal cord is also divided into segments like C1, C2, C3 and all. Okay, these are spinal segments. Thoracic the same, lumbar the same, sacral the same, but coccygeal only one pair, so 31 pairs because it is coming from both the sides. If this is a spinal cord, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from cervical one side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 8 pairs. Okay, right. Now let us discuss and one of the very important topic regarding your tracts. So now we shall be discussing one of the very important topic regarding these tracts, guys. So here in this single picture, we shall discuss, as this is a rapid revision, I cannot teach you all the tracts as they're ascending and descending. So those will be taught in the detailed lectures. Here I am going to teach you what are the tracts which are ascending, what are the tracts which are descending. Okay, we will discuss the ascending tracts, we will discuss the descending tracts. Ascending tracts are sensory tracts, descending tracts are motor tracts. So what I will do is that in this same spinal cord, on the right hand side completely I will draw the ascending tracts, on the left hand side I will completely draw the descending tracts. Okay, now when it comes to the ascending tracts, what are the tracts you have got here? So let us say the first tract, here you have got, this is the location of a specific tract like this. Okay, the same way you have it on the opposite side also in this way. So this is the location of a specific tract. Now I'm just numbering these tracts. So this tract here is called as 1A, this is called 1B. Okay, So this tract 1A or 1B is called as dorsal column medial lemniscus pathway. Why dorsal? Because if I divide the spinal cord, this is called as anterior or ventral, this is called as posterior or dorsal. So on the dorsal side only you have got this tract. So dorsal column medial lemniscus pathway. So the 1A and 1B is nothing but your the first tract dorsal column medial lemniscus pathway. And if you also remember, I told you that there are 4 M's. 1 M is medial lemniscus pathway. In the center, these pathways are in the center. So there are 2. What is 1A? Another one is 1B. Okay. So what is 1A over here? 1A is nothing but cuneate fasciculus. Cuneate fasciculus. Next, another 1B is called as fasciculus. One is cuneate fasciculus or fasciculus cuneatus. This is fasciculus gracilis. You remember this? I told you, somewhere I told you fasciculus gracilis and fasciculus cuneatus, right? Let us just look at that part now. Where did I tell you fasciculus cuneatus and fasciculus gracilis? Exactly here. You see, in the spinal cord here, in the medulla oblongata here, I told you these two which are laterally are called as cuneate tubercle. Below that the fasciculus is called fasciculus cuneatus. These two are called as gracilis. Below that you called as fasciculus gracilis. The same things I am teaching you now. So those will be continued down to the spinal cord. Yes or no? Those will be continued down all the way till the spinal cord. Right. So these are the 2 important things. What is the function? I will tell you later on. Now coming to the second important thing. What is the second important thing? Second important thing is that you have got a sensory tract going all the way from the spinal cord to cerebellum. So this is 1A. So all of you look here. So this tract is all the way present over here. This is one part of the tract, and next another part of the tract is present over here. Again, what should I write it as if 2 are there? A and B. So this is called 2A, this is called as 2B. 2A and 2B. Now out of this 2 and 2B, tell me where is 2B? 2B is present anteriorly or ventrally, 2A is present posteriorly or dorsally, right? So this tract over here is called as spinocerebellar tract. Spinocerebellar tract. Whenever I tell cerebellum, remember one thing, cerebellum is almost dealing with the proprioception, okay? Proprioception, the balance part and all, okay? So spinocerebellar tract has got 2 parts. One is 2A and 2B. So what is 2A? 2A is a posterior spinocerebellar tract. 2B is the anterior spinocerebellar tract or ventral spinocerebellar tract. Next, third important thing. Third important thing is that you have got another tract over here. Let us look at this tract. So again, this tract is also in 2 forms. See, here is one part, here we have got one part, and here we have got another part. So if 2 parts are there again, 3A and 3B. Okay, so what are these 3A and 3B? So this tract goes all the way till the thalamus. So you call it as spinothalamic tract. Spinothalamic tract. Now you tell me, what is this 3A and 3B? 3A and 3B. What do you think? What it might be? Where is 3A? 3A is located dorsally or ventrally? Obviously ventrally, right? Now exactly speaking, I cannot tell purely ventrally, right? What can I tell? 3A is located laterally, 3B is located ventrally, right? So can I call this as lateral spinothalamic tract? Can I call this as anterior or ventral spinothalamic tract, right? So 3A is your what? 3A is your lateral spinothalamic tract. This is your anterior or ventral spinothalamic tract. And the last one, just remember it as spino-olivary tract. What is olivary tract? Spinal cord to olives. You remember that? Right? Olivary nucleus. So where is this olivary tract present? This olivary tract is present all the way here. The last one, this one. Okay, this one is the 4th one. That is your spino-olivary tract. Now let us look at the functions of each and everything. What is the function of cuneate fasciculus and cuneate gracilis? Gracilis means graceful legs. It means it will bring all the sensations from the lower limb upward. Okay, what is fasciculus? It brings all the sensations from the upper limb. Very easy way if I wanted to tell to you. Just remember that. Let us say this is the head over here, neck, right? So let us say that this is the brain over here, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, and the spinal cord. So these are sensory pathways, right? Now what I'm doing is from lower limb, there are a group of nerves that are coming. Okay, let me enlarge this part. You will understand now. So this is a spinal cord, okay, just for example. So let us say, where is this gracilis present, by the way? Gracilis is present 1B in the center, right? See this tract which I am drawing right now is gracilis going in the center. It is going all the way from down all the way to the top, see, from both the limbs. So it means, can I tell that this gracilis is passing in the center? It is taking all the sensations from lower limb. What sensations? I will tell you later on. Okay, I will tell you later on. Next important thing is that, see, let me put up this point, let me put up this particular point over here, that let me put up this point over here, that this is T5, okay, and down here is T6. So below T6 you have got only one tract, that is what? Fasciculus gracilis. What is this? Fasciculus gracilis. Okay, now look at the other one. From T5 onwards, you see another tract from the upper limb is coming and joining. Now tell me where it is. It is lateral to gracilis or medial? So gracilis is in the center. Lateral to that you have got cuneatus that is passing. So now you tell me, lower limb sensations below T6 are purely lower limb sensations or upper limb sensations? Lower limb sensations. Okay, above T5 are both lower limb sensations are continuing up, along with that upper limb sensations also joined here. Okay, so if I ask you, fasciculus gracilis is receiving sensations from T6 and below, fasciculus cuneatus is receiving sensations from T5 and above. Clear? So I hope you understood this. So what kind of sensations both of them? See, this one is T5 and above. Why are you so fussy about this T5 and above? This is T6 and below. Why? Because if the level of injury is above T5, then both fasciculus gracilis is lost. If the level of injury is below T6, then only lower limb sensations are gone. Upper limb is fine. Okay. Now, what are the sensations? It would take fine touch. It would take fine touch sensations from the lower limb. It would take vibration sensation from the lower limb, right, and the upper limb. It would also take proprioception. These are the three actions. Very important actions. Coming to spinocerebellar, all of them together have only one function, that is proprioception. Okay. Next, when it comes to lateral spinothalamic tract, this is the important part. Lateral spinothalamic tract has got two parts. And anterior spinothalamic tract. Lateral spinothalamic takes the pain and temperature sensation, whereas anterior takes the crude touch and pressure. There is something called fine touch, there is crude touch. See, if I am touching you like this is fine touch. If I am touching you like this is crude touch. Okay, fine touch and crude touch. And finally, spino-olivary, not needed to remember, proprioception. These are all your ascending tracts. What are all these? These are all your ascending tracts. Okay, all these are your ascending tracts. Now let us discuss about where are the motor tracts. So first, motor tracts, all of them I'm drawing with the red. So first motor tract is this one. Here we have got a tract, right? So this is just called as 5. Repeat. This is 5A, and where is 5B? See, here we have got 5B. Okay, here we have got 5B. So let us write down what is this 5A and 5B. Okay, so by the way, you just need to remember that these descending tracts are called as your motor tracts. You know that Descending tracts are called as your motor tracts. They are divided into two groups. Okay, one are called as pyramidal, one are called as extrapyramidal, extrapyramidal tracts. Pyramidal tracts, there is only one, that's what I was telling you, 5A and 5B. What is 5A? What is 5A and 5B? Yes, where is 5A? 5A is here. Okay, 5A is, tell me, it is dorsal located, ventral located, or laterally located? Laterally located. So this is called as lateral, what is this? Corticospinal tract. From the cortex it is coming to spinal cord. So descending, right? Lateral corticospinal. Now tell me what will be this? Anterior corticospinal. So two important things, 5A and 5B. 5A is your lateral corticospinal tract and 5B is anterior corticospinal tract. We discussed about corticospinal tracts already. You remember? They dissociate in the medulla oblongata. Right? Now coming to extrapyramidal, they are many. Okay, so what are these extrapyramidal tracts which you need to know? So just beneath this, we have got 6A over here, we have got 6B over here, we have got 6C over here, we have got 6D over here. These are the four tracts. Okay, so what are the names of these tracts? 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D. So what is 6A called as? 6A is nothing but a reticulospinal tract. Guys, you need not to remember these numericals. These are just to identify the tract. Okay, so the reticulospinal tract is not always 6A. I'm just kept a random number. If you want, you can put 7A, 8A, whatever it is, right? You have to just remember the name of the tract. So reticulospinal tract. Next, from the red nucleus, that is rubrospinal tract. Rubrospinal tract. From the vestibular nucleus, that is vestibulospinal tract. You remember? Vestibulospinal. You remember this vestibular nuclei, where are they located? Pontomedullary junction. From the olives down to spinal cord, olivospinal tract. Spinal tract. So what is the function? Function is that all these, they perform voluntary movement. They are responsible for voluntary movement, and all these extrapyramidal are responsible for involuntary movement. Involuntary movements. Okay, they are all responsible for involuntary movements. So involuntary movements, for example, muscle tone and all. Now when it comes to the voluntary movements are these tracts contralateral, ipsilateral? They are contralateral. This thing I have already talked. Right, I've already talked this thing previously when I was discussing the cranial nerves. I told you that if one side, if it is damaged, contralaterally there will be loss of power, something like that. I've told you. You remember that, right? So that was a thing. So these are all about the descending tracts, guys. So this is all the important concepts which you have to come across in neuroanatomy. So most of the MCQs will be asked from these concepts which I taught you. I know neuroanatomy is a little bit difficult, but trust me, for the first time if you are looking at it, it is very difficult. But still, if you are able to draw all these pictures and then learn, I'm telling you, this will be the easiest of all. Okay, so this is all you need to know regarding the neuroanatomy, guys. So thank you so much for watching my video. Goodbye.